has been exposed. Only in selected places have we capitalized on the benefits of how testing can be used as a screening intervention with frequent tests to identify asymptomatic disease and
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to News Now from Fox. Happy Thursday. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you're up this early after celebrating St. Patrick's Day or you didn't go to bed, getting to take a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C., all lit up in the color green. Everybody was pretty festive in our nation's capital yesterday. Again, everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. You're watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from our News Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Orlando, Florida. So again, thank you so much for tuning in. Before I get started with your morning brief, I would like to invite you to please join me on social media. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. All you have to do is search for Pilar News Now, and I'd be happy to connect with you outside of hours that I am actually hosting the show. Just heard my own echo there. All right, everybody, I've got your top stories from across the country ready to go. Everything that you want and need to know about. So it may have happened yesterday, overnight, into this morning. We're staying on top of what you want and need to know so that when you go about your day, whether you're at work or school, doing things virtually, in person, you've got the stories that you want to talk about with your family and friends, right? Unfortunately, the sad story that we've been following out of Georgia this week, police revealing the likely motive behind the shootings that killed 8 people at massage parlors in and around Atlanta. They confirm 6 of the 8 deceased are of Asian descent, but add there does not appear to be any racial component. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork reports. I'd like to remind you guys that there is a lot of fluidity with this story, a lot of information that keeps coming out and changing as a result, but a pretty impactful story. So let's get the latest.
They have a gun.
A white male? What is he wearing?
I don't know. Please come, okay?
Police releasing the chilling audio from several 911 calls Tuesday as 21-year-old Robert Aaron Long went on a deadly shooting spree at 3 Asian massage parlors in northern Georgia, killing 8 people.
Everybody heard the gunshot, and some ladies got hurt, I think, and everybody's scared, so they're hiding.
Police are continuing to investigate, but are releasing more details about a possible motive.
He does claim that it was not racially motivated. He apparently has an issue, what he considers a sex addiction, and sees these locations as something that allows him to go to these places, and it's a temptation for him that he wanted to eliminate.
Although the alleged gunman claims the attacks weren't fueled by race, the deadly incidents are triggering a massive national response.
NYPD is assessing the pattern of what we saw in Atlanta, looking for anything that might tell us additional information we need to know here.
Meanwhile, those who personally knew the suspect described him as a friendly loner.
Those people had nothing but good things to say about him, wasn't very hateful towards anyone. He always had a Bible in his hand, was very religious, very Christian. He definitely kept things to himself.
Police say Long has confessed to all 3 shootings. He's now been charged with 8 counts of murder and 1 count of aggravated assault. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Looks like they have some weather moving through. I'm going to head on over to fox5dc.com and see exactly what the conditions are like. 46 degrees and cloudy out there. It's going to be a soggy, cool Thursday for everybody out there in our nation's capital, with heavy evening rain and a mix possible into tomorrow. morning. The reason I took you out to Capitol Hill is because lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are pointing to Atlanta's deadly shootings as another example of increased violence against Asian Americans. Fox News correspondent Ray Bogan has more on how what happened is becoming a rallying cry for ending discrimination.
It is very, very troublesome.
President Biden began his virtual meeting with Ireland's Prime Minister by addressing the latest violent attack involving Asian Americans. 8 people were killed in the Atlanta area Tuesday night, many of them Asian women. The suspect told police he has a sex addiction and that the attacks were not racially motivated, but police are still investigating. Meantime, bipartisan lawmakers from around the country are speaking out.
We want to make sure that any and all perpetrators are prosecuted, convicted, and locked up to the full extent of the law.
On Twitter, Maryland's Republican Governor Larry Hogan said, "Violence and bigotry have no place in our society." Former President Obama tweeted, "Although the shooter's motive is not yet clear, the identity of the victims underscores an alarming rise in anti-Asian violence that must end." Analysis released this month shows a 150% increase in hate crimes against Asians. Democrats say former President Trump fueled xenophobia during the pandemic.
Instead, use these terms, China virus, Wuhan virus, and even Kung flu. And as a result, the anti-Asian hate crimes and incidents increased exponentially.
Mr. Trump was not asked about the attack in an interview Tuesday night, but said he helped people of all races during his presidency.
African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, everybody was setting records.
Tomorrow, Asian American leaders and activists will testify before the House Judiciary Committee about the rise of discrimination and violence in their communities. Ray Bogan, Fox News.
All right, everybody. Ray actually filed that report yesterday, so that hearing is today, and we're going to have it for you live, raw, unfiltered here on News Now from Fox. It's going to start at 10 o'clock Eastern this morning. The House Judiciary, Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties Subcommittee is holding a hybrid hearing on, quote, discrimination and violence against Asian Americans. Again, that's slated for 10 o'clock Eastern, and we will have it for you right here on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, we're taking a live look at Minneapolis, Minnesota, ahead of this next top story in your morning brief. Back to the drawing board on day 8 as the painstaking process of trying to find impartial jurors in the George Floyd murder trial continues. The jury now stands at 8 members after the judge excused 2 people who were previously selected. Fox News correspondent Matt Finn is in Minneapolis to explain why.
The challenging jury selection process in the George Floyd murder trial became more difficult on Wednesday as Judge Peter Cahill unseated 2 of the jurors selected last week.
Is that going to change your position about being fair and impartial in this case?
The judge on Wednesday virtually recalled all 7 jurors selected during the first week to question them about what they learned of the city's $27 million settlement with the Floyd family, announced Friday after they had already been seated.
Do you think now with this new information it would be hard to presume the defendant innocent, would hard to be impartial in this case?
I think it will be hard to be impartial.
Then I'm going to excuse you from this case.
That was juror number 36, a Hispanic man in his 20s. And the other, juror number 20, a white man in his 30s, told the judge the settlement price tag meant the city admitted something went wrong.
So I think that sticker price obviously shocked me and kind of swayed me a little bit.
The judge ordered all selected jurors not to follow the case, but acknowledged it's possible they inadvertently learned about the settlement stemming from Floyd's May 2020 fatal arrest.
I am satisfied that the others could in fact remain impartial.
As attorneys on both sides work to seat 12 jurors and 2 alternatives, the defense argues the jury pool is growing increasingly tainted. On Tuesday, the judge denied the defense's motion to sequester the jury ahead of the trial, but says he's open to it during deliberation. The defense also asked once again for this trial to be relocated, arguing that it's very hard to find impartial jurors here. The judge is considering it and will make his decision soon. In Minneapolis, Matt Finn, Fox News.
We will continue to follow the Derek Chauvin trial right here on News Now from Fox. Meanwhile, here's a live look at gorgeous downtown Orlando, Florida. Maybe I'm just impartial because I live here. Absolutely great community out here in Central Florida. That's I-4 on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see plenty of cars going and coming. I-4 runs between Tampa, Florida and Daytona Beach. So yeah, you're either technically running or driving eastbound or westbound, but some parts you're really like north or northeast. Again, everybody, good morning. You're watching News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in. As soon as the sun starts rising here in about an hour or so, we will bring you all the gorgeous live pictures of the sun rising. But for now, the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, says the sharp increase in illegal immigration along the southern border has led to a humanitarian crisis. Fox News White House correspondent Kristen Fisher takes a closer look from the White House.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection is now encountering roughly 565 unaccompanied minors every day. That's up from around 300 per day just last month. But despite the data, Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas testified today that there is a climate crisis, but not a crisis at the border.
I will share with you how I define a crisis. A crisis is when a nation is willing to rip a 9-year-old child out of the hands of his or her parent.
Secretary Mayorkas admitted on Tuesday that the U.S. is on pace to encounter more individuals on the southwest border than we have in the last 20 years, something Texas Congressman Michael McCall reminded him of during today's hearing.
You may call that only a challenge, but I call that a crisis.
Whatever you call it, many Republicans say the situation at the border stems from comments then candidate Biden made during the campaign.
We immediately surged to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard.
President Biden is now telling asylum seekers,
I can say quite clearly, don't come, and what we're in the process of getting set up.
It only took one day for President Biden to stop construction of the border wall. Now, 40 Senate Republicans are accusing him of breaking the law by freezing funds for the wall that were appropriated by Congress.
This was the issue about impeachment, where they were accusing President Trump of saying you're not actually doing the spending you were required to do by law in Ukraine.
Former President Trump speaking out, saying the U.S. cannot handle his successor's immigration policies.
It is a crisis like we've rarely had, and certainly we've never had on the border, but it's going to get much worse.
And today, the White House press secretary would not say if there is a limit to the number of unaccompanied minors that the White House will allow in.
A limit or a cap? Should we send some kids who are 10 back at a certain point? Is that what you're asking me?
I'm not setting the policy here. I'm just asking you what the Biden administration's policy is. Is there a limit?
Our policy continues to be we're not going to send a 10-year-old back across the border.
NBC News is now reporting that the Biden administration has placed an unofficial gag order on Border Patrol agents to try to keep them from talking to the press. And at the same time, multiple reporters from a lot of different outlets, including Fox News, are no longer being allowed to go on ride-alongs with the Border Patrol down at the border. And so I asked the White House press secretary, why is this happening from an administration that has been promising transparency? And all she would do is refer me back to the Department of Homeland Security. At the White House, Kristen Fisher, Fox News.
We will be following that story in just a few moments here with a live report from Fox's Doug Luzader. But meanwhile, we are going to take a look at this next top story here on News Now from Fox. It appears that the Biden administration pledged more help is on the way for schools. Fox News correspondent Ray Bogan, working double time this morning on News Now from Fox, has more on how they plan to get students back in classrooms by this spring.
With the American Rescue Plan, help is here. We're going to reopen our schools, and we're going to do it safely.
The First Lady was in New Hampshire selling the new COVID relief bill and trying to assure parents and taxpayers it will help the president fulfill his campaign promise to reopen a majority of K-8 schools in his first 100 days, a deadline looming this spring. Back at the White House, Education Secretary Miguel Cardona announced the American Rescue Plan will provide nearly $122 billion for schools across the country. That's in addition to $10 billion for states to do COVID screening inside schools.
Students learn best from students, teachers learn best from teachers, and states will learn best from states on how to safely reopen schools quickly.
The CDC's school reopening guidelines call for use of screening testing as a tool for schools to track cases. The CDC also says they are monitoring a recent study that shows it may be possible to have students just 3 feet away from each other as long as they're wearing masks.
We recognize the challenges of having children home. I want to articulate that, respiratory viruses frequently travel in schools.
Next week, Secretary Cardona is holding a summit for schools to share best practices for reopening. Ray Bogan, Fox News.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at Capitol Hill. Joining us this morning is Fox's Doug Luzader, because we are hearing that some changes are going to be coming in terms of the administration and handling illegal immigration. Doug, thank you so much for joining us this morning. How are you doing?
Good morning.
So what is the latest from Capitol Hill, Washington, from the Biden administration? How are they going to tackle the immigration crisis?
Well, we've seen the numbers, of course, explode along the southern border of immigrants coming into the country illegally, especially amongst children. The unaccompanied children issue is a big one. There are certain legal requirements for how long these children can be held, for instance. So it's not clear ultimately what the solution here is going to be. I mean, they're opening up more and more centers to house these kids, including most recently the convention center in Dallas, a very large facility, 3,000 plus beds there. But even that may not be enough. And there is clearly a big draw for many of these immigrants, the idea that they believe they'll get much more favorable treatment under the Biden administration than under the Trump administration.
Is it true that the House is going to consider legislation today to offer new protections to millions of illegal immigrants?
Well, this has been percolating in Congress for a while. This is probably not going to go anywhere in the Senate, but in the House, Democrats have the votes they need to get this thing done. There are a couple of different bills that they're talking about. One has to do with illegal immigrants who came here as children and finding a pathway to citizenship for them and legal status as well. The other has to do with migrant farm workers. You know, this doesn't directly deal with what's happening along the border right now, but it's certainly a very charged atmosphere around here on Capitol Hill when the immigration issue comes up because of what's happening at the border.
All right. Fox's Doug Luzader. We'll keep a very close eye on it and continue to follow it for us. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at Boston, Massachusetts. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is next. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. Again, we are taking a live look at Boston, Massachusetts, a very cool city that we normally don't get to see. Look at all the traffic on that highway. Looks like life is somewhat getting back to normal out there just past 6 o'clock in the morning Eastern. All right, so this next top story I have for you is sports related. People across the country are gearing up for March Madness after it was canceled last year because of the pandemic. This year, all games will be played in Indiana only. So restaurants, bars, many who just reopened their doors are preparing for the safest ways to handle fans. Fox News chief correspondent Jonathan Hunt has more.
March Madness is back after taking a year off because of the pandemic. The NCAA basketball tournament is about to get underway, and bars and restaurants, some which have been shuttered for months, are open and looking for the safest ways for customers to enjoy the games.
In previous years, we were worried about capacity because of the fire department, but this year we're kind of worried about capacity with the health department.
COVID restrictions are limiting the number of fans allowed in the stands, sending them to bars and restaurants to watch the games. But many establishments will have their own restrictions in place, such as mask wearing and social distancing.
We won't be able to have standing room, which is what a lot of people enjoy for March Madness.
The tournament comes as more and more states are lifting restrictions. And even though vaccinations have increased and the death toll has dropped, March Madness remains a concern for health officials.
The safest thing still, of course, is to watch from home and to have smaller gatherings at home.
Meanwhile, to get back into the celebratory spirit, a 47,000 square foot bracket has been plastered on the side of an Indianapolis hotel, not far from where this year's Final Four will take place. This gigantic games tracker, bigger than the world record bracket the company created back in 2015.
It's something I'm very proud of we do and something that's garnered attention coast to coast.
Round one of the tournament tips off on Friday. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
I know so many people are ready for life to get back to normal, so they're like, sports, March Madness, brackets. Tons of people are excited. No doubt Las Vegas and other locations worldwide will be watching in terms of bets. Am I right? All right, everybody, let's get you all caught up with the business briefs, the top stories in the business world with Fox's Jerry Willis.
Americans are getting an extra month to file their taxes this year. The IRS says it's pushing the April 15th deadline to May 17th. Besides taxpayers benefiting, the move also gives the government more time to process tax refunds and those stimulus payments at the same time. The Fed fueling a record day on Wall Street Wednesday with the Dow soaring past 33,000 for the first time ever. The S&P 500 also closed at an all-time high while the NASDAQ rose too. Investors were in a buying mood after Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell said the Fed will hold off on hiking interest rates through 2023. A new king of clothing has been crowned. According to Wells Fargo, Amazon overtook Walmart as the #1 apparel retailer in the U.S. in 2020. They made more than $41 billion in apparel sales last year. That's roughly 20 to 25% more than Walmart. Some happy news about the happiest place on earth. Disney says Disneyland Park and Disney California Adventure Park will reopen on April 30th with limited capacity. Both locations have been shut for more than a year because of the pandemic. That's business. I'm Jerry Willis.
All right. Looks like we're still in Boston, Massachusetts, but they took us away from a freeway and are now showing us gorgeous downtown area. Take a look at this, everybody. Such a cool vantage point from the skies. Hope you're having a great morning so far. Thanks for joining News Now from Fox. Let's take a look at the current weather conditions. We covered it yesterday about the South, what they're going to be experiencing, right? Here's a live look right now. XRAD radar. It appears that we've got the Carolinas, we've got Georgia, parts of Florida even impacted today, Virginia Beach area and the like, going a little bit further up the coast than staying down here to the south and southeast. So we will continue to monitor the weather situations and bring you any reports as they are warranted right here on News Now from Fox. Gonna have keep going with the top stories here for you. Let's go to the Bay Area. You know, that's San Francisco. That's because the real estate numbers in the area show it's a seller's market. Fox's Tom Vakar has more.
According to California real estate sales tracker and publisher First Tuesday, in round numbers, California racked up 439,000 home sales in 2020, better than the booming sales of 2019.
In 2021 is we're seeing that again in the first couple of months of this year.
North Bay realtor Kathy Shatter says in Marin County, the number of sales is up a whopping 50% over last year's big year, one of the best showings in a state with many regions selling like hotcakes.
Even before it hits the market, if there's any whiff of something coming on the market, you will be guaranteed 5 to 10 agents approaching you with clients.
As we near the end of the first quarter of 2021, for a state that pundits said was facing mass exodus, what's the hard numbers reality? By region, year over year, January Bay Area sales soared up nearly 32%. Central Coast, up almost 20. Southern California, up 13.5. Central Valley, up almost 7%. Far Northern California, slightly down, just 5.3%.
The inventory is the lowest we've seen in years.
Fewer homes available for sale drives prices higher. Many people are simply reluctant to move in a pandemic. Another key factor, the moratorium on foreclosures as well as evictions from rented homes, has kept an unknown number of homes off the market.
The prices are the highest we've seen. And up until just a couple of weeks ago, the interest rates have been the lowest we've seen in a long time.
That's resulting in fast sales, multiple offers, many all-cash offers, and offers above listing.
Comfortably expect to get 5 to 10% more, and maybe more than that. Most everything is in escrow within 7 days.
Wow. Take a live look here at downtown San Francisco, California. 3 hours behind us here on the East Coast, so it's either really late or really early, depending on how you see it there. Just past 3 o'clock in the morning, approaching 3:30 in the morning out there on the West Coast. Again, good morning. Thank you so much for watching News Now from Fox. We are happy that you are here. Continuing on with your morning brief, getting you all up to speed with the top stories that you want and need to know about. And all you News Nowers know me. I like to bring you the lighter, happier news here when I get a chance. So, gonna head on over to my home state. Electric vehicle manufacturers like doing business in Arizona if the number of companies there is any indication. Fox's Steve Nielsen has the story.
Electromechanica CEO Paul Rivera describes it well.
It's very, very much like being in the cockpit of a fighter jet.
He showed off their three-wheel electric vehicle designed for the urban driver at their Fashion Square location. But now these cars will be built in a future warehouse off Ray Road in May.
Is really going to be felt throughout the region and really throughout the state.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More News Now from Fox is next. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. Again, we are taking a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C. Still lit green in honor of St. Patrick's Day. Looks like they're getting a little bit of rain out there as well. It is live guest time here on News Now from Fox this morning. Joining us is Chris Brown. She is the president of Brady, and they put out a statement following the shooting spree in Georgia and calling for action to prevent gun violence. Good morning. How are you? And thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
If you wouldn't mind, please let our viewers know what Brady is.
Yes, thank you. Brady is a gun violence prevention organization, so named for Jim and Sarah Brady. Jim Brady served as President Ronald Reagan's press secretary. He was only in the job for a few months when he was shot and critically injured, but he and Sarah devoted the rest of their lives to the passage of our nation's background check system, the Brady background check system. And so that's one of many different areas we focus on. We want comprehensive solutions to end America's epidemic of gun violence that we bear witness to tragically, just like this shooting that happened, the shooting spree that happened in Atlanta every single day in this country. We lose more than 100 people in America every day to gun violence.
What is Brady's response to what happened in the Atlanta area?
Of course, you know, one that is deeply empathetic to all of the victims and their families. These individuals were going to work to earn a living, and they were the target of a shooting spree. These are 8 victims, 8 murders, who were all members of the Asian American Pacific Islander community, following a year of, frankly, racist rhetoric from a former president of the United States and others. So incidents like this, targeting groups of people, are on the rise in America, especially the AAPI community. And we want action. We want action from Congress. We want action from the White House to enact rules that, frankly, Americans, regardless of their political beliefs or their gender or their race, want to have. Bills like just passed the House of Representatives that are now pending in the United States Senate to expand and strengthen the Brady background check system and ensure that guns can't get in the hands of dangerous individuals.
I'm glad you brought that up because we actually did have that House vote live here on News Now from Fox, and we did cover it when it happened. We're hearing reports that the suspect here in the deadly Atlanta shootings is saying this wasn't emotionally motivated, but it's hard to ignore, right?
It is really hard to ignore. And I think, quite frankly, it's horrible to say, actions speak louder than words. He targeted Asian women throughout the metro Atlanta area. And sadly, Asian American women have borne the brunt of racist violence and harassment over the last year. They've also been the subject of racist and misogynistic sexual fetishization. In the US, just to give some perspective here, up to 61% of Asian women experience physical and/or sexual violence by an intimate partner during her lifetime. So we don't know the extent of the shooter's motive, but this kind of framing, which is happening sometimes in the coverage of this, just that he'd had a bad day, is deeply troubling and continues to serve as a vehicle for the shooter to escape culpability for murdering 8 people. So in the end, we want this individual brought to justice. The system needs to allow all of his motives to unfold, but there's no question that we have a rise in violence, hate-fueled violence across this country that needs to be dealt with and needs to be subject of enhanced penalties for individuals who target these kinds of vulnerable populations.
I do want to read one line in particular from your statement. It says, some of the worst mass shootings in our nation's history at Pulse nightclub, which was right here in Orlando, Florida, at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, in a church in Charleston, South Carolina, were motivated by racist hate or bigotry. Guns and hate don't mix. What do we need to do?
That's right. We need to disarm hate, and that involves a variety of things that need to happen. But it's clear that we have problems right now with our background check system, the Brady background check system, which was enacted by Congress 27 years ago. So HR 8 and HR 1446, those are the bills that just passed the House, are critically important to ensure that we bolster the background check system and that we close the loophole that allows 1 in 5 guns to be sold with no background check at all. These bills will fix that. We also need to ensure that other holes in the system that allow, for example, individuals who are unmarried, but where one person is guilty of domestic violence, remove those guns. Right now, we have a boyfriend loophole. Under federal law, if an attacker is not married to the person generally he or she, is attacking, then they're not subject to penalties under law to remove those guns from them. There's all kinds of comprehensive measures that we need to put in place, including also enforcement, by the way. We need to ensure that the ATF, that's the organization that oversees all of the gun dealers in this country, is reasonably staffed and actually focuses on the handful of dealers. We have more gun dealers in this country than McDonald's and Starbucks combined. And about 5% of them are responsible for the vast majority of crime guns sold in this country. Let's focus our resources on them. So we need congressional action, we need enforcement, and we need to educate and really make sure that individuals who have guns in the home, now more than 390 million guns in this country, more guns than people, that they're safely stored. We have to end family fire, and that means storage of guns unloaded, locked, ammunition loaded. Ammunition also locked. That's critically important. We can save many lives just through those comprehensive measures.
For those who say the system's fine, I don't want my rights violated, my First Amendment rights, I don't want to have less access to firearms, guns in particular, what would you say?
For anyone who is a law-abiding person, meaning they are not a convicted felon, they're not a convicted domestic abuser, nothing about the current regime would change in any way. They would still have just as much access to guns and purchasing of guns that they have today. What it would stop, for example, HR 8, what it would stop is someone going into a gun show who could not pass a background check, buying a gun from a private dealer and using that gun to harm someone else. If we don't pass HR 8, that's what's going to continue to happen. And ultimately, yes, the Brady background check system by every court that's looked at it has been upheld as entirely consistent with the Second Amendment. But right now in the US, we're putting our fellow citizens' lives at risk. What about the right to life, to liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? We can't have that if we don't have reasonable public safety in this country. Let's prioritize that, and in a manner that's entirely consistent with the Second Amendment. We don't have to choose. Let's choose public safety and the Second Amendment.
I do want to thank you for correcting me. I just said First Amendment, so correcting me with Second Amendment, I really appreciate that.
No problem.
Is there anything else that you would like to tell me about this or that I may have forgotten to ask?
No, just that we do still live in a democracy. And for those of you listening today, I can assure you, talking to members of the House and Senate, your calls make a big difference in terms of moving bills forward. So if you care about this, one way or the other, but if you care about this, please contact your senators. It's now HR 8 and HR 1446 are pending in the Senate, and ask them to move forward on those bills, those life-saving measures.
All right, the president of Brady, Chris Brown, joining us live this morning. And I'm sure anybody who is interested can look up the statement on the matter online. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Take another live look, everybody, at the White House in Washington, D.C. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We've got a live look at Minneapolis, Minnesota. I don't know who is at the helm, who gets to control these live cameras in all these major cities across the country, but for some reason today, people are moving them around, and I kind of like it because I love traveling, I love seeing different destinations, so we get to travel together and take a look at all these cool sculptures and buildings and the like. So, awesome. All right, everybody, you know me, I like to bring you the lighter, happier news here on News Now from Fox. That's exactly what these next two top stories I have for you here in our morning brief, getting you all up to speed with the top stories from across the country that you want and need to know about. Back out to my home state for this one, the Grand Canyon State Electric, we already did that one. A woman in Arizona has had quite a career on the softball diamond. She's 86 years old and still playing. Fox's Stephanie Olmo has her story.
When on the field, Normaline Franzese is focused.
I just enjoy the guys. I mean, they're all very good. And just the exercise, you know, it's just a very good game.
Franzese has been playing for 50 years, pitching for a variety of leagues around the country. Her performance on the field over the years has even earned her 3 championship rings.
I found out about Norma's history that the lady is amazing what she's all done, and she's still playing and still going. And of course, I got her on my team, and I'm happy to have her.
Now she's been enjoying playing with her neighborhood league. Today, the 86-year-old pitched in the first tournament of the year, which was held at Mont Vista Resort in Mesa.
This morning when I started pitching, I couldn't even hit the plate, so I told my manager, take me out of here. And I stayed in, I got a hit. But so I'm going to try the next inning and see what happens.
However, fans were cheering in the stands.
I want her to enjoy this as much as all the rest of us, and she knows she's struggling a little bit with her pitching nowadays. But it's again, for me, I'm not so much about winning this as I am about just to have fun.
Stephanie Olmo, Fox 10 News.
One of my favorite parts about hosting this show is we get to jump from city to city and coast to coast and everywhere in between. So this is a live look, everybody, just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York City. The sun will be rising here on the East Coast, and this live picture will look a lot different. I will say, everybody, I remember last year around this time, I would take this live picture and there would not be anybody on the streets at all. Not a single vehicle. Nobody walking, nobody riding their bike, nothing, no activity, empty, bare streets. So to see life coming back into New York City from a live picture like this, a lot of people are saying this is the beginning of the end, the light at the end of the tunnel. We're going to get through this coronavirus pandemic together. And you're seeing people here returning to work, returning to school, returning to regular business, handling what they need to do. There's buses going by again, public transportation. Yeah, it sure does feel good. I'm going to take you out now to Las Vegas, Nevada for this next top story. The wedding industry went through some lean months once the pandemic started. It's now looking forward to the return of tourists and a boost in business. Viva Las Vegas, everybody. Fox's Maddie White reports.
The pandemic, as we know, affected Las Vegas tremendously, especially those who work on or around the Strip. I spoke with a member of the weddings industry who tells me how he was able to weather the storm and what part locals played in doing that. When a couple tied the knot here around this time 1 year ago, little did Daniel Valance know those would be the last wedding bells to ring from the Little Church of the West for quite some time.
The chapel was around during the Second World War and remained open, so that to close the doors for a pandemic, seemed extremely strange at the time,
And they had the difficult task of letting hundreds of lovebirds know their nuptials had to be nixed.
The shutdown directly affected between 400 and 500 couples.
At least temporarily, the church had to close for a period, along with the Strip's many casinos. And typical springtime tourism came to a screeching halt, basically overnight, affecting everything. And in the wake of devastation, an unexpected trend emerged, a new form of travel established by locals.
For 6 weeks, the Strip turned into the most impressive cycle lane you've ever seen. And there was hundreds of people every night doing it. There was nothing else to do, you know.
And while the church helped out the locals,
With us being at the south end of the strip, we opened up our parking lot to locals who would leave their cars here, and everyone started cycling down the Las Vegas Strip.
the locals helped out the church.
They kept coming, you know, as soon as we were open again, so that, you know, they kept the lights on for us for the, you know, for those dark months. The locals got us through, you know, and thank you very much.
Now, he says they've never been so busy.
There's now 2 years worth of people that are trying to get married in a 1 year space. So, you know, we've been extremely busy the last couple of months with future bookings.
And while what happened 1 year ago is still hurting so many, it seems it's our resilience that has continuously risen to the surface.
You'll see a reflection of that throughout Las Vegas. You know, I think Las Vegas is often the first place to suffer, you know, economically, but I think it's also the first place that bounces back, you know.
Now he says he feels Las Vegas weddings and wedding chapels are going to make a big comeback because he said there's no better time for an inexpensive wedding than now. I'm Maddie White, Fox 5 News, local Las Vegas.
All right, interesting to see there. Again, everybody, here's a live look. Boston, Massachusetts. When you return, we will get the latest on the Atlanta area shootings ahead of a live shot we have at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome back to News Now from Fox. Everybody, currently taking a live look at Atlanta, Georgia. We have an In Case You Missed It segment coming up here. Police latest update on the Atlanta spa shootings.
You may have at the moment.
So are you saying, when you talk to the suspect, he says he has a sexual addiction issue, but I'm sure you asked him, was this racially motivated? Was this racially motivated?
As the chief indicated, it's still early, but the indicators right now are it may not be. It may be targets of opportunity. Again, we believe that he frequented these places in the past, and and may have been lashing out, and part of that is in your media packet as well.
But the working theory is a sexual addiction issue rather than a racial profile.
During our interviews, we asked that specific question, and that did not appear to be the motive. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate that. I'll turn it over to the next person.
So on yesterday at 5:47, our units responded to 1916 Piedmont Road on a robbery call. Upon arrival, they discovered 3 females shot inside this location. While investigating that location, they received another call at 1907 Piedmont Road where they found another female shot inside that location. Both locations were massage parlors. And at that time, we recognized that we had information previously put out by Cherokee County that they had a similar incident occurring in their jurisdiction. Immediately, the sheriff and I and the chief in that jurisdiction started having conversations, trying to bring things together. As we stated earlier, the collaboration between the different our local and state partners, we immediately start having conversations to coordinate our efforts to determine who the subject that we were looking for. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the quick response of the Sheriff Department identifying, getting their photo and putting that picture out so that we could get a quicker response in identifying the person that was the suspect in this type of incident. Once we were able to get our information and gather our information, coordinate with Cherokee County, we immediately put that out metro-wide, having conversations, again, as I stated, with our federal, state, and local partners. All immediately asked what could they do. All resources immediately started getting involved so that we could bring this to a quick closure. And from that, I'll turn it over to Georgia State Patrol, who concluded with the arrest.
Good morning. Yesterday afternoon, after the 2 incidents occurred here in Fulton and Cherokee counties, there was a lookout put out. There was also intel given. Our GEMA liaison and GEMA and Homeland Security liaison sent out emails letting us know a potential area where the suspect's vehicle may be. The sheriff of Cherokee County reached out to his partner down in Crifts County, who reached out to the Georgia State Patrol in Cordele. And we had a trooper monitoring traffic on I-75 South. The trooper observed the suspect's vehicle traveling south. He started following the vehicle and waited for backup, which included 2 other Georgia State troopers, as well as the sheriff of Crist County and some of his deputies. They initiated a traffic stop and then immediately pitted the vehicle. After the vehicle was pitted, the suspect was taken into custody without further incident and transported to the Crist County Jail.
I do want to add one thing that was not mentioned. I believe Captain Baker shared with us that they determined that the suspect was on his way to Florida, I believe, and perhaps to carry out additional shootings. So again, it really speaks to the coordination and the quick response from law enforcement. For as tragic as this was on yesterday in Metro Atlanta, this could have been significantly worse. And again, I can't express enough my gratitude for the coordination, and the public as a whole should be grateful that this suspect was quickly apprehended, because it is very likely that there would have been more victims on yesterday.
Can you explain a little bit more about what the locations were that we targeted? The sheriff mentioned you had a sexual addiction. Were they places where somebody could have sexual encounters, or were they more traditional spa-like venues?
We are not about to get into victim blaming, victim shaming here. As far as we know in Atlanta, we not had any calls, 911 calls from that location. I believe one minor call on someone stealing some keys. So we don't know additional information about what his motives were, but we certainly will not begin to blame victims. And as far as we know in Atlanta, these are legally operating businesses that have not been on our radar, not on the radar of APD.
Mayor, what's your message to
the surviving victim that was shot outside of this store? Can someone talk to us about that at all?
That's a question for our Cherokee partners.
Thank you. I'm Captain Jay Baker of the Cherokee Sheriff's Office. So that victim is stable. He's in stable condition at Wellstar Kennestone Hospital in Marietta.
Was he caught in the crossfire, or do you think he was
Don't know. And by the way, I agree with the mayor. We're not going to do any victim shaming. We're not sure what his presence was there. And the other people that were killed at that location, we're not going to say whether they were employees or whether they were there just by happenstance. So just don't want to go into that at this time. I do have a press release with their names that we will give y'all when this is over with. So
Is that the only survivor?
that is the only survivor. We had 4 killed and 1 survived.
During the interview with the suspect. The suspect was perhaps upset at these locations for allowing him to have an outlet for his addiction. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, let me go into a little bit of detail. So the suspect did take responsibility for the shootings. He said that early on once we began the interviews with him. He claims that these...
All right, everybody, welcome to News Now from Fox. If you're just joining us here at the top of the 7 o'clock hour, we've been listening in to the latest police update on the Atlanta spa shootings that claimed the life of 8 people. But joining us live right now is Fox 5 Atlanta's Natalie Foltz. And Natalie, we've been staying on top of this story extremely closely, and now we're learning more about the shooter, the confessed shooter, alleged shooter, and possibly a motive behind this.
Yeah, Pilar, good morning to you. You know, in these cases, police really often spend a lot of time trying to figure out that motive. But in this case, they were able to figure it out really quickly. When 21-year-old Robert Long was arrested, police tell us not only did he confess to shooting all 9 people and killing 8, but he said that this was not a racially motivated act. In fact, he admitted that he had a sex addiction and told authorities that this was his way of eliminating that temptation.
So how were police able to identify him?
Okay, so they both happened within less than an hour of each other. So police had the surveillance images from the first place that it happened up in Cherokee County. And once they started releasing those photos, Robert Long's family actually called in to authorities and identified the person in those photos as being their son. And so that's how police were able to connect the dots. A short time later, they actually found him about 150 miles south in Crisp County. The connection there, none. Authorities tell us that he was just arrested there and he was making his way to Florida, where he actually also confessed that he was planning to carry out more attacks.
Yeah, of course, with our News Now from Fox East Coast Hub right here in Central Florida, that definitely piqued our interest when we heard that. But regardless of what state or where or whatever, hearing that he wanted to carry out additional attacks is absolutely positively frightening.
It's just heartbreaking and it's unfathomable. And being out here, you know, this is where it kind of all ended. And the memorial being set up outside of these spas is just, it's just heartbreaking. And it's just, again, it's just so hard to wrap your mind around someone being able to do something like this.
Natalie, anything else that you want or can tell us out there?
You know, I mean, I think the community is really coming together in times of tragedy. It's incredible to see how strangers and loved ones and friends do rally. And that's one thing we're seeing in the community here, not only in Cherokee County, but here in Fulton County, is just so many people coming out to support these families who are just absolutely heartbroken over this tragedy.
All right, Fox 5 Atlanta's Natalie Foltz joining us live. Thank you so much. Taking a live look now, everybody out in Boston, Massachusetts. Look at this bridge, pretty cool. Thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox. We're going to continue to stay on top of the top stories from across the country that you want and need to know about. Fox 5 Atlanta staying on top of the massacre, the shootings that claimed the lives of 8 people, and we will continue to stay on top of any developments as well. So let's take a look at weather in the area. Matter of fact, while we have a chance, because a lot of people in the south and southeast are waking up to these types of weather conditions, but it's not just the south. It appears it's going all the way up to New York as well. So take a look at this system, everybody. Georgia under some weather alerts, as well as the Carolinas today. You've got Virginia, again, all the way up to the state of New York are kind of in this radar, this region area. Kansas City also getting some weather, even the Chicago area as well. So this is a pretty large system that is impacting a lot of Americans across the country. We'll continue to follow it, and if we have any weather developments, we will bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. I do want to continue playing out the latest from police out there in Atlanta on the spot shootings. Then in case you missed it segment here on News Now from Fox.
What's your message to
the surviving victim that was shot outside of the store? Can someone talk to us about that at all?
That's a question for our Cherokee partners.
Thank you. I'm Captain Jay Baker with the Cherokee Sheriff's Office. So that victim is stable. He's in stable condition at Wellstar Kennestone Hospital in Marietta.
Was he caught in the crossfire, or do you think he was a...
Don't know. And by the way, I agree with the mayor. We're not going to do any victim shaming. We're not sure what his presence was there. And the other people that were killed at that location, we're not going to say whether they were employees or whether they were there just by happenstance. So just don't want to go into that at this time. I do have a press release with their names that we will give y'all when this is over with.
Is that the only survivor?
That is the only survivor. We had 4 killed and 1 survived.
During the interview with the suspect.
The suspect was perhaps upset at these locations for allowing him to have an outlet for his addiction. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, let me go into a little bit of detail. So the suspect did take responsibility for the shootings. He said that early on once we began the interviews with him. He claims that these, and as the chief said, this is still early, but he does claim that it was not racially motivated. He apparently has an issue, what he considers a sex addiction, and sees these locations as something that allows him to go to these places, and it's a temptation for him that he wanted to eliminate. Like I said, it's still early on, but those were comments that he made.
Did he discuss any kind of religious motivation for this, or was he responsible?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
Or political?
None political. I've heard nothing about politics.
Any sense of his social media history? Is that something you've been able to look at?
That's something that investigators, and they've been working on it all along, and that's certainly one of the things they'll be doing.
Sheriff, did you have a sense that he understood the gravity of what he did?
When I spoke with investigators that interviewed him this morning, and they got that impression that yes, he understood the gravity of it, and he was pretty much fed up and kind of at the end of his rope, and yesterday was a really bad day for him, and this is what he did.
Remorseful?
I'm not going to go to. I don't know if he was remorseful or not.
You mentioned Florida. Was he a student? Did he live with his parents?
He's 21 years of age. It's my understanding he does not live with his parents. I don't know who he was living with at the time of this incident. I'm not aware of that either. That's some of the things.
Just 2 questions. Just to be clear, the suspect has admitted to the shooting of that.
Yes.
Second, yes, he has.
Yes.
And secondly, there was indication that the family notified you. What indications or what reasons did the family notify you?
We put out an image of a possible suspect very early on in this incident, and we were notified by his family, who were fully cooperative, and we are greatly appreciative of their assistance in this matter.
How did you get the image, Sheriff? Was the image from the surveillance?
Surveillance cameras. So there were several businesses there, and we were able to get images from those.
And then you also ID'd his car, also from
The car, and then of course, obviously, we were able to get in touch with the parents, who identified it from social media that was their child, their son.
You mentioned Florida. Were there any? Did he mention any particular businesses that he was going after?
Just my understanding, it was some type of porn industry in that state that he was wanting to go do some similar act in that location. No additional details at this time.
I'm sorry to clarify, did you say earlier that in interviewing the suspect, he said it was not racially motivated?
He did make that claim.
Despite there not being a racial motivation, there has been a very real set of anti-Asian hate attacks across the country. We've heard from New York City police that they're actually sending resources out of an abundance of caution to their Asian communities across the city. Now, for any of the law enforcement partners here, is there anything similar as far as strategy and extra support for either the Asian American communities in Metro Atlanta or similar businesses like massage parlors?
So obviously, whatever the motivation was for this guy, we know that many of the victims, the majority of the victims, were Asian. We also know that this is an issue that's happening across the country. It is unacceptable, it is hateful, and it has to stop. That being said, we are coordinating in real time to make sure that our communities have the resources that they need. We have not seen a significant uptick in formal complaints within the city of Atlanta, but obviously this is a large metropolitan region. And we know that we're hearing the stories. We're seeing them on television. We're seeing them on social media. So we certainly are aware, and we stand ready to provide any additional resources. But again, because of the quick coordination, when I was on my way home from City Hall last night, when I received the alert that there was a business shooting on Piedmont Road, I immediately called Chief Bryant, who had already been in touch with Cherokee County, and they were already making the connection. So we had a very rapid response, but certainly we will continue to be proactive and provide resources to the extent that we can to make sure that our communities are protected. And again, encouraging anyone. We know many of our communities are sometimes hesitant to bring in law enforcement. If there are things and concerns that are happening in your communities, around your businesses, et cetera, there's nothing too big or too small that we want to be aware of it all to make sure that we can provide resources and respond accordingly.
Can you clarify what sort of weapons were retrieved from his vehicle or did he use in the shooting, and were they all legally obtained weapons?
I can tell you that a 9mm firearm was located in his vehicle when he was taken into custody. Whether it was legally obtained will be one of the things that our investigators will be looking into. And just to be clear, our victims, I know that obviously Atlanta, all their victims were Asian. 2 of our victims were white, in case anyone was unaware of that. We had 2 Asians and 2 whites that were killed at our location. That's one of the things that this time we're not going to go into details about why they were there.
The 9mm, that was the weapon he used?
Well, obviously we'll have to do forensics on the firearm, but we're confident that it is.
But it was the only weapon that you found?
Yes.
Did he have like a bunch of
No other weapons were located in the vehicle.
How much ammunition?
Pardon me?
Do you have a sense of how many times he shot, how much ammunition?
I don't have that information.
Is there any reason to believe that other similar businesses should still be concerned today? Is there still a threat?
To my opinion, that he was acting alone. There's no indication that anyone was working with him, so we're confident that's not going to be a problem.
Can you clarify, you said he was on his way to Florida, where you believe that using the mayor said that you believe he would have engaged in additional acts of violence against similar businesses?
He made a comment to that effect, that he was headed to Florida and that he was going to do similar acts in that state.
And the issue was that he wanted to destroy what had been tempting him?
It sounds to me like these locations, he sees them as an outlet for him, that some things that he shouldn't be doing, and that an issue with porn, and that he was attempting to take out that temptation.
And he had visited both of those locations before? Only 2 more questions.
Pardon me?
He had visited both of those locations?
I'm unaware if he had been to those specific locations. One more? Anybody?
What was the conversation like with his family? Is there anything you can share about that?
I don't want to go into details other than to say that we are really appreciative of the family. Without them, this would not have happened as quickly as it happened. They were very supportive, and certainly this was difficult for them.
Did he resist at all during the arrival?
No, he did not resist.
Mental health. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
And by the way, I'll bring out.
All right, everybody, that's the latest there from the City of Atlanta mayor as well as police on the spa shootings that claimed the lives of 8. You're watching News Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to News Now from Fox. We're taking a live look at the Capitol in Washington, D.C. It looks like they're getting a little bit of precipitation in the area, at least according to this camera, right? And we're also taking a look at what we can expect today on News Now from Fox. There's a lot of interest in the 10 o'clock House Judiciary, Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties Subcommittee holding a hybrid hearing on, quote, discrimination and violence against Asian Americans. So that's going to happen at 10 o'clock this morning. Coming up at 11:30, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy is going to be holding his weekly news conference. 12:30 this afternoon, Press Secretary Jen Psaki holding a briefing with HUD Secretary Fudge. That's going to happen in the White House briefing room. And then way later this afternoon, 3 Eastern time, noon Arizona time, when the News Now from Fox headquarters are getting ready to take things over, or already have. I need to do my math better, everybody, with the time difference. Anyway, at 3 o'clock Eastern, NASA's Green Run hot fire test of the Space Launch System core stage at the Stennis Space Center is going to be happening. Anything NASA, anything space, anything SpaceX and the like, we like to bring you right here on News Now from Fox. So hopefully we will be able to do so a little bit later today. But that's kind of on the agenda, or the lineup that we have for you. Now that we're going to head back on out to the Lone Star State, the state of Texas, where Governor Greg Abbott is talking about minors at the border. It's being called an immigration crisis.
Well, thank everybody for being here today. We have with us Director Steve McCraw, who is the Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety. We have Andrea Sparks, who I will tell you more about before she gives her remarks, as well as Christy Lopez, who works with the leader of what's called Traffic 911, and she'll tell you more about what she does momentarily. Let me begin with this. Across the street from where we gather today at the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center is where the Biden administration is preparing to house up to 3,000 unaccompanied minors who cross the border. Similar sites exist in Carrizo Springs, Texas, as well as Midland, Texas, and that's just as of now. The way that we see the number of unaccompanied minors crossing the border, there's every reason for Americans to expect the number and size of those sites to continue to increase in the coming days. These sites are a direct result of President Biden's reckless open border policies that are causing a surge in border crossings and cartel activity. The administration has yet to provide answers that Texans deserve. How long will these children be here? What countries have they come from, and what COVID variants have they been exposed to? Are they being tested for COVID, and if so, how is the administration handling those who test positive? Is the federal government following CDC quarantine protocols? What happens to these children if they do test positive for COVID, and if they do become ill, who is it that's going to be taking care of them? The Biden administration must also answer for enticing unaccompanied minors into inhumane conditions that expose these children to traffickers, to abuse, and to terror. So far this year, more than 11,000 minors have been apprehended crossing the border into Texas. Children crossing the border rose 60% from January to February to more than 9,400 in February. The number of migrants crossing the border is at the highest since March 2019 and is on pace to hit a 20-year high. On Monday alone, the Border Patrol took in about 280 child migrants in the Rio Grande Valley sector. America needs to know how these children, some are young children, how they are coming across the border, and who is it that is helping these children come across the border. Americans need to know whether or not these children were harmed or abused in any way. They need to know if these children were assisted, coerced, or threatened by cartel members or by human traffickers. Were they forced to carry contraband as they made the trek across Mexico to the American border? All of this is vital information that can help America combat these human traffickers and prevent other children from being victimized. Americans deserve to know what the Biden administration is doing to get those answers. And Americans deserve to know what the Biden administration is doing to go after these human traffickers who are preying upon these young children. The Biden administration, to get those answers, should interview every unaccompanied child coming across the border. They should determine if any child has been harmed in any way or victimized by human traffickers. Things like this are already being done very professionally and very compassionately for children in America who are victims of human trafficking. The children coming across the border, they may share information about human traffickers or other abusers. This information can help us root out human trafficking as well as other criminal activity. Now, doing these things is the federal government's responsibility. But once again, it is Texas stepping up and doing what the federal government should be doing. Weeks ago, I launched Operation Lone Star to help secure the border and combat the smuggling of people and drugs into Texas. The Texas Department of Public Safety has deployed 1,000 DPS officers, agents, and rangers to support Operation Lone Star. Today, we are expanding the scope of Operation Lone Star to crack down on human trafficking. The Department of Public Safety will work with the already long-standing Governor's Child Sex Trafficking Team, as well as with other organizations and agencies that have experience in dealing with human trafficking and child trafficking. The Texas Department of Public Safety has been and will be apprehending unaccompanied minors who cross the border. And when they do, they will be seeking information about human traffickers as well as other crimes that may have occurred. Today, I am directly asking the Biden administration to allow the Texas Department of Public Safety to access this facility across the street at the K. Bailey Hutchinson Center, as well as the other federally run facilities in Texas, to be able to talk to these unaccompanied minors. We must get to the bottom of the human trafficking and put an end to it. The thought of any child suffering at the hands of human traffickers is completely unacceptable. We have a duty to crack down on this heinous crime and to prevent more children from being trafficked and abused. And our mission is especially important now with a massive surge in border crossings and with an administration in Washington that has not laid out a clear plan about how to address this challenge about human trafficking, or candidly, to be able to address the massive surge that's coming across the border. So whether it's securing the border or fighting human trafficking, the state of Texas will always step up and fill in the gaps that are left open by Washington. And I want to thank the brave men and women of the Texas Department of Public Safety who are on the front lines every single day. Their efforts are vital to work to address this humanitarian crisis and to keep our community safe. Leading the charge in keeping our community safe is Director Steve McCraw of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Governor, thank you. Certainly it's not my position to comment on policy, and as you know, we abhor having to do so, but sometimes, unfortunately, seemingly compassionate decisions made by our federal government, or federal courts for that matter, have resulted in the mass migration of women and children to Texas and elsewhere. And when that happens, it overwhelms Border Patrol immediately. And of course, the governor launched Operation Lone Star, obviously, because the cartels are leveraging those gaps that have been created by overwhelming Border Patrol and putting them in the defense in terms of detaining and all the resources they have to commit towards taking care of these children, which they must do, which is so vitally important. And it's important that they interview each of these and find out what has happened. But I can tell you that the challenge they have in interviewing these children is this, is they've been threatened by the cartels. When the cartel says, if you talk, we're going to go kill your families, they actually mean that. And if you're in Mexico or Central America from there, they have a great distrust of law enforcement and concern, and they believe that when the cartels say that. So it's a challenge to detect those things and work this. But in Texas, as the governor pointed out, we cherish children. It doesn't matter where they're from, and we have an obligation to pursue all crimes against children, regardless of where it happened. And unfortunately, many of these children, when they're brought across, are preyed upon by individuals amongst the smugglers, by the cartel operatives and others. So the challenge for us is in supporting the Border Patrol, stepping forward and doing what the state of Texas expects is ensuring that even on the front line, our troopers are trained in the interdiction and protection of children, identifying the indicators where children have been abused, when they have been sexually assaulted, and people that accompany with them that are suspicious. I mean, in March alone, there's sex offenders that have been convicted and deported or captured with among illegal aliens coming across family units and unaccompanied children. It's important that we identify those things, pursue those things, and ensure there's no crimes. What's often not mentioned, we recognize that the gaps create that methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, if you got a drug problem in the U.S., it's coming through the border. We recognize that, and they're exploiting children for that purpose. The other part, what people don't realize, is there's another, this category we'll call for, just for this purposes, we'll call a high-value migrant. And unfortunately, those that have been involved, and there's some behind me that have been involved in sex trafficking investigations, what happens is young women from Central America and Mexico are lured to Texas on the promise of a service industry job or a nanny or some other job. And when they come here to the United States, and there's a case that we're just discussing, and thank you for what you do in helping us with our investigations. There's the case that it would stain your soul if you saw what would happen. What people will do to mankind that are most precious, the children, is just amazing. It's just sickening. And what they would do is promise these jobs. They get them here. They debrief them fully to know where their families are. How can they get contact? Because if they escape, they can compel them back by threatening their families. And it's happened. And they'll bring them over as young as 13 years old. And after they debrief them, they'll gang rape them. And then they'll compel them to prostitution. And I don't care if it's 15 minutes for $45. Some of the most brutal things you've seen done to children happen in the U.S. And right now we're concerned about it. I know the governor's concerned about it. I know that Andrew Sparks is concerned about it. Others that care about children from around the world as victims. This is an opportunity for the sex industry to exploit it. Certainly the cartels benefit when these gaps occur, when this mass migration happens. They benefit. But so does the gangs that support them on both sides of the border, and so does the sex trafficking industry, trying to feed this unending demand for trafficking, and the more high value of the trafficking is the young children. So it's clearly a high priority department. I know the governor talked about it. We discussed it yesterday that the Department of Public Safety, I mean, he's made it clear, the state legislature's made it clear, is that it's everybody's job. Is human trafficking, particularly sex trafficking. And that, when I say everybody, that means a Texas state trooper needs to be an expert in it. A special agent, a DPS special agent, needs to be an expert in it. So does our intelligence analysts, and so does Texas Rangers. And we employ all of those resources to try to address this heinous crime. And of course, and consistent with Operation Lone Star, Governor, we've stood up the state. This is the North Texas region, and we're prepared to do interviews, to look for any clues or any opportunities to pursue anyone that would violate any of these children or any other children, and certainly engage in sex trafficking. So thank you, Governor.
Thank you. And it's my expectation that the Biden administration will allow you and your team into this convention center to visit with the children who they are putting into that convention center later on today. So next, I want to introduce Andrea Sparks, and I want to tell you about her so you can understand the perspective that she speaks from. Andrea is the director of the governor's child sex trafficking team, where she's been for about 4 years. The team promotes policies to prevent child sexual exploitation and to bring exploiters to justice. Andrea's team has become a national leader in efforts to prevent child exploitation and to support the criminal justice system in holding exploiters accountable. After graduating from the University of Texas School of Law, she served as a staff attorney at the Texas Supreme Court. After that, she went on to represent both children and families in child protection cases. Before coming to the governor's office, she served as the executive director of the Texas Regional Office for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Andrea Sparks.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for assembling us here today to talk about this very, very critical issue. We are very concerned at the child sex trafficking team about the youth and the children who are coming across the border. They are in a perfect storm of vulnerability. We've heard stories that kids as young as 6 are crossing the border alone. And they are scared, they are confused, and they are very likely to end up in the hands of an exploiter from what we know about human trafficking and how it works. Our team has been at work for almost 5 years now, Governor, to build the model, the Texas model for commercially sexually exploited youth. And we have a system in place that can help any child, every child, who is identified as a victim of exploitation. So we work every day and are committed to preventing, identifying, and addressing child exploitation, whether that comes in the form of a pimp or a gang or a family.
Again, everybody, we've been listening in to the state of Texas officials talking about minors at the U.S.-Mexico border. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. On the other side of that break is a live interview.
Advocacy centers and at many other child serving agencies across the state of Texas. We do that so that these kids get the safety that they need and deserve and the services and supports they need to not only heal from their trafficking experience, but in order to thrive as a person, as a human being. And so with us today is one of those service providers, and I'm going to let her talk to you all in a minute. We do have specially trained advocates and case managers like Christy all over the state of Texas in over 130 counties who can provide crisis intervention, long-term case management, and that trauma-informed care and supportive relationship that these kids need, especially if they're being exploited. And we stand ready, Governor and Director McCraw, to work with you as always to make sure that every child in Texas is protected from exploitation.
Thank you very much. And as you mentioned, one of your partners is an organization, the name of which is Traffic 911. And from that organization, we have with us here today, Christy Lopez.
Thank you for having us, Governor. I am an advocate with Traffic 911, and it is our pleasure to partner with the Governor's Office to ensure that any and all exploited children and youth in North Texas have access to services, are able to receive trauma-informed care, and that are able to connect with the safe and healthy relationships that they need to heal and thrive. Soy una trabajadora con Traffic 911 y como organización colaboramos con la oficina del gobernador para asegurarnos de que todos y cada uno de los niños y jóvenes que son explotados en el norte de Texas tengan acceso a servicios, puedan ser conectados con el cuidado apropiado.
Engaged in border surges exactly like what we're doing now. From the first session that I was governor, the state legislature appropriated almost $1 billion for every biennium from the beginning until now, so that we do have the resources to deploy not only the Texas Department of Public Safety, but also the National Guard. And so for this entire time, moving in different numbers, but also maintaining a constant presence, both the Texas Department of Public Safety and the National Guard have been involved. There is something different this time, and far more prolifically than in the past. Quite often in the past, there has been a large number of single adults or family units coming across the border. What we're seeing now is far more prolific numbers.
Well, welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a live look now at the White House in Washington, D.C. Looks like they're getting some weather moving through the area. Man, I thought the White House was just lit in green for St. Patrick's Day, but look at that fountain. It's also dyed green. We get some really cool vantage points and live pictures here to show you, everybody, on News Now from Fox. Speaking of live, currently joining us is Jonathan Greenblatt. He is the CEO of the Anti-Defamation League, ADL for short. And of course, it's because we continue to get reactions about the deadly massacre that happens near Atlanta, Georgia, the spa shootings that claimed the lives of 8 people. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. And how are you doing?
Well, thank you for having me. I'm doing fine. I think this morning, all of us are still shocked and saddened by those killings and standing in solidarity with the Asian American and Pacific Islander community.
Yeah, so you guys put out a statement. What did it say?
Well, essentially, look, the ADL is the oldest anti-hate group in the world. We were founded over 100 years ago after the lynching of a Jewish man, indeed, outside of Atlanta. But one of the things that we believe is that even though, like, I'm a white Jewish man, an attack on the Asian American community is still an attack on me, that all of us in this moment really need to stand together. And we've seen too much fear mongering against Asian Americans for far too long. And I think it's important that not just they in their community, but all of us speak out and stand up and say that this is unacceptable, this is un-American, and we just won't tolerate it.
So one of the main questions I wanted to ask you, we just finished playing the news conference from yesterday with the Atlanta mayor and the police, and they're saying that the suspect has said, even though he's confessed to the shootings, he's saying this was not racially motivated. What's your response to that?
Well, I guess there are a few things to unpack in that kind of claim. So first of all, Georgia, which was one of 4 states that didn't have a hate crimes law, Pilar, until just last year. The authorities certainly look for clear, explicit evidence of motive before they'll apply the hate crimes charge to enhance, if you will, an ordinary offense. They look for specific, explicit intent to harm an individual or an institution because of some immutable characteristic like race or religion or national origin or gender, et cetera. Nonetheless, there are 2 things I would really drill down on here. Number one, the reality is that this man who says he had a sexual addiction or whatever didn't choose to kill women at random. He specifically identified and targeted so-called sort of Asian massage parlors. He sought them out with the intent to murder the women in those places. So there was something very premeditated and intentional. And in his mind, he connected these Asian American business establishments with people who he wanted to murder. So whether he said this is a hate crime against Asians doesn't really matter. Through his actions, he actually manifested a hatred toward Asians, which I think is pretty clear.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's okay. I just think the second thing that I think is really relevant is we do need to recognize this is happening after more than a year of rising rhetoric against Chinese American and Asian American people in general. I mean, we've been tracking this at the ADL. We're a bit of an early warning system on hate. We started to see it last February when the reports just started to come in about the novel coronavirus coming out of China, and people in positions of authority started fear-mongering. The group Stop AAPI Hate tracked more than 3,800 anti-Asian incidents in the past 12 months, more than 3,800. So whether or not, again, this man said, I want to kill Asian people, we all need to understand that the Asian American community has a great deal of anxiety and fear right now. They already felt traumatized. And the crime, the heinous crime that happened this week only amplifies that sense of anxiety and fear.
Mr. Greenblatt, we wanted to speak to you this morning ahead of a House hearing. It's the House Judiciary, Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties Subcommittee holding a hybrid hearing. Of course, that means virtual and in person on, quote, discrimination and violence against Asian Americans. How does it make you feel that even knowing a hearing like this is on the docket?
I think it's really important. I'm glad you asked that question, Pilar. I think for far too long, the model minority myth, the other perceptions about Asians, have prevented sort of the broader population from realizing what they deal with on a continual basis. But the reality is that the API community has increasing profile and presence right? In political leadership, I think maybe Senator Hirono is leading the hearing today, but both in the House and the Senate, we see it in the new cabinet of the Biden administration. We see it in business and education and the arts. And yet, though they have achieved, their own stories need to be heard, right? So I think it's important that this hearing is happening. I think it's going to be revealing. I know we'll be watching it at ADL.
Xenophobia, hate, racism. We've been talking about these words for decades, for centuries. Yeah. Are we ever going to get to a place where we're not?
Well, you know, this is really like the fundamental issue. I mean, I think it's important to note for your viewers to hear, you know, a lot of times I think there's a tendency to politicize hate, right? To say, oh, it was just this guy or that elected official. The reality is that hate existed, if you will, before the prior administration. It will persist long afterwards, right? The reality is hate is a feature of the human condition. It has simply been with us for the ages. Anti-Semitism, anti-Jewish hate, it's often called the oldest hatred because we've got documented examples of it happening over thousands of years. That being said, though it's, I think, a part of our existence, that doesn't mean we can stand down. In fact, I think it means we need to speak out, push back, not accept this part of the status quo. And I must say, I think America is the greatest country in the history of the world, and how it's brought together people from all countries, from all walks of life, given so many opportunities. And so if we really want to realize the aspiration of the founding fathers, e pluribus unum, whether you're a Latina woman, a Jewish man, an Asian American person, African American, Muslim, however you identify, we are all in this together, and fighting hate is all of our responsibility.
The statement that you guys put out yesterday, it was a joint statement, not just from the ADL, but also the Committee of 100. Can you please elaborate and tell me who they are?
The Committee of 100 is so important. They are an organization of Chinese Americans. They were founded maybe 20 years ago. Yo-Yo Ma was one of the original people who put it together to build relations between China and the United States. And this is something that I, as a Jewish person, really relate to. So there are Chinese Americans who are loyal, deeply loyal to this country, who yet want to see better relations between the US and China. And our interests aren't always aligned. That's pretty clear. You know, the government in Beijing does a lot of things that we deeply disagree with, profoundly. And yet, that doesn't dissipate from the love and the patriotism that Americans living here may feel for their ancestral homeland. And I relate to this as a Jewish person, because I am profoundly and unabashedly a patriotic American, but I also have an affinity for my ancestral homeland of Israel, right? It is the homeland of the Jewish people. And so I think just like American Jews want better relations between the US and Israel, so too do many Chinese Americans want better relations. And the Committee of 100 is an organization founded for that purpose. So in this moment, for the ADL and the Committee of 100 to come together and to say, despite the fact that we are not exactly the same, we think America has to push back against hate. I think that's a profoundly important moment. And honestly, Pilar, it's an amazing American moment that these two different groups can come together and say, America is no place for hate.
I do want to read a specific line. It says, quote, with additional funding, education, and action, there is a chance to put these horrific incidents in the past and move forward as a nation.
I absolutely believe that, like I said earlier, while hate has been with humanity since the beginning of time, it is still a learned, product. As in, with education and programming, we can teach young people, kids, not to hate. And at the ADL, we deeply believe we've got to do advocacy to change laws to protect all Americans, regardless of how they identify. And we need to work with law enforcement to arrest the perpetrators and make sure they are fully prosecuted for their crimes. But ultimately, the best way to stop stereotypes is to interrupt the intolerance before it takes root. So the ADL was committed decades ago, not just to try to arrest our way out of hate, but to change hearts and minds. Today, we're one of the largest providers in the country of anti-bias education for children. And look, there's nothing, sinister about it. It's about helping young people understand that America is indeed a melting pot. And at the same time, it's a mosaic, and all different people from different walks of life, from different nationalities, from different faiths, can come together in ways that make this country richer for that experience. So I believe in this kind of work. And I think with education, we've got an opportunity to ensure that the next generation doesn't carry on this, if you will, virus of hate. Education is the best vaccination against prejudice.
You've been very elaborate and passionate this morning. Really appreciate it. But I just wanted to ask, is there anything else you'd like to tell me or our viewers?
Well, the one thing I would note is that, again, we are living in a very precarious moment, Pilar. Yesterday, the ADL, which again has been tracking extremists for decades and decades, we released a really important report on white supremacist propaganda. And in 2020, we saw more incidents of white supremacist propaganda in this country than the ADL has ever tracked, more than at least a decade. We saw well over 5,100 acts of leafleting, flyering, stickering, banners, demonstrations, events all over the United States, in all 49 states, with the exception of Hawaii. It averages out, Pilar, to 14 incidents a day, and it was nearly double the number in 2019. So we released this report in the morning, and then last night, the Department of Homeland Security released their report that said that domestic extremism is the single most significant threat to the homeland. So I've got to say, we've got this hate we're dealing with in Atlanta. We've got a rise in domestic extremism. All of us need to come together, whether you're in civil society, business, in the media, elected office. We need a whole of society of strategy to really tackle this threat once and for all.
All right, Anti-Defamation League CEO Jonathan Greenblatt joining us live this morning. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at Capitol Hill. More news now from Fox is 2 minutes away. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We're taking a live look at a major street in Boston, Massachusetts. Looks like it's right by a Home Depot. Not too familiar with the suburbs of Boston because this doesn't look like it's exactly in the city there. But regardless, you can see the current weather and traffic conditions out there, and it's a live picture that we have to bring you. So I wanted to show it off here on News Now from Fox. And just as quickly as we are in Boston, we can be in Dallas, Texas. Take a look at this. Pretty cool live picture. Sun has yet to rise there in the Lone Star State. Then we can also stay in Texas and head on out to El Paso. The live look from the Franklin Mountains there. El Paso and Ciudad Juarez sharing the U.S.-Mexico border. A lot of eyes have been on it in regards to what many are calling an immigration crisis. Coming up next here on News Now from Fox, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis actually had a busy day yesterday. He made two speeches, two formal official remarks about the COVID-19 pandemic. One kind of general overall, and the next about vaccine distribution. So we're going to listen into the latter right here on News Now from Fox. If any news breaks across the country or worldwide, we've got a camera there, we've got information, and we can bring it to you. That's exactly what we will do. Again, you're watching News Now from Fox. Thanks for being here.
How you guys doing? Good to see you. We're excited. I want to thank Chairman Dave Eggers, Chairman of the Pinellas County Commission. I think I've known Dave for about 30 years, probably, since I was 12 years old. So he's a great guy. He's doing a great job. We're excited here for this site. This site will be offering 500 Pfizer vaccines per day, but we've also decided to surge 2,000 Johnson & Johnson. So they're doing about 200 a day. So this is kind of a 10-day pump with J&J. The site is open to individuals age 60 and older. And, obviously we still haven't done every senior that wants it. But, man, we've sure done a lot. We've done over 3 million seniors in the state of Florida have gotten shots. We're closing in on having done 2/3 of all seniors. Pinellas isn't quite there, so hopefully this will be another push to be able to get more and more in Pinellas. And I don't know what the ultimate demand is going to be. I think what we've seen in some counties that have gotten into the mid-70s with their senior vaccination rates, it does start to peter out. And so I don't think you're going to have 90% demand. I think probably 2/3 to 75% is probably where we'll end up. We're pretty close to that. Obviously, we're opening it up to 60 to 64, which seems like it's been going well. The reports have been good around the state. I think partially is because when we started 65 and plus, we had 4.5 million seniors. Most of them wanted it. And then we had about 200,000 doses a week to cover that many people. Well, obviously the demand was much more intense, and that's gotten better. And we're still not where we want on supply. Our supply is pretty stagnant, it seems like, over the next few weeks. Probably about 400,000 initial doses, Pfizer and Moderna. We have no more J&J coming for the foreseeable future. For the next 2 or 3 weeks, we're not anticipating any new J&J. And I don't know what the issue with that is. Hopefully we'll get more of that soon. But I think because we've obviously done millions of people, the 60 to 64, there's about 1.4 million Floridians in that age bracket. Not all of them want it. Many of them do. So I think it's been a little bit easier to get the appointments than maybe it had been 2 months ago. And obviously as the supply increases, we're going to be continuing to do that. I'm not going to announce yet, but we definitely will lower to 55 sometime in March. I think we can get that done even at the current stagnant supply. We're looking at the demand, seeing, when we first did this at pharmacies, if you logged on 5 minutes too late, all the thousands of appointments would just be gone in a matter of minutes. Well, now if you log on, it's a little bit easier to do it. Now they still get taken up, but it doesn't happen in 2 or 3 minutes like it used to. So that's a sign that it's a little bit better equilibrium. So as soon as we start to see more availability, then you lower the age to 55. But I'm pretty confident. I mean, we have 1.4 million people age 60 to 64. Florida's done, I think, over 300,000 just in that age group. Obviously, we're doing more every day. And I think that lowering that age is something that's going to happen hopefully pretty soon. So as soon as we have the announcement, we just want to make sure when we do the announcement that we don't create a crush on the system. We still have seniors that are getting shots, which is great. Obviously the 60 to 64, and it's about another 1.5 million Floridians when you go down that extra 5 years from 60 to 55. So you just have to be able to absorb it. But I think we'll be able to do it. And look, we believe Seniors First works. If you look at the rolling average of cases, it's down 75, 80, 90%, depending on, when you look from January or February to here among senior citizens. And that's really the point of this, to try to have the vaccine for the people that need it the most and that are going to be more at risk than, say, somebody that's 22 and very healthy. And throughout the whole pandemic, Florida ranks 41st for senior mortality. In other words, 40 states have higher per capita mortality for COVID for seniors than the state of Florida. And I think part of that is a testament to good medical care in the state with our doctors and nurses. Part of it is, we protected nursing homes in ways, as we're seeing, that many of these other states did not. But also with the vaccines, we think that we've tried to put the vaccines where they can do the most use. So we're going to continue doing that. As I mentioned, we've done over 3 million seniors have gotten shots, and we're closing in on 2/3 of all seniors in Florida getting shots. That'll happen. Probably those numbers, as they're reported, they lag. It probably has already happened, but certainly that'll be reported out over the next couple of days. So we're really excited about that. We're also excited to be able to announce further expansion in retail pharmacy availability. So beginning this weekend, Walgreens is increasing the number of stores offering vaccines from 126, which we just announced an expansion last week. They're expanding again. So there's going to be 223 Walgreens throughout the state of Florida that will offer COVID vaccine shots. CVS is also increasing. We announced a recent expansion to CVS. Now they're going from 157 stores to 182 stores statewide. And so those Walgreens and CVS, this is their bread and butter. They do it very well. The more we can get those stores to have vaccine, I think the easier it is going to be for Floridians to be able to do it. So if you add those expansions, 223 Walgreens, 182 CVS's, we have 730 Publix throughout the state that's offering it. We're now up to 204 Walmarts and Sam's Club, mostly Walmart, but some Sam's Club throughout the state. And then we have 43 Winn-Dixies throughout the state that are offering it. So in Pinellas County alone, we have 42 Publix pharmacies that are offering shots, 13 CVS pharmacies offering shots, 10 Walmart pharmacies, and 2 Sam's Club. So that's a pretty good footprint from a retail level. Of course, you have this site here. We also have the site in St. Pete that's doing 9,300 shots a week there in conjunction with the county. So we feel like there's a lot of good things going on here in Pinellas. And our site at in Pinellas Park at Mainlands was very successful. We did 3,000 seniors over 3 days. They were very appreciative of doing that. That helped get the numbers and the coverage in Pinellas up. We did that many weeks ago, but that's really, really good. So we're also doing stuff with rural communities. If you look at the senior coverage rates in Florida, every single county that has a sizable population is over 50% now of seniors. The ones that are still in the 40s are mostly these rural counties. So we do have a rural program where we're doing outreach to try to get as many seniors. I will say the demand is not uniform across every section of our state. That's just the reality. So there's some of those rural counties we've offered the surge vaccine, and they said, you know what, we're having a tough time filling out the existing appointments. There's other counties like Highlands. We surged there about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. They went from like 35%, they're like 55, 60% of seniors now. So that one obviously worked. But we are continuing to work with our rural communities just to try to get the coverage rate up as high as we can. And we're also doing more on the homebound seniors program, which I think has been very successful. We've had some seniors here in Pinellas, some World War II vets, great folks, and we're happy to be able to do it. So I think that if we're not getting more J&J, I think the J&J has been very popular. I didn't know how people were going to react to it because the clinical data was fantastic, but it was presented in the media somehow being less effective, when it really wasn't less effective for preventing death and serious hospitalization. It was really a little less effective for mild, like a cold-like symptom. But that's not why we're concerned about this. We're concerned we want to keep people out of the hospital, obviously save lives, and J&J's been proven to do that. So we didn't know, so we put it out. And I'll tell you, everyone has been really interested in the J&J. You do one dose, and then you do. So everyone here that's doing J&J, they're not going to have to set up a site back here again in 3 weeks or 4 weeks to be able to give a second. They don't need to. Now, they'll do it for the Pfizer. But as you do J&J, people do it, and they're able to go on by their way. So we think that that's something that's been very positive. As we get more allocated for J&J, we'll obviously let everybody know that. We want to get that out. But I just want people to understand, if you've been waiting for J&J and you have an opportunity to get a Pfizer or Moderna, I'd recommend getting the Pfizer or the Moderna if you can do it, because I can't guarantee you there's J&J is going to be available next week or the week after, or even, unfortunately, we're looking maybe 2 to 3 weeks into the future where we don't have J&J allocation. So that's just what we're looking at. It's beyond our control. So just keep that in mind, because if you're able to get Pfizer now, you could have the booster done probably by the time any new J&J shipments are going to come. And we'll also be updating people. If we do get more allocations of Pfizer or Moderna, we will. But we've been very flat now for a couple weeks, and it looks like the couple weeks into the future is going to be very flat as well. The federal pharmacy program, they've gotten some slight increases, but nothing earth-shattering. I think if we get the J&J to start flowing, a little bit more on Pfizer, Moderna, once that happens, you'll be able to open it up to everybody, I think, because I think the supply will be sufficient. We're not quite there yet, better than where we were 2 months ago, but still not getting the type of doses where it's just going to be readily available for everyone without an appointment or anything like that. Finally, I'll just point out, we got this federal stimulus money that's supposed to come down the pike. They did the formula so that states like Florida that have low unemployment get less money. So we're actually getting penalized for keeping our businesses safe or keeping our businesses solvent, keeping people employed. And then you have states like California that have almost twice the unemployment as Florida, have been locked down, no kids in school. COVID metrics, really for seniors, they're worse than us in COVID metrics, and yet they're getting much more money. New York is getting much more money than they are per capita. So my view was you should just give it based on population. They didn't do that. They decided to penalize Florida, penalize Georgia, and reward Illinois and New Jersey, New York, and California. Nevertheless, we're getting some money. So I put out a supplemental budget request yesterday. We think we're going to get between $9 and $10 billion. I only recommended for now $4.1 billion of that. So some of that will be our Department of Transportation work program to make sure none of the projects are delayed. They had to delay some of them because of the revenue outlook. Now the revenue outlook's gotten better, but being able to put that in there will be really good. We want to keep these projects going. We're also doing $1 billion for an emergency response fund. Now what happens is when a hurricane comes or COVID or anything we're doing emergency, we take general revenue, we go do the expenditures, and then we got to wait for FEMA to reimburse some of this stuff. Well, we're going to have a fund set up, $1 billion. Everything will be paid out of there. The reimbursements will go back into that fund. We will never have to touch, hopefully, general revenue again. So I think it makes a lot of sense to do that. Obviously, we'll still have some expenses with COVID. Knock on wood, hopefully we don't have a busy hurricane season, although last season was very busy, and all things considered, we had a little bit of the panhandle, some other stuff, but it could have definitely been a lot worse. So hopefully we get through hurricane season without any major disasters, but I think that's going to be good. We're also doing $1 billion for our Resiliency Florida initiative. As you see these storms, as you see flooding, sea level rise, we're going to build more infrastructure to be able to guard against that. I think that'll actually help us reduce property insurance in this state if they see us making those types of investments. So I think that that's a good thing as well. And we're also doing $200 million to do a $1,000 bonus to every sworn law enforcement officer, firefighter, and EMT who've been working really hard over the past year. So I think that that's a good thing to do. Yeah, you guys are going to get, there you go. Maybe I can hand out the checks at the 9/11 when I visit you guys. We'll see. So, but I think that that's good. We're also recommending the legislature appropriate some of the money to address some needs with our National Guard who've worked very hard. I get a lot of great correspondence for people who, when they go to get the vaccine, they think like it's going to take 10 hours, whatever, and they go in, they say, look, it's efficient. We had a good time, all this stuff. And a lot of times they'll cite the National Guard's involvement when the National Guard's involved in these sites. So they've done a great job, so we want to be able to do that. But I only recommended a fraction of this. There's a lot of money for the legislature. We'll work with them on what would make sense on some of those things. I just did a civics proposal today from some of the older CARES money involving education, and we want the legislature to work with us to appropriate that. So I think if you go back, and I saw this on Fox, they're like, Florida's got a $2.6 billion shortfall. Understand, that was done in April.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for watching News Now from Fox on this Thursday, March 18th, almost to the end of another week. You are currently listening in to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speak in one of the many press conferences that he held yesterday in the state of Florida, updating the public on the latest surrounding the vaccine distribution efforts happening in the Sunshine State. Speaking of the Sunshine State, it's not really sunny right now. Cloudy day here, taking a live look over the SunTrust building in Orlando, Florida, courtesy of Fox 35 Orlando. That is where we here at the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub are located, and that is where I am joining you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I am joining you here again from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you the next couple of hours before you get Rain Augustine on here for another couple of hours, and then we pass things along to our News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. And be sure to tune in to News Now from Fox on the weekends, where you not only have Rain Augustine, but you have Stephanie Weaver hosting the show from Los Angeles, California. So a nationwide operation here at News Now from Fox. If you are new to our show, we are a nonstop stream of breaking news, live events, and stories unfolding across the country. We do live interviews and play events and press conferences in their entirety to let you make your own opinions. The hosts here provide very little commentary and let you make your own decisions about what is happening around the country. We have lots of top stories and headlines to cover here on our show this morning, continuing to follow the tragic, deadly massage parlor shootings in Atlanta, Florida. And we are continuing to also follow the severe weather that is being experienced and felt across the South. I'm actually going to take you to a live look of our XRAD radar, and you can see a system over North Carolina, parts of northern Florida, east of Tennessee. So stay with us here on News Now from Fox. Actually, in just a couple of minutes, we will be joined by someone with the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center, who's going to be talking about what the South has seen so far. We've gotten reports of more than 20 suspected tornadoes that have already slammed the South, and the video that we are getting is pretty crazy. So we want to show that to you here and bring on a professional in the weather industry to kind of let you know what we can expect moving forward into today and tomorrow. We here in Central Florida and along with parts of northern Florida are expected to feel some heavy rain and storms late into tonight and early into tomorrow morning, according to our Fox 35 meteorologist team. So lots to cover here on News Now from Fox. Going to take you out to the White House in our nation's capital, where you can actually see the green fountain in front of the White House still lit up for St. Patty's Day. If you tuned into our show a little bit earlier, you also saw the White House lit up green. So the president and vice president celebrating St. Patty's Day with numerous panels yesterday, talking to Irish leaders and celebrating the holiday as best as we can in a pandemic. But there is still plenty of news out of Washington, D.C., taking you out there because the White House is scrambling to contain the emerging immigration crisis along the southern border. It comes as the House is about to consider legislation today to offer new protections to millions of illegal immigrants. Fox News correspondent Douglas Zader has more from Washington.
Well, these new measures are likely to pass the House. The Senate, though, is another matter, especially with what's playing out now along the border. Buses began to arrive at the Dallas Convention Center, being used to house unaccompanied children who have been streaming across the border in recent days. Its capacity, 3,000, billed as just a temporary solution.
I'm not spending any time on the language that we use.
The Secretary of Homeland Security was careful not to use the word crisis when he testified before Congress yesterday, but there were heated exchanges.
How many more Ambers have to be kidnapped across America before you will take action?
I find that question to be extraordinarily disrespectful.
I'm
Thank
sorry
Mr.
that you
Chairman.
feel that way. I'm sure the American people feel very disrespected about the border situation they're facing right now.
Today, the House is expected to vote on a bill that would offer legal status and paths to citizenship for 2 million illegal immigrants who came to the country when they were children. But the children who are now arriving are creating new headaches for the administration, which appears to be limiting access now for the news media near the border.
It certainly seems like there's an element of secrecy here. Why?
I certainly wouldn't characterize it that way.
But the numbers are stark. On average, 565 children are caught crossing the border each day now, an 80% increase over just a month ago. And that is despite President Biden's message that immigrants should stay in place for now until the border is better prepared. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for the report. Again, continuing to follow the crisis, as some are calling it, along the U.S.-Mexico border. If you tuned into our show yesterday, you actually saw us report that the Dallas Convention Center was expecting buses of 3,000 migrant children, because as more children are discovered at the U.S.-Mexico border, there are reports of very crowded facilities to house them. So we are continuing to follow that story, along with the story that is making headlines across the world and sparking reaction. We are taking a live look in Atlanta, Georgia, where it's a very foggy day. They were actually expected to see some of the severe weather as the effects of the systems moving across the south. They are actually under tornado watch. It's issued in several counties across South Atlanta. So we will continue to follow the weather stories out there as well. But law enforcement officials regarding the spa shooting yesterday said the suspect in the 3 deadly shootings at an Atlanta area spa confessed his guilt, saying his motive stemmed from a sexual addiction. Fox 5 Atlanta's Natalie Fultz is going to give us more details on what we know about the alleged attacker.
And everybody's scared, so everybody hiding. Chilling 911 calls released from the massage parlor massacre. Police say 21-year-old Robert Long confessed to shooting 9 people, 8 of whom died. The horrific nightmare started in Cherokee County at Young's Asian Massage Tuesday night. Authorities say Long opened fire inside, shooting 5 people, killing 4.
I'm lost, I'm confused, I'm hurt. I just want to see her one more time.
Margaret Rushing's daughter was one of the women killed. Her daughter was at the parlor with her husband when Long came in. Then less than an hour later, the tragedy continued in Fulton County at the Aromatherapy Spa and Gold Spa on Piedmont Road. 4 more people shot and killed. But after releasing surveillance photos of the gunman, Long's parents recognized him and immediately called police. Georgia state troopers captured Long 150 miles away in Crisp County. Once in custody, investigators say he confessed.
He does claim that it was not racially motivated. He apparently has an issue, what he considers a sex addiction, and sees these locations as something that allows him to go to these places, and it's a temptation for him that he wanted to eliminate.
All right, thank you to Natalie Fultz for that report. She has been live all morning giving updates on this situation. We actually did do a live report with her a little bit earlier this morning, and we are continuing to follow the way the world and certain states and cities in our nation are reacting to this attack, a very tragic situation. I actually do want to take you out to a live picture we have of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's because several organizations, groups, and city leaders held a candlelight vigil in Chinatown to honor the victims of all forms of anti-Asian violence. Let's get the latest from Fox 29 Philadelphia's Steve Keeley.
Look at our video and such a positive reaction to such more than a negative thing that happened. People holding on to each other as they and all Asian Americans try somehow to hold on to hope that this past 13 months now of vitriol and vicious hate crimes against Asians will somehow stop.
I'm afraid because I am a woman. I'm afraid because I am an immigrant. I'm afraid because I am a mother of a young girl. And I'm afraid because I am a people of color.
The fight for justice is for all of us. And that's very important to remember. You know, that when one of the communities get hurt, we all get hurt.
I would encourage each and every single one of us to continue to fight this hate plague, expose the systemic racism, and continue to support and standing up for each other.
This has to stop. This hate has to stop against Asian Americans and all Americans.
It's in solidarity together. This is why we're here, to mourn, to grieve, to remember, and then to stand together in solidarity and recommit ourselves to a more just world ahead.
Nearly 4,000 documented hate crimes against Asian Americans since the pandemic began. Too much in the past year. Ignorance has gone beyond ignorant comments to so many people who are the strength of America, committed by people that have become dangerously more than just embarrassments to America. This is Steve Keeley reporting for Fox News Now in Philadelphia.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is just moments away. All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox, taking a live look at our XRAD radar, showing the system that, as you saw us report yesterday, was very, very threatening, bringing tornadoes and storms to several states in the South. So we thought that we would bring on a professional to kind of explain what we have seen, what we can expect today. So joining us right now is Mr. Bill Bunting. He is Chief of Forecast Operations with the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center. Bill, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Where are you joining us from exactly, and how is the weather looking there right now?
Good morning, Regina. We're here at the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. It's on the University of Oklahoma campus. We're part of the National Weather Service that forecasts tornadoes and severe thunderstorms for the entire lower 48 states. So quite a mission. Chilly here this morning, certainly much calmer than it is in many parts of the country.
Yeah, Bill, you know, we have seen really crazy video that I'm actually going to play over you here in just a little bit. We have reports of more than 20 suspected tornadoes in several different states, Alabama, Mississippi. So what has happened in the last 12 to 24 hours?
You're exactly right. That's a preliminary count. The National Weather Service meteorologists will be out surveying the damage today in areas where the storms have passed, trying to figure out the exact intensity and path and amount of structures that were affected. But unfortunately, today is another active day, but it will be a bit farther east from northern Florida northward, the Carolinas and mid-Atlantic, and actually as far north as southern Ohio. So unfortunately, the storm system is not done yet, but it does look like the weekend will be a bit quieter, at least in terms of severe thunderstorms.
Yeah, Bill, we're hearing a little bit of audio issues with your microphone. So maybe if you just want to speak up a little bit more, because I'm going to play some video over you right now, actually. These are storm systems in Alabama specifically. Now, Bill, this threat yesterday was actually very rare. So how does something like this come about in parts of the South?
Well, even though the South experiences severe thunderstorms and tornadoes, just like yesterday, where we expect a concentrated current, essentially strong tornadoes, that doesn't happen every year. In fact, you have to go back to even though they have tornadoes yesterday, concentrated, and it really just points to the need for everyone to monitor the forecast, have a plan for your area. Sure. The storms yesterday, were something you don't see every year. Concentrated nature, the potential high-end tornado risk. You have to go back to 2017 to see the last year the highest risk alert for the southeast U.S. But when it does occur, it's critically important people be aware of the forecast, have a plan, and know what to do should a threatening storm hit a location.
Bill, we are still having a little bit of audio issues with your microphone, but one more question to you, and we'll see if it can work one more time. What can we expect today? We actually have a picture up of the radar next to you. So what are we looking at as current conditions today?
Right now we have a tornado watch over northern Florida for Georgia that goes until 1 p.m. That will continue through this evening from northern Florida northward to Carolina, Virginia, or north. So unfortunately, one more day of potentially severe weather before this system moves offshore.
All right, Bill. Well, thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox. We truly appreciate you making time for us, and we're sorry we had a little bit of audio issues with you here.
Thank you, Regina.
And a huge thank you to Bill and everybody who joins us as a live guest. You heard him say that there are still threats in parts of Georgia. And again, you are currently taking a live look over a very foggy Atlanta right now. Our Fox 5 Atlanta team does have sorry about that, guys. You just lost my mic. But we do have our Fox 5 Atlanta team out there covering storm coverage, so we will continue to keep in touch with them. Once again, I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. Once again, taking another live look over foggy conditions in Atlanta. And the beauty of News Now from Fox is we can go from Atlanta to places like New York City, where you are taking a live look at right now, courtesy of the camera over our Fox News headquarters. Another a dreary looking day there in the Big Apple. So we are continuing to follow several stories out of New York, including the latest allegations and investigation into Governor Andrew Cuomo. So stay with us. We will have a report on that just a little bit later. But in the meantime, places like New York, Chicago, and even Minneapolis, we are actually just moments away from speaking with Fox 9 Minneapolis's Kelly O'Connell. They are increasing patrol in Asian communities, Chinatown, a lot of places following the attack in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, it was confirmed that this was not a racially motivated incident, but it is certainly sparking concern and reaction about the rising wave of attacks against Asian Americans in our nation within the last year. So our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles, actually filed this report speaking with a victim of a hate crime. So we want to bring you that story here on News Now from Fox.
Hate crimes. It is a nationwide problem. It is prompting the president to address the issue. Our Sandra Endo joins us now with what local officials, at least, are doing to combat this really troubling problem. Sandra.
Michaela, and just to give you a scope of the problem we're talking about, a new national report shows there were 3,800 incidents of hate towards Asian Americans this past year alone. And every day, it seems, we're hearing about more cases. And in fact, 45% of all of those hate incidents happened right here in California alone. And we talked to one victim right here in Los Angeles about what he went through and the hate he heard from his attackers. Listen to this.
A bruised and battered face, the shape of his eyes perhaps making him a target. U.S. Air Force vet Denny Kim describes how he was allegedly jumped in Koreatown last month.
They started calling me Chinese virus, Ching Chong, Gook, Chink, and they eventually struck me on my face. I fell down to the ground when I hit my head, and they started beating me up. At one point, they told me that they wanted to kill me. And,
luckily, his friend came to his aid, but not before the two non-Asian suspects allegedly hurled more racist slurs.
They're cussing me out, saying, you know, F you, Asians and all that. But when they seen my presence, they just got terrified and they just ran away.
What happened to Denny Kim and Joseph Cha is just one case in a rampant rise of anti-Asian hate crimes nationwide.
You're a stupid blue Asian-haired girl.
LAPD reports show crimes against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have increased 114% in 2020.
I never gotten physically assaulted just because I looked the way I looked and because of my race, so that was traumatizing.
The spike in numbers mirror attacks nationwide, ranging from verbal assaults
because you're dumb
to physical attacks against the elderly, to women with babies, from the Bay Area to New York City. Earlier this month, a Buddhist temple in Little Tokyo was vandalized.
Good evening, my fellow Americans.
And the trend so disturbing, President Biden said this during his first primetime address.
Too often, we've turned against one another. Vicious hate crimes against Asian Americans who've been attacked, harassed, blamed, and scapegoated. It's wrong, it's un-American, and it must stop.
And the numbers may not even be wholly accurate, with anti-Asian hate crimes historically known for being underreported.
It has to do with a lot with culture. I believe a lot with Asian people don't want many more problems on top of the issue. They just want to just let it fall in the cracks.
And that's exactly why victims like Denny Kim say he's speaking out.
Any victims of hate and ignorance, I want them to speak up about their situation, because at the end of the day, we're all humans. It doesn't matter about what race we are, where we come from. At the end of the day, we're just a human race.
And you heard some disturbing racial slurs in that story where Denny Kim was talking about the incident that happened to him. And we left that in there just to give you a scope of what a lot of these victims are hearing, what they're feeling, and obviously what they're facing in terms of the community with this rise in hate crimes targeting Asians and Asian Americans. Now, the LA Board of Supervisors, Michaela, did announce funding more money for hate crime task force to look into this matter, but a lot of people in the Asian American community, the advocates really speaking out about this issue, say they don't just want solidarity, they want solutions. Michaela.
It has to be both, right? This hurts my heart hearing that this U.S. Air Force, somebody who fought for our nation, is being the target of such senseless hate. It hurts my heart. And I need you, Sandra, to know, and Sumata and Bobby and Maria, we won't stand for this. We stand with you in solidarity. This is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. We're going to talk about this more. Sandra, you're going to join us in our 9 o'clock hour, and we want our viewers at home to know that this is something we're taking seriously too. Maria, you even said it yesterday that it hit you in a way that it hasn't hit you before.
Yeah,
sometimes
absolutely.
These stories feel like they're happening out there, and suddenly you were like, oh my God.
Yeah, I did. I stopped and I said, hey, wait a minute, I'm Asian, my son is Asian, and this is awful. And so I'm glad he's speaking out. And
good for him. That takes a lot of courage.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we're with you.
This troubling trend of
All right, everybody. From Los Angeles, California to Minneapolis, Minnesota, taking a live look over the sun rising over the Twin City right now. And if you've been tuning in to News Now from Fox on Thursday mornings, we have been having the pleasure to be joined by Fox 9 Minneapolis's Kelly O'Connell, who is providing us the latest news out of Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota. Kelly, good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, good morning. The pleasure's all mine.
Absolutely. Well, we have a lot of ground to cover. Obviously, the big story out of Minneapolis continues to be the Derek Chauvin trial following jury selection. Now, there's a lot to digest with jury selection this week. We saw that 2 jurors were dismissed yesterday, but then 2 were reseated. So what can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so today and yesterday, both big days here. 7 jurors were questioned yesterday as to their knowledge or extent of knowledge to the big settlement made between the city of Minneapolis and the family of George Floyd. So those 7 jurors were questioned via Zoom. And why that's significant is that they were selected, they were seated on the jury before that settlement was announced. So the judge and the defense and prosecution wanted to know what they knew about this settlement, if they knew anything at all, and if that would change their ability to serve on the jury. So again, 7 were questioned and 2 were dismissed, as you mentioned. Those 2 dismissed after telling the judge that they didn't feel they could be impartial after hearing about that settlement. The judge had mentioned and obviously had told the jurors to try to stay away from the news if you can. Don't watch the news, don't read the newspaper, but also admitted that this trial is everywhere and news of this trial is everywhere, that it's going to be tough. So 2 were dismissed. The other 5 had either not heard about the settlement or heard very little and did not feel that it would impact them come the trial date. So they will stay on. After that was all settled with the 7 that had been seated before the settlement, they did, as you mentioned, selected 2 more jurors as of yesterday. So at this point, we have 9 jurors seated. They need 5 more. And so jury selection will continue once again this morning in just about an hour from now.
Kelly, what do we know about the jurors there? We've been listening, and obviously they cannot be seen on camera, but we've been listening to them answer questions from attorneys and trial judge Peter Cahill. So what do we know about the jurors so far?
Yeah, it's been really interesting. And just, you know, for Minnesota, we don't usually have cameras. We don't have cameras in the court. This is the first trial that we have experienced this. So it's been really interesting to hear the questioning of these jurors. We know that some 300 were essentially summoned, and then they were given a questionnaire detailing what they knew about the case, what they feel about the case. Had they participated in any of the events this past summer? Did they have a preference or an idea about police, Blue Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter? So they kind of narrowed it down to about 300, and then they've gone through that. We know that it's a pretty good mix as it stands right now of men and women. A lot of them are, I would say, younger, 20s, 30s, 40s. That's kind of where we're at right now. But again, we still have 5 more to be seated. But it's been really interesting to listen to them, how much they know about the case, how they learned about the case, and if they could be impartial. And that is the big sticking point. Obviously, the judge and both the defense and prosecution admit it's going to be nearly impossible to find someone who has not heard about this case or heard about George Floyd or heard about Derek Chauvin. They're not expecting someone to come in here and say, I've never heard those names, but can they come in here, listen to what is presented in the courtroom during trial, and then make a decision, not have a decision before entering the courtroom?
Yeah, Kelly, and I think a huge, not issue necessarily is not the word, but there's been a lot of sparked controversy specifically related to the jurors' opinions about the $27 million settlement that George Floyd's family is receiving from the city. I know one of those jurors actually said the size of the settlement, quote, sent a clear message, in his opinion, about Chauvin's guilt. So tell me about the impact that the settlement has had on jury selection.
Well, and that's exactly why they brought them back. Well, it was via Zoom yesterday, but that's exactly why they brought those 7 jurors back and wanted to ask them about this. This is a historic settlement, $27 million. It was announced on Friday. Kind of a surprise that it was announced, obviously, during this process, during the middle of jury selection. It's the largest police misconduct payout in Minnesota history, the largest pretrial civil rights wrongful death suit settlement in U.S. history. So it is massive. And even if you were trying to avoid the news, even if you were watching the news or reading the newspaper, you probably got an alert on your phone if you're connected to any news outlet on Friday or Saturday. So the concept is, again, if you've heard about it, how much did you hear about it? Did you know the number? Do you know exactly, is this the largest, or had you just heard that there was a development? And that was what they were really getting to it. Again, most experts say the timing of this was horrible. A lot of experts say just, less than ideal, obviously, in the middle of jury selection. As for the timing, when we asked city attorneys about that, why now? They said they don't want to make a comment because we're in the middle of the court proceedings, of course. So the defense team has taken that and said this is going to make it very difficult for us. They have asked for a delay in the trial because of the settlement news, and also asked for it to be moved out of Hennepin County. The judge is expected to rule on both of those motions tomorrow. So we'll see if anything comes of that.
Yeah, and Kelly, you touched on it a little bit, but what can we expect today in the courtroom?
Today is jury selection is continuing. So again, we're at 9 and we need 14. We need 12 jurors and 2 alternates. So right now, as of today, it looks like it will just be kind of jury selection as normal as that can be. And then tomorrow would be the 2 big rulings on potentially delaying the trial and also potentially moving it out of Hennepin County.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you. That is the latest on the Derek Chauvin trial. And now, Kelly, we are continuing to follow the way states and cities and the world is reacting to the terrible massacre in the Atlanta area massage parlors. And we have received reports that your local authorities are now increasing patrol in certain areas. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, just as you mentioned, obviously it happened in Georgia, in the Atlanta area, but it's being felt all across the country. Here in Minneapolis and St. Paul, both police departments say they do not have any tip or any threat that they know of given to those communities. And they also say they have not seen an increase in crime, but we did speak with some folks here in the metro area that say they've seen an increase, mainly verbal, but they definitely have seen an uptick. And St. Paul police decided to beef up patrols. They're telling us they stand with the community and they're going to kind of beef up their patrols, not only in those communities, but also Asian American businesses, so they can feel secure and make sure that they're there in case something happens. But again, they don't have any indication that a threat is looming of violence.
All right. Thank you, Kelly, for that update. And the last story on the agenda for today, we actually want to talk about the latest on vaccine rollout and lifting restrictions in the state of Minnesota. I know Governor Walz has been lifting restrictions, but now he's actually quarantining himself after possible exposure. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so what we've learned, a staffer tested positive, and the governor was with that staffer in a press conference, in fact, earlier this week. So now he is self-quarantining. He, along with the lieutenant governor and also our health commissioner, all three of them were in that same room with the staffer who now tested positive. So all three of them are self-quarantined right now for 10 days. This is actually the second time the governor has had to do that. He was exposed again early on the pandemic, didn't get COVID, but had to self-quarantine as well. He said, this is what we have to do. This is how we beat it. Now, it's interesting to note that our governor is not vaccinated. So that's a little bit different from other states. He is 56. And he said that he wants to wait until it's his turn. We are not in that phase yet. We're 50 to 60-year-olds or 65 will get it at this point. So he says he wants to wait his turn, so he's not vaccinated. So he will self-quarantine for the next 10 days, not feeling sick, but just because of the exposure.
And, you know, I know, just like we mentioned before, he has been lifting several restrictions. I know specifically restaurants are seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. What can you tell us about what's being lifted in Minnesota?
Yeah, so we had a big lifting, if you want to call it that way, we're calling it the dial, or he's calling it the dial, and loosening of that. So you mentioned restaurants. So restaurants, bars, salons, gyms, all now at 75% capacity, give or take. So loosening that and opening up a little bit more. Also, religious services, funerals, weddings, no cap on capacity there, so that is significant. We also know that loosening restrictions at long-term care facilities, so allowing those residents to have more visitors, but also have more outings and get out and not have to quarantine if they've been vaccinated when they do come back into the long-term care facility. We also know that kind of exciting thing here for sports. Obviously, there's been a lack of seeing live sports, so they are opening up that for both indoor and outdoor sporting venues. The big one would be the Minnesota Twins. Obviously, baseball season almost here, and we've learned that they will be able to have fans in the stand later in April for home opener. They'll have 25% capacity, which here is about 10,000 fans. So yeah, as you mentioned, it's slowly changing and opening up a little bit here in Minnesota.
Yeah, it's light at the end of the tunnel for sure. I definitely miss sporting events myself. Now, Kelly, speaking of vaccines and eligibility, we now see that nearly 1 in 4 Minnesotans have received at least one vaccine shot. So what is the latest on eligibility and who can get the vaccine and how it's really going in Minnesota?
Well, at this point, we're expecting an update today. In fact, as of today, we're expected to hear 2 million vaccines have been administered across the state of Minnesota. And again, obviously, you have that range of who's gotten 1 versus who's gotten 2 doses. We were at 65 and older for a while. And once we hit 70% of the senior population being vaccinated, that's when they opened it up a little bit more. And that opened up to about almost 2 million Minnesotans. So that's the phase we're at right now. So it's folks who have underlying health conditions, also different essential workers, especially folks working in food processing plants and people who are kind of more face-to-face with customers. They are in the phase right now where they are receiving their vaccines. After that, the governor had said he would open up to most Minnesotans before that May 1st deadline, which of course the president had hoped. But the governor did say, yes, we're going to open it up to all Minnesotans to be eligible before that date, but it doesn't mean we'll have the supply that all Minnesotans will be able to get it. But again, I know a lot of people, myself included, waiting for the time where you're next.
All right. Well, Kelly, anything else to add? Any other news out of the Twin City we missed before we wrap up?
I can see the sun. We are expecting 60s this weekend, which for us is warm. Spring is here. We had snow on Sunday, which was just kind of a slap in the face. So we're feeling that maybe we've turned the corner weather-wise as well. Never say never, and I probably just jinxed it. But hopefully the snow is in the rearview mirror.
Yes, well, we hope you guys will not see any more snow. Kelly, thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox. And speaking of no more snow, you are taking a live look over Minneapolis once again. So the sun rising, and you did see snow covering parts of the skyscrapers and streets yesterday, and you can't really see that anymore. So you heard her say that it's going to be about 60 degrees today, so hopefully melted all of the snow out there. So we thank Kelly O'Connell and our owned and operated stations across the country for providing us updates in the cities that they are working and living in. We couldn't do it without them. So I'm going to take some of you on a quick two-minute commercial break. Excuse me. More news now from Fox will return after that. For those of you not seeing a break, we'll continue to watch the sunrise in the Twin City. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. Almost 9 a.m. here on the East Coast and almost 8 a.m. there in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where you are taking a live look at right now. If you just tuned into our show, we were speaking to Fox 9 Minneapolis's Kelly O'Connell, who was providing us a weekly update that we are now doing with Fox 9, just talking about the latest and top stories coming out of Minnesota. So So from Minnesota, back out to New York City, where it is a gray-looking day out there in the Big Apple. We are continuing to follow the latest news surrounding New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Now 7 women coming forward with allegations including sexual harassment and unwanted advances, and now an investigation is underway into those allegations. But he is continuing business as normal. He actually spoke at a vaccine distribution center in New York City yesterday, where he got vaccinated himself. So Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses has the story.
Andrew Cuomo got 2 shots in the arm, the Johnson & Johnson vaccine and an infusion of support from African-American leaders at Mount Nebo Baptist Church in Harlem. Among them, Charlie Rangel, the one-time dean of New York's congressional delegation, who delivered a message to the governor's pursuers.
Back off until you got some facts.
Reporters were not invited to the event in Harlem. They were, however, on a conference call later with the governor, who remained resolute.
I'm not going to resign, find out the facts, and we'll take it from there.
That's what investigators working with Attorney General Letitia James are attempting to do. Anna Liss, one of Cuomo's accusers, tells the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle that she is speaking with those investigators via Zoom today. She will be at least the 3rd accuser to do so. There are other investigations underway, too, including, according to the Albany Times-Union, one the governor's office is conducting into an unnamed woman's claim that the governor groped her late last year at the executive mansion. In an interview with the Times-Union, the attorney for the woman still employed by the governor's office called that probe absurd and a shadow investigation. He said he's concerned with its effect on witnesses, and the state assembly is conducting a 3rd investigation.
I am not going to take any questions or have any comments on the review.
That review is now the subject of controversy because the assembly tapped a law firm that employed a man named Dennis Glazer for more than 30 years. The governor has named Glazer to various boards. Glazer, who has not worked with the firm for nearly a decade, is married to New York State's Chief Judge Janet DeFiore. According to the state constitution, she could be part of the jury at an impeachment trial. Deborah Katz, a lawyer for Charlotte Bennett, one of Cuomo's accusers, called the appointment of the law firm an unacceptable conflict of interest.
And thank you to Robert Moses for that report. Again, continuing to follow all of the allegations surrounding Governor Andrew Cuomo and the investigation now underway. Many lawmakers, both Democratic and Republican, calling for him to resign. But as you saw, he is refusing to step down and continuing business as normal, including getting the COVID-19 vaccine yesterday. So thank you so much, guys, for joining us on News Now from Fox. Almost 9 a.m. here on the East Coast. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. If you are new to our show, we bring you a front row seat to everything happening live, raw, and unfiltered across our country. We continue to follow updates on major breaking news stories, and we bring you press conferences and newsers in their full entirety, providing very little commentary and letting you make your own decisions about what is happening in the world. So I'm going to send some of you on another quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, as we play out press conferences in full, I'm just going to have us listen in to Governor Andrew Cuomo at that vaccine distribution center yesterday, where a lot of people were still calling for his support amid all of the allegations surrounding him. So stay with us. News Now from Fox will be right back.
Happy St. Patrick's Day. You notice the green mask. In New York, we have a great history and a great legacy of celebrating all the different ethnic and racial groups that are part of New York. Our blessed David Dinkins used to speak about the mosaic of New York. We all bring our own ethnicity, our own race, and we all are more beautiful for the combination. Today we remember in our thoughts and prayers those who lost their lives in Georgia. We await to see the actual facts, but we also hope and pray that there was no ethnic or racial element to that senseless violence. You know, words matter. China virus, China virus, China virus. The number of hate crimes against the Asian community has gone up 150%. By the way, we were not attacked by the China virus, China virus, China virus. New York, we were attacked by the European virus. It came from Italy, came from Spain, came from France, didn't come from China. So words matter, and the division has to stop, and the anger has to stop, and the healing has to start. Pleasure to be joined by so many esteemed members of the community and of this effort. We're going to be hearing from a number of them, but I want to say a special thank you to Reverend Dr. Johnny Green, who's hosting us today. The Mount Nebo Baptist Church is going to be a pop-up center, and I'm going to be one of their prime customers. Are you giving me the needle? Is that why you're laughing? It makes me nervous. Now I'm nervous. Now I'm really nervous. But I want to thank, let me just catch my breath, Dr. Reverend Green for hosting us and for hosting the pop-up center. We have the Dean of the delegations. We have Congressman Charlie Rangel with us. We have our great Assembly member, Inez Dickens. We have the head of the National Urban League, Mark Morial. I hear a voice. They told me she wasn't here yet, but I hear a voice. There you are, Dr. Hazel Dukes, my second mother. We also have staffing this pop-up location and doing a fantastic job all across the state, all across the nation. The Somos operation, and I want to thank Henry Munoz and Dr. Ramon Talaj for being here. A lot of news to cover. Let me make a couple of quick points. We are still in the middle of a crisis in New York, and there are three different elements to the crisis. First, the vaccinations. The vaccine is the weapon that wins the war. It is also of a massive undertaking to get these vaccinations done. President Biden, God bless him, has accelerated the federal government's acquisition of the vaccine. When President Biden took over and he went to the cupboard to find the vaccines, the cupboard was bare, right? This country hadn't even bought enough vaccines to vaccinate everyone. President Biden has solved that problem, which was massive. And now by May, we're going to have enough vaccines to make everyone eligible. That means we're going to have to get millions and millions and millions of vaccines in arms. Probably the largest governmental undertaking that modern government has done. That's what we're looking at. On top of it, and compounding it, it has to be done fairly. COVID discriminated. COVID may be race blind, ethnic blind, but COVID found the inequity in our society and it exploited the inequity. Blacks died at twice the rate of whites. Hispanics died at 1.5 times the rate of whites. How do you explain that? Same virus, because it exposed and exploited the inequities. I call it low tide in America. You know how at low tide the water goes out and you see all the ugliness that was underneath? We saw all the ugliness that was underneath. We saw the inequity in health care, the higher comorbidities, the higher level of underlying conditions, the fact that there were fewer vaccines for members of the black community and the Hispanic community. All that injustice we saw rise up to the top. And that's what COVID preyed on. When it now comes to doing the vaccines, we have to correct for that. The communities that suffered most should be first on the vaccine line. We're not there yet. New York City, listen to these numbers. 53% of the population in New York City is white. 56% of the people who have gotten vaccines are white. Members of the black community, 27%, only 19% of the vaccines. Members of the Hispanic community, 28% of the population, only 21% of those who have received vaccines. That inequity has to be solved. And that's what we're attacking. That's what we're attacking here today at Mount Nebo with 140 pop-up centers in predominantly black and Hispanic communities. That's what we are attacking by doing vaccines in public housing projects, in community centers, in zip codes that have a high predominance of black and Hispanic communities. We have to get out the word. The black and Hispanic community already pay too high a price. We have to get people vaccinated. Now, they talk about vaccine hesitancy. I don't call it hesitancy. Hesitancy is an amorphous term when you don't want to call it what it is. It's not hesitancy. It's trust. The black community is saying, I don't trust government when it says, don't worry, it's safe. They're saying, I don't trust the Trump administration when they said it's safe. By the way, I'm with them. I didn't trust the Trump administration when he said the vaccine was safe. But we put together a New York State panel, all the best doctors we have, they reviewed it and they say it's safe. Top black medical professionals in the United States of America, they say it's safe. The pastors who are here today from all across the state, they say it's safe. The SOMOS experts who know this vaccine have administered over 5 million vaccines in this state. 5 million. Nobody's asking you to go first. We have to get the vaccine. I said I personally vouch for it. I said I had my mother take the vaccine. When my children are ready, I'm going to have them take the vaccine. Today, I'm going to take the vaccine. And I'm going to take the Johnson & Johnson vaccine because I want to make the point, take whatever vaccine you can take. They all work. They are all safe. Don't try to pick one over the other. Take whatever vaccine you can get. Second crisis we have to deal with is we're up in Albany doing a state budget. Assemblymember Inez Dickens is here. Keith Wright is here. Many former state legislators. This is the most important budget in the history of the state of New York since I have been alive. A budget is not just a budget. Budget is a management plan for the whole state. We have a lot of damage to redo. We have a lot of people who suffered economically, who couldn't pay their rent, who are out of a job. We have a lot of work to do and a lot of fairness to bring. And we have to get that budget done, and we will. And the third element of this crisis is the Bible says, to everything there is a season. This is the season, my friends, to rebuild. We have the vaccine. It's coming. We're going to administer it.
Now is the season to rebuild. People are going to get back to work. We're going to start to take back those streets. We're going to start to rise New York up again. Yes, we had a tough year. Yes, things happen in life where for one reason or another you're set back. That is going to happen. That is inevitable. The question in life is who gets up, and who gets up stronger, and who gets up smarter, and who gets up faster. And that is New York. That is what we do. That is who we are. And for those doubters, oh, I don't know, COVID is hard, I don't know if we can rebuild. I heard those doubters after 9/11. Remember after 9/11? Oh, this is bad. We're a target. We're a target. We're going to be forever a target. You couldn't get people to come back into the city. You couldn't get people to go back downtown. Oh, 9/11 is going to change things. Yeah, baloney. We're stronger than ever after 9/11. We're more unified after 9/11. We rebuilt better after 9/11, and we're going to do the same exact thing after COVID. That is the season we are in.
All right, everybody, I do want to let you know that we've got some breaking news out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania right now, where a man was reportedly shot and killed on prison grounds shortly after being released. And we are getting an update from the prison commissioner right now. So let's listen in live here on News Now from Fox.
At CFCF's near the main gate entrance. The vehicle then exited the prison grounds. The PDP's emergency response team reported immediately to assist. The Philadelphia Department of Police were notified, and no officers or staff were injured during this horrific incident. And we'll now open it up for questions.
How much time passed between his release and when the car approached?
Approximately 47 minutes.
So he was standing outside for 47 minutes, he was waiting to go by, the circumstances were behind him standing there for so long?
So he was released at 1:10. His bail had been posted and he was waiting a ride.
Where is the drop-off point that he was dropped off at before he came back?
The drop-off point is directly across from the campus at the SEPTA bus stop, and he was let out from the vehicle at that point.
The one that's down the main drive there?
Yes, at the beginning of the CFCF main entrance.
So you said he was dropped off at the SEPTA bus stop, then this car, or whoever, I guess, chased him into the property?
He had run back onto the campus, and the car pursued him onto the campus.
So was there a shooting over at the bus stop as well as here?
Not any information we can confirm.
Did the car go through the main gate, through the arm of the gate? Or how did, because he was by the shed, which is behind the gate, where there were showcases down there. So I'm wondering, did somebody get out of the car, past the gate, or how did that happen?
We believe that the car entered through the raised arm of the gate.
Can you spell the victim's name?
The victim's name, Rodney Hargrave, R-O-D-N-E-Y, Hargrove, H-A-R-G-R-O-V-E.
And 20 years old? I'm sorry.
20 years old.
And why was he here to begin with?
Mr. Hargrove was charged with theft by unlawful taking, receiving stolen property, firearms carried without a license, carrying a loaded weapon, and fleeing or eluding police.
Is there any reason to believe at this point that he was targeted for a specific reason?
We do not know that information at this time, other than he was pursued back onto the campus.
Does he have any sort of ties to organizations or anything like that?
Not to our knowledge.
How long was he here at the facility?
The date of admission was March 11th, 2021.
Do you know if he was in protective custody inside while he was here? Can you tell us that?
No, he was not.
He made bail last night, and that's why he was released. Right?
Correct.
no one was inside the I'm not sure what it's called, the gate or the guard area where the gate is.
So there was one correctional officer assigned to that correctional officer's booth.
Can you talk to us about the lack of video over by the bus stop? It just doesn't reach that far, or how come there's no cameras in that area?
On the other side, off campus, we do not have any video. On the SEPTA side, that's not that extends beyond the prison's campus.
It's because it's our property, then. So
It's not our property, correct?
But do you have any video when he re-enters the property?
We're surveilling our video if we have any, and we'll cooperate fully with the police. If we determine that there is video, we'll share it.
Do you have a description of the assailants or of the car they were in?
Other than a dark...
All right, everybody, I do want to switch gears here and bring you from Philadelphia to Georgia. I want to say that we will continue to follow this breaking news situation in Philadelphia. We are in touch with our sister station, Fox 29, at the moment. But right now, we are getting a live feed from an Asian American Pacific Islander news conference. Specifically, state representatives are speaking with state senators, holding a press conference at the South Wing steps of the Capitol. These Asian American and Pacific Islander state legislators will be joined by local organizations that support the AAPI community. So let's listen in here on News Now from Fox.
We must stop the hate and violence. While we live in dangerous times, I know we shall overcome. The Asian American community is resilient and strong. We have faced systemic racism, exclusion, and violence before. We have persevered in the face of hardship, and in spite of it all, we have thrived. To my fellow Asian American sisters and brothers who are scared, know that we feel your pain, we share your grief and your concerns. We see you and we hear you, and we will work tirelessly to protect our community, and with arms linked, we will continue the fight to ensure justice for all. It's my honor and pleasure to now introduce Senator Michelle Au.
Thank you, Sam. So my remarks are going to be very brief. I don't have anything prepared, but what I want to point out in this moment is that these problems we're facing right now are not new. Okay? Discrimination and racism and violence against Asian Americans is not new. You have to remember, this is the same country we live in that put Japanese Americans in internment camps during World War II because our country could not conceive that people who look as foreign as those of us up here do to some, could possibly have loyalty towards and allegiance to America. Misogyny and violence against women is not new. The epidemic of gun violence and gun injury is not new. What can be new is how we deal with it in this moment, and I want to implore our community and our fellow legislators to not let this moment go by. This act was shocking and senseless, and unfortunately not that surprising, given the rise of violence and discrimination against AAPI Americans that's been escalating over the past year. But we can use this moment to motivate us and move us towards real systemic change. What I would like to see is increased awareness of this type of discrimination. What I would like to see is better data collection so that people in our communities can feel more comfortable reporting these incidents. I think it's impossible to solve a problem when we don't even have a good way to measure the scope of the issue. And finally, I would also like to see some real attention to the issue of gun safety. And I think it's well past time that our legislature take a good hard look at what we can do as a state to make our cities and our communities safer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Senator Sheikh Rahman, and I represent District 5, the most diverse state Senate district in the state of Georgia. I represent a district where people come from over 100 different countries, speak 100 different languages. I'm also a proud immigrant and proud to be the first Asian American state senator of Georgia. What happened in Georgia is not an isolated incident. It is happening all across America. Because within the last year, during the pandemic, there were over 3,000 reported incidents of racially motivated crimes against our Asian citizens in this country. Those shootings were a horrifying and disturbing example of targeted racial violence. The tragic attack never should have happened. These malicious crimes are taking place in our own backyard. We must come together and stand up against xenophobia and any hate crimes committed against Asian American or anyone else in our communities. I'm horrified, outraged, and devastated by this violence, and deeply concerned for the members of the Asian American community in Georgia and across the country. I stand here with my colleagues and all the leaders here with me today to fight back against xenophobia, hate, and violence directed towards the Asian American community. I'm grateful for our law enforcement for taking swift action and apprehending the suspect. I have full confidence in our law enforcement agencies to bring justice to the victims and their families. We must never stop fighting against hate. When these acts of violence occur, they affect all of us. We have to come together and do whatever it takes to stop this violence. Hate has no place in America. We have come too far to go back. Lastly, over the last few days, I've once again heard hateful comments from our former president. I want to say, Mr. Ex-President, I ask you to stop spreading hate and lies against our Asian American brothers and sisters. Be an American. Be a decent human being. Thank you.
Good morning. I am State Representative Marvin Lim. As an Asian American and an immigrant, I am so heartbroken by the senseless loss of these 8 lives in our state and in our country. We must necessarily put focus, of course, on those most directly and severely impacted. That is the victims, survivors, and their families, both Asian and non-Asian, women and not. I also urge our country, though, in the midst of a year of racial reckoning, to ensure that the narratives and needs of Asian Americans like ourselves continue to be a part of the conversations we're having and long after this tragedy. So I would urge us, as we have policy conversations around racial equity and tolerance, the protection of BIPOC communities, violence against women in all forms, gun safety, workplace safety, the plight of labor, including migrant labor in the service industry, mental health services, not only from the perspective of those who might do harm to others, but to those who are likely to be harmed and traumatized, the appropriate response by law enforcement to violence and extremism, and even simply how we care for our small businesses, particularly those that are minority and immigrant owned. These are just a few of the issues raised by this tragedy from the Asian American and Pacific Islander perspective. And I urge us all to honor the victims, their families, and the AAPI community as a whole by ensuring that our voices will be heard as we continue to have these conversations. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bee Wynn, and I'm the state representative for House District 89, which includes Atlanta, and just a few miles away from the location of the 2 spas on Cheshire Bridge. I'm also the first Vietnamese American elected to this General Assembly, and I was the only Asian woman out of 236 lawmakers for the first 3 years I was here. So I'm grateful to have Senator Michelle Au here so she can help amplify the voices of Asian American women in our state and in our country. And I do want to spend my time to talk about the victims of this crime, We know a total of 8 people are dead, and of those killed, 6 were Asian American women. Not all of their names have been released, and we know very little about the victims. But we do know that there were 4 women who were ethnically Korean who were killed, their ages ranging from 50 years old to 70 years old, and at least 2 of them lived and worked in those spas. This one fact alone highlights the vulnerability, the invisibility, and the isolation of working-class Asian women in our country. And we know that vulnerability makes them targets, because when they go missing or when they die, the loss of their lives will not incite the same kind of rage, and they won't even be treated with the same humanity. And in this case, they've been characterized as a problem that needed to be eliminated. We've seen this with other high-profile mass shootings in the past, where the perpetrator is centered in attempts to justify the atrocity. And we see that victims are relegated as a symptom of the perpetrator's sickness. I will continue to reject that premise. I will continue to call out the truth, which this was a violent and brutal act targeting 3 Asian businesses, resulting in the death of 3 Asian women, one that is laced with xenophobia, misogyny, gender-based violence, and lax gun laws in the state of Georgia. And lastly, I want to thank all the Asian American women who have spoken up in our state and our country, who have talked about the nuances of this issue, not just from a gender lens perspective, from an ethnic perspective, a language barrier perspective, an immigration perspective, and without disparaging women who are sex workers. And I do want to thank our ally brothers and sisters from the Georgia NAACP and from our Black Caucus, and know that we stand with you. We know that this happens in your community as well, where we center the perpetrator and we try to demonize those who have been killed by violence. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Derek Jackson. I represent District 64. I'm also the vice chair of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus. And on behalf of the Georgia Legislative Black Caucus, we are saddened, and we are mad, and we are appalled over these recent and continued acts of violence against our friends and our family, Asians, Americans. I'm going to say that one more time. Asian Americans. They are Americans. They are citizens that work each and every day in our society. Our hearts and our prayers go to the families and friends of the deceased. We stand in solidarity with our colleagues of the Georgia General Assembly, of the Asian and Pacific Island identity, and we condemn these senseless acts against them. As lawmakers, we cannot stand by idly by when violence and hate comes to our doorstep. We must take swift action so individuals and organizations who promote hate understand in Georgia, we will not cower, but stand firm on our principles of freedom, justice, inclusion, and equality. Just this year, I submitted a bill, House Bill 716, against domestic terrorism. It didn't get any action, but I want to specifically say, personally, that we are here. And to our Asian friends, we hear you, we see you, we respect you, and we stand with you.
Next, we'll have Stephanie Cho from Asian Americans Advancing Justice. And then afterwards, we'll have Major James Woodall from the Georgia NAACP.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Cho. I'm the Executive Director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, where our organization is lifting up the civil rights of Asian Americans and advancing their rights in Georgia and the larger Southeast. We are devastated by the acts that have been committed. The past 2 days have been terrible for our community, but it is not just the last couple of days. It has been a growing hatred that has been perpetrated by white supremacy and has been now a culmination of this act. We stand proud, we stand a little bit scared and shaken, but at the same time, we stand resilient. We have had an outpouring of support within so many different communities, not just here in Georgia, but also nationally and also internationally. It has been so wonderful to see so many people across the country really support the Asian American community, particularly in Georgia and in the Southeast. One of the things that people keep asking is, what can I do to help and support? One is to raise money for the victims' families. Two is to create resources and community support around mental health and access to those services, particularly in language. In Georgia, unfortunately, so many services are not presented in language, and it is up to nonprofit individuals and organizations to provide that in-language work. Today, as a mother, my child is here today. Please don't film her. I am so proud to be able to stand here together today for us. And I want to take a small moment of silence for the victims and the victims' family. Thank you.
On behalf of the Georgia NAACP, we stand in solidarity with our fellow human beings, not just members of the Asian community, not just Americans, not just even residents of Georgia, but our fellow human beings. To be honest with you, the history between the Black and the Asian community has not been always one that was filled with hope. But we stand here today in acknowledgement that we still have much work to do. But in that work, we stand on behalf of those people who continue to be targeted each and every day. And so we will continue to work together, to fight together, to vote together, to organize together, to support and pray together, to love together, to live together. Because justice in this moment is humanity. Justice in this moment is humanity. Humanity doesn't have a color, doesn't have a partisan affiliation, it doesn't have an economic status. All it does is breathe. And right now, we are too grieving with our brothers and sisters. And so again, on behalf of the NAACP, we stand in solidarity. We send our support, our love, our prayers to this community, to these families. And most of all, we remain committed to doing justice, to loving mercy, and to walking humbly with our God. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone who was able to make it today to share some words. With that, we'll take some questions. We'll take some questions if there are any.
Who did you invite? Did you invite all legislators of Georgia to this event today?
We weren't able to send out the invite to everyone. I don't think we had enough time and notice. But of course, I thought what we saw on the House floor yesterday was an enormous outpouring of bipartisan support for the victims. And it gave me hope that there was such condemnation. But words are not enough. I think it is important that we must take action to prevent these senseless acts of violence from continuing in this country.
Would you like to see more Georgia legislation support here today?
Absolutely. I'll defer that question to Senator Michelle Au, who I know has introduced some good bills.
Thanks, Sam. Thank you for asking that question. There is one particular, I think, very easy and straightforward and palatable and effective gun measure that we should definitely look at. I have a bill that is awaiting a committee hearing. It's SB 179, and it simply introduces that we should be doing universal background checks for all gun sales transfers. I think it's hard in this moment to argue against even the most basic of gun safety measures. And as I noted in my remarks before, I am hoping that this moment galvanizes us to at least move forward, even in the smallest way, towards some safer measures for our community. Thank you for asking about the bill.
Yes, my understanding is that every member up here voted for the hate crimes legislation, and we're very appreciative that that had bipartisan support, and hopefully that law will be used to the fullest extent to ensure that justice is delivered for the victims.
I want to make sure that we respect the families and their wishes and the confidentiality that the families would want. But I also want us to understand that in circumstances like this, when we are talking about the most vulnerable populations, they are going to be overlooked. And it's not a coincidence that some of the names have not been released. They're still trying to locate and notify family members of their deaths. And can you imagine living in a spa, being between the ages of 50 and 70 years old and getting gunned down, and we're having trouble getting in touch with some of the family members? So I think we're going to learn a lot as things unfold, but I do want to center the humanity and remind everybody in the state of Georgia and in America that there is a working class Asian population in this country. We need to stop using the myth of the model minority, and we need to uplift the issues that impact the Asian community as a whole.
Right. So, given the early stages of the investigation, we're still waiting to hear and obtain additional information as to how he was able to so easily acquire a firearm, despite, at least based on what we know, his mental health challenges. And so all of that to say, a lot of the common sense gun safety reform that Democrats in this legislature have advocated for have overwhelming bipartisan support. And it's very frustrating in that politics continues to prevent us from passing good policy that will keep all of our community safe. I'm sorry? My ultimate hope, especially when it comes to common sense gun safety reform, that in the public has by and large enormous bipartisan support, is that it's not politicized. And that, again, we put common sense, good public policy first for the benefit of all who call Georgia home.
Yeah, Georgia had been trying to pass a hate crimes law for many years, and the killing of Ahmaud Arbery was an impetus for us to go ahead and do it. And we're talking about 3 white men who chased and gunned down a black man, and by their testimony, it was not racially driven. And so when we think about taking the word of the perpetrator themselves, how many of them are going to admit that it was a racially motivated killing? That is why the hate crimes law did pass last session. It was a top priority Because in Georgia, we have seen brutality and violence against black people, against Asian people, and it's not a new thing. But I will say this, hate crimes laws are not preventative. They are used in the aftermath as a prosecutorial tool. A hate crimes law does not prevent hate killings. That is why we have to address the xenophobia, the systemic racism. That is why we have to call out the usage of xenophobic language. We know that a year into the pandemic, the hate crimes against AAPI, the 150% rise, was a result of the most powerful leader in our nation assigning blame to one country for a global pandemic, and that gave permission to other elected officials and leaders to use that same rhetoric.
All right, everybody, we are continuing to listen in to a press conference organized by Georgia State Representative Sam Park, who is up at the podium right now. They are continuing to take questions, and some of you will see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
We'll have to see how the investigation and how the process all plays out. I'm sure if the hate statute is insufficient, more likely than not, especially given the bipartisan support that it had in its passage, hopefully we'll be able to come back and make additional reforms if needed.
I'd also like to add that the hate crimes law also protects based on gender and sex. So if the hate crimes law that we pass also includes protections based on sex and gender. So if the Cherokee County Police Department finds that there are
Intent
no
is not an
racial
issue
basis
here.
for the killing,
And whether
because they're taking
his
the perpetrator's
statements and
word for it,
emotional
the
response
perpetrator
was
did say
feigned or if
he
it
was
genuine
targeting these
doesn't really matter.
establishments because of a
Because
sex
the question
addiction.
is, what
And the
behavior
correlation
did the
is
police
he was
have to deal with?
eliminating the sex workers in these places. That is a gender-based crime. And so under the hate crimes law that was passed, this would still be a hate crime.
Representative Wynn, what did you think about the sheriff's comments yesterday at the press conference?
We've seen this type of commentary before, the framing of the perpetrator and finding reasons to justify a horrific crime. We've seen a perpetrator who committed a mass killing get taken to Burger King by law enforcement. So this isn't a surprise, but it is still enraging. It is still enraging that we are finding justifications on why a 21-year-old white man decided that he was going to buy a firearm that very same day, target 3 specific businesses, driving 40 miles between his killings, and then finding 2 businesses, one in which he kills 3 people, and simply walks across the street to continue his business. Had he not been apprehended, he would have continued. He said he would have gone on to Florida and done the same thing. That doesn't deserve the characterization of humanity and justification. And the fact that there is distrust between communities of color and law enforcement, this is one of the reasons why that distrust exists.
All right, everybody, I just wanted to tap in here again. Hello, my name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you guys from the NewsNOW from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. You were just listening to a press conference out of Atlanta, Georgia, led by State Representative Sam Park. You can see that he was joined by several other lawmakers and representatives from the NAACP. They were speaking out against about their concern regarding the growing number of Asian American hate crimes in the United States. They are having this press conference following the very tragic shooting that left 8 people dead in massage parlors across the Atlanta area. Now, we do want to reiterate that Atlanta police do say that this was allegedly not a hate crime, that they did speak to the suspect, and he said that this was actually motivated motivated from frustration of a sex addiction, but it does spark, again, growing concern about the number of anti-Asian American hate crimes happening across the United States. We actually are at 10 a.m. here in just about 20 minutes, expected to get a live feed from a Senate Health, Education, a House Judiciary, Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties Subcommittee. They're holding a hybrid hearing on discrimination and violence against Asian Americans. So a very growing topic and major headline surfacing across our nation this morning following the attacks on the massage parlors in the Atlanta area. A lot of people concerned, saying that, maybe police are saying that this wasn't racially motivated, but as you can see, a lot of Georgia state representatives believe that this was. So we will continue to follow this here on News Now from Fox. We wanted to bring you that, again, emotional press conference here, live, raw, and unfiltered in its entirety, because that is what our show is all about. Speaking of live, raw, and unfiltered, we are getting feeds from day 4 of week 2 in the jury selection of the Derek Chauvin trial. He is the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd last summer. I do believe that trial judge Peter Cahill is speaking with attorneys and hearing some motions before jury selection gets underway at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So I do want to bring you that feed that we have from the courtroom here on News Now from Fox.
On to that, from an anxiety point of view, how does that manifest in terms of behaviors and conduct? Is that an alternate explanation to the narrative put forth by the defense that it can only mean resisting arrest, it can only mean drug intoxication, it can only mean fabrication? It's an alternate explanation. And if this type of testimony is completely irrelevant, then it would have to be irrelevant to both sides. And meaning, if we're not able to offer an alternate explanation, then the defense shouldn't be allowed to stand up to say that George Floyd was resisting arrest, which is an interpretation, to stand up and say he's fabricating any of this, which is an interpretation of his behavior, to suggest that it was drug-induced or related, which is an interpretation of his behavior. So either both sides can put forward their explanations for the behavior, some of which is psychologically conditionally based. Either both sides can, or neither side can. And I'm certain that that is what the defense intends to do, is what Your Honor has already heard repeatedly in this trial. So that's the first reason it's relevant, Your Honor. But a second reason is that it goes to the issue of medical causation. Is it true or not true that when Mr. Floyd is saying that he has a shortness of breath when they're trying to force him into the squad car, is that reflective of a heart problem, a lung problem, or does it relate to issues of panic or anxiety?
Well, let me stop you there. I read the report of Dr. Vincent, and she's an MD but not a pathologist. Is she going to say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the shortness of breath was due to a panic attack and not to a heart condition?
No, Your Honor. And as Your Honor recalls in our discussion of the case of State versus McClendon that deals with the introduction of evidence on psychological condition evidence, the dividing line that gets drawn is that such an expert, and Dr. Vincent is a forensic psychiatrist, so she deals with the interface, again, of science and medicine, but in the realm of psychiatry. The dividing line that is drawn is that the expert can provide general testimony as how a general human being would respond to a traumatic event, the type of event that you would expect a human to have a reaction to. You would expect this panoply of reactions. She can describe what they are. She can't then take the next step to build a bridge to diagnose Mr. Floyd. So simply giving that to the jury as an alternate explanation, sort of medically, if the defense has jumped to the conclusion that we're looking at the same facts and the same evidence, and they jump to the conclusion that it's indicative of a heart problem, then she's at least should be allowed to offer to the jury that an explanation that should be on the list for any type of a differential diagnosis is that this may be reflective of simply anxiety or panic, because that's what happens in humans who suffer traumatic events this way. And that is in the wheelhouse of a forensic psychiatrist, to give that kind of testimony, which it would be the behavioral manifestations of what might be psychological conditions in response to a traumatic event. And that would be her wheelhouse. But Judge Cahill, I think this is relevant in one other area too, and this goes to the issue of the objective reasonableness of Mr. Chauvin's conduct. And the assessment, again, of those behaviors matters even for objective reasonableness. I would refer the court to the Minneapolis Police Department use of force policy on de-escalation, from which I am reading, when safe and feasible, officers shall consider whether a subject's lack of compliance is a deliberate attempt to resist or an inability to comply based on factors including, but not limited to, on the list, behavioral crisis. Behavioral crisis. So we ought not be precluded from introducing generic evidence relating to those psychological conditions that would reflect a behavioral crisis, that is, circumstances that Mr. Chauvin should have considered, for the jury to consider whether those existed in the totality of circumstances that Mr. Chauvin would have experienced. And the fundamental question is, would a reasonable officer not have recognized their behavioral crisis and not employed the force that Mr. Chauvin did, is the question. And to the extent those behavioral crisis issues are at issue in the case, then having an expert who can explain medically what they are is helpful to the jury, just to understand it. In the same way that the police are trained on the risk or hazards of putting people in a dangerous, deadly prone position, having an expert to explain how that manifests or affects humans is helpful to the jury.
Well, if you put that in issue, I've already signaled that I'm considering allowing the May 6th, 2019 case limited, for example, to the officer's approach of the car, Mr. Floyd eating drugs, and then subsequent to that being examined by a paramedic and his the indication that Mr. Floyd was in a hypertensive emergency with a systolic blood pressure over 200. If I grant your motion and allow Dr. Vincent to testify as to, claustrophobia, anxiety, panic attacks have these results or manifestations, and that they include shortness of breath, essentially giving the state reason to argue that the jury should infer that it was a genuine anxiety response, not active resisting. Don't I also have to then allow the defense to talk about the May 6th, the similar thing, not just the contact, eating the drugs, and then fast forward to the paramedics' treatment, but actually allow everything they want, which is what he was saying, how he was emotional. Don't you think that if I give that to you, I have to also allow the defense to do that?
You ought to know, I think that's in a way, it's a false comparison in this sense, that in both instances, it's the defense that's the proponent. It's the defense that is attempting to pursue the May 2019 incident, and it's the defense that's characterizing Mr. Floyd's behaviors in ways that we think are imbalanced and unfair. So with respect to the May 25th incident.
Well, let me stop you there. But if you put in this evidence, they are entitled to contest it and rebut it.
No, it's us who's rebutting the defense assertion. If the defense does not assert that Mr. Floyd was resisting arrest, interpreting his conduct, if the defense doesn't assert that Mr. Floyd was faking claustrophobia, the defense interpretation, if they don't make those assertions, then we're not rebutting it with Dr. Vincent.
Well, let's be clear. Are we talking about evidence? I'm not going to allow them to present evidence that he's faking, somebody's opinion, oh, he's faking. Just like the state is saying, it's genuine. It's more a matter of argument. In closing argument, either counsel can say, look at this. This is clearly somebody who's resisting arrest and is faking his response. Where the state would say, how can you say that's faking? He's clearly short of breath and he's panicking. That's usually a matter of argument, not evidence.
Well, if we want to make the argument, though, Your Honor, that what the jury is seeing is reflective of panic or anxiety, it certainly would have been helpful to the jury for them to have heard someone testify as to how these various conditions are reflective of anxiety or panic, such that they have a foundation from the evidence and not just from lawyer argument. And I'm certain that Mr. Nelson is going to make these kind of arguments about Mr. Floyd. Your Honor has heard it repeatedly already, the reference to resisting arrest, evidence of everything being related to drug use, that the defense is doing a full-on trial of George Floyd, who's not on trial, but that is what they're doing. And well, that's our point of view, Your Honor. And so if the court were to rule that the defense, that neither side is allowed to characterize Mr. Floyd's behaviors, that we don't get to bring in a Dr. Vinson to say that the behaviors are reflective of anxiety or panic attack. On the other hand, the prosecution doesn't get to accuse him of resisting arrest.
Well, here's the other part. It's not mutually exclusive that someone is in a mental health crisis and is also resisting arrest. Would you agree with that?
Well, Your Honor, not without the use of expert testimony in that regard, because.
Let's go into
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez here, tapping in almost the 10 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. You are currently watching live feeds that we have from the courtroom in the trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd. Trial Judge Peter Cahill is currently listening to motions and pleas from the attorneys. This is kind of when the ground rules are set for the day ahead, and jury selection is slated to begin here in just a couple of minutes. They are now back up to 9 jurors as of today, after 2 were dismissed yesterday following reports that they were not able to remain objective when it came to the $27 million settlement that George Floyd's family is about to receive from the city. So I just wanted to pop in here and let you know that some of you will see a 2-minute commercial break. Rain Augustine will be hopping on here in just a minute. I will see you guys tomorrow.
To Your Honor's initial question, essentially, is it not fair to allow in the May 2019, if we're allowed to have Dr. Vinson then put in testimony about George Floyd's behaviors? Our testimony with respect to Dr. Vinson in that regard is rebuttal testimony in nature. It is rebutting the assertion from the defendants that George Floyd's behavior can only mean one thing, and it's the things that the defense has asserted. We think that's an unfair conclusion, and the jury is entitled to have the alternative explanation for it, because the defense has made that assertion, an unfair assertion that's jumped to a conclusion. And but for the defense doing that, we wouldn't have a need to inform the jury of an alternate explanation or to illuminate as to how the defense has jumped to a conclusion in making that assertion about George Floyd's behavior.
Well, here's where you're talking about rebutting the defense. When we're talking about your case in chief, how can you rebut something? I don't care if they said it in motion hearings. The jury doesn't know any of this. It's about what the evidence is, and you can't rebut prospective evidence. And it seems to me that it's either both come in or neither come in.
Well, if Your Honor, if in the line of cases that deal with the admission of psychological condition evidence, the right of the prosecution or party to introduce that evidence can be itself triggered by statements made even in the opening statement, such that the prosecutor doesn't have to wait if it's already been put into the case in an opening statement. It's in the nature of rebuttal testimony, but it doesn't have to wait to a rebutting if it's already been put into the case and the jury's already heard it. And so if they hear, for example, Mr. Nelson stand up and say, here you can see George Floyd is resisting arrest in his opening statement. And so he's gone and made that assertion. When we're putting our case in chief, we can say you heard them say this. That is jumping to a conclusion. There is an alternative explanation for that that relates to how one behaves when they have a panic or an anxiety attack from a traumatic event such as George Floyd encountered. Not diagnosing George Floyd, any human being who went through such a traumatic event.
All right, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I think the court hits the nail kind of square on the head. I mean, this is a criminal trial, right? Parties are permitted to introduce evidence, draw in closing arguments, that's my job as a lawyer, is to draw inferences from that evidence. What do witnesses say? What's happening in videos? All of this. This is the very nature. And both sides are allowed to introduce information that rebuts that. I think the court is 100% correct. They either both come in or neither come in the context of the emotional state of Mr. Floyd, right? If the defense takes the perspective that what Mr. Floyd is doing, and I'm just going to ask if we can silence computers because it's really distracting. Someone's computer keeps dinging.
Please, everyone. Thank you.
In the context of the evidence of this case, right? The jury will see videotape, they'll see body camera footage, they're going to hear from witnesses who describe what they see and observe and hear and things of that nature. This is the entire nature of the adversarial system. Here's the evidence. This is how the state interprets the evidence. This is how the defense interprets the evidence. Jury, you decide which interpretation is correct. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? If the state is going to say, if I'm making the inference that Mr. Floyd was resisting arrest in the course, or he was exaggerating his condition, or he was actually experiencing a medical condition that went unrecognized by police officers, the state can theoretically bring in evidence to say here's an alternative explanation for that. Again, I think it's limited in this particular context, but that then opens the door. That's the precise issue, is it opens the door to say, he's saying he's claustrophobic here, but in a prior incident that's remarkably similar, that's not an issue. He gets right into the squad car, right? So it rebuts that assumption. That's the nature of the adversarial system, and I think the court understands that. We've tried lots of cases. The court has tried, a large number of cases, and understands the inferences that can be drawn from evidence. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and it opens the door.
All right. I'm going to take this under advisement until tomorrow. It'll be part of the rulings on the continuance, change of venue, the May 6th, 2019 other evidence that I've already outlined, and then Dr. Vincent, and we'll go from there. So we'll do these rulings tomorrow morning. So, all right, I think, where are we on jurors?
We're ready.
All right. Let's just take a quick 10-minute stretch break.
Welcome back to News Now from Fox. If you are just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, continuing to bring you all the top stories and breaking news from around the country. Of course, we always bring you the major headlines, but there are a few top stories that we're paying a little bit more attention to today. And in any minute now, we expect the House to meet on violence against Asian Americans. This is coming right after we saw 3 shootings in Atlanta area spas. We showed you live right here on News Now from Fox just about 30 minutes or so ago. Legislators in Atlanta, Georgia spoke on this subject ahead of the House hearing that's about to start in any minute. They said that they are just disheartened by the senseless killings, but this is raising attention to an area that they say has needed to be addressed for a while, the increase of xenophobia and violence against Asian Americans in our country. So again, any minute now we will bring you all this live feed from the House floor. And right now we are also in recess with the Derek Chauvin trial. A lot of forthcoming information when it comes to the Chauvin trial. Just yesterday we saw that 2 jurors were replaced because they admitted that they could not remain impartial when it comes to knowing more information about the $27 million settlement between the city of Minneapolis and the family of George Floyd. This is actually presenting a very challenging hurdle for the trial to overcome, which is the case is all over the news and the media. So Judge Cahill was actually applauded the jurors for admitting that they could not remain impartial. Those 2 jurors have been replaced, and we are now awaiting for 5 more jurors to be named. Right now we are in recess as Judge Cahill is hearing motions right before juror selection resumes. And we will be covering this on News Now all day, so make sure you stay tuned into News Now from Fox for the latest. Right now, as these live events as they get started, I'm going to send a few of you off to a very quick 2-minute commercial break, but stay with us. We'll be right back.
they're going to let us know.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
And fortunately, we have located the vehicle in a neighboring neighborhood. Unfortunately, the child is still missing. The child was not in the vehicle at the time. So right now we have several assets and resources in the area searching for the child and the perpetrators who hopefully possibly left on foot, looking for them.
What time did you find the vehicle?
I want to say probably about 20 minutes ago.
Where's the car again? Where's the neighborhood did you find it in?
It's off Young neighborhood off Young Road.
Do you think that the suspects had any knowledge that there was a 1-year-old in the car?
At that time of hour, I doubt they did, until probably recently, maybe when they dumped the cars, when they realized that the child was in the car.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we're bringing you an update from Atlanta, Georgia, where an Amber Alert has been issued for a 1-year-old girl. We will stay on top of this for you right here at News Now, but we do want to bring you a live feed from our friends at Fox 11 Los Angeles. They are talking to astronauts live from the International Space Station, so let's listen in.
During spaceflight with microscopy. It's been fascinating. We can see it on the high-definition microscope up here.
Wow. Kate, of course, is a microbiologist, so this is a fascinating set of research and investigations that you were doing. Victor, when we look at your training, years and years of research, preparation, all that has gone into getting you both to the space station, was there anything still that surprised you about living aboard the International Space Station?
Yes, great question. You know, there's a lot of different aspects that I could talk about, but the one thing that really stood out when I first got here was how much concentration everything took. Some of the things we take for granted on the ground, just being able to set something down and then come back and find it in that place doesn't work up here. And so everything took an immense amount of concentration and attention.
You know, this is modified living for both of you. We know you spend hours coordinating experiments, doing spacewalks. But in your downtime, Kate, how different is downtime on the space station than it is here on Earth?
In some ways, it's very different, and in some ways, it's much like a Saturday on Earth. Ike and I were just talking about books that we plan to read this weekend coming up, and you know, we do normal things as a crew. We watch movies together, but we also have the option to do things on the weekend, like watch the planet go by, and we can get lost in the cupola. I have spent an orbit is 90 minutes, and I've spent an entire orbit around the planet where you start from one place and it's 45 minutes of light and then 45 minutes of dark, and I don't even know that 90 minutes has gone by because it's just so fascinating and beautiful to watch out the window.
Fascinating view that you get, and the fact that time sort of stands still. We know that NASA's already well into the Artemis project, of which both of you are a part of that program, the first woman and next man back to the surface of the moon. Talk about the significance and how excited you are to be included in that program at this point, Victor.
Well, you know, it is a true honor to be a part of the Artemis team, and I'm excited about NASA's efforts to get us back to the moon sustainably so that we can stay there and do research in lunar orbit, as well as getting ourselves on the way to Mars and testing out new exploration technologies that are going to help us get humanity to Mars. And so whatever my part is, whether it's working in mission control, talking to the astronauts that are up there, or being on one of those crews myself, I look forward to seeing what NASA does in the Artemis program.
Kate, how much time do you get to reconnect with home? Connection is such an important thing for us humans. How often do you get to connect with home?
We do get one video call a week to talk to our family.
This is News
and
Now
our
from
friends.
Fox, raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. What an interesting live event brought to us from Fox 11 Los Angeles. They're speaking live right now from astronauts from the International Space Station. time now, about 10:15 a.m. Eastern time. This is the time where we get so many breaking live feeds. And of course, we want to share them all with you on News Now from Fox. But unfortunately, we have to switch gears. I'm sure we'll have a clip from this International Space Station interview, though, on our social media sites. Switching gears right now, though, I want to bring you all a live feed from the House Judiciary meeting on discrimination and violence against Asian Americans.
All public officials, elected or otherwise, and public figures to speak out against the irrational hatreds and prejudices that overtake society in the face of a national
epidemiologists and public health officials use to control a disease. But to think
Indeed,
that
the
it
wrong
can be used
words
for a
can be very
pandemic
harmful.
is
Leaders who
naive
promote stereotypes
to the max.
use rhetoric aimed
We
at a
don't even
particular
know
ethnic or racial group
how
can
it
cause
got into the United States.
increases in levels of
to
discrimination
begin
and
with.
violence
The
directed
first
against
cases, we don't know the first cases in Italy.
When
the
politicians
first cases
use
in UK,
terms
and
like
etc.
China virus,
so when you can't,
kung
when
flu,
you even don't know that,
or
and when there are
refer to
many people who are
COVID-19
asymptomatic and so on,
as the
to
effect,
think and there's a sort of
to refer
widespread
to COVID-19 as the effect, intentional or not, of
common
putting
in
the
the
target on the
community,
backs.
then contact tracing does not work.
For our leaders
It's
can help calm fears,
counterproductive and
reassure
it reduces the
those
trust
feelings,
in public health.
those
Because
feeling under threat, and remind
we have a
everyone that we all
situation
share
now
the same
that
basic
people
dignity
who
as
are
human
contacted
beings.
by the contact
We
tracers,
should
they don't
treat
want
each
to
other
provide the
accordingly.
information.
Witnesses
And
who
they
can
don't
help
want to
show us the way
tell
forward
tale
and
on,
the way
on their
to
friends
justice.
and so on, so they refuse
Best we can tell,
cooperation.
this
So
last time there was
that's
a
going to have
congressional hearing
dire
specifically
consequences,
focused
let's
on
say 5 or 10 years
anti-Asian
from now.
hate
Maybe
was
we have a different
1987
disease, something like
before
Ebola, for example, and we're actually contact
That
tracing
hearing
is
took place during
critically
another time when
important.
economic and social
Then
problems
because
were
of what
inflamed
happened
on
now
an
during
Asian
the
country,
pandemic, people are going to cooperate
and
less.
for extension, Asian
So the
Americans.
contact tracing
You're watching News Now. We'll be right back.
term ability for public health.
The victims of race-based violence and their families deserve justice. And as the case, what we're talking about here with the tragedy, what we just saw occur in Atlanta, Georgia. I would also suggest that the victims of cartels moving illegal aliens deserve justice. The American citizens in South Texas that are getting absolutely decimated by what's happening at our southern border deserve justice. The victims of rioting and looting in the streets last week, businesses closed, burned last summer, deserve justice. We believe in justice, right? There's old sayings in Texas about, find all the rope in Texas and get a tall oak tree. We take justice very seriously, and we ought to do that. Round up the bad guys. That's what we believe. My concern about this hearing is that it seems to want to venture into the policing of rhetoric in a free society, free speech, and away from the rule of law and taking out bad guys. And as a former federal prosecutor, I'm kind of predisposed and wired to want to go take out bad guys. And that's bad guys of all colors. That's bad guys of all persuasions. That's bad guys targeting people for all different reasons. And I think we need to be mindful of that. And so now we're talking about whether talking about China, the Chi-Coms, the Chinese Communist Party, whatever phrasing we want to use, and if some people are saying, hey, we think those guys are the bad guys, for whatever reason. And let me just state clearly, I do. I think the Chinese Communist Party running the country of China, I think they're the bad guys. And I think that they are harming people, and I think they are engaging in modern day slavery, and I think that what they're doing to the Uyghurs, and I think that what they're doing targeting our country, and I think that what they're doing to undermine our national security, and what they're doing to steal our intellectual property, and what they're doing to build up their military and rattle throughout the Pacific, I think it's patently evil and deserving of condemnation. And I think that what they did to hide the reality of this virus is equally deserving of condemnation. And there's hardly any getting around that in fact happened, right? We've got, the World Health Organization, on Twitter saying preliminary investigations conducted by the Chinese authorities found no clear evidence of human-to-human transmission of the novel coronavirus. WHO had to go back and redo all of that. We know full well, I've got a bill that I introduced to posthumously award a congressional gold medal to Dr. Li Wenliang for coming out and exposing what the Chinese Communist government had done to hide the virus. Dr. Wenliang was a 34-year-old ophthalmologist in Wuhan, China, who died from the 2019 coronavirus after he sought to draw attention to the spread of the virus. Research indicates the first patient infected exhibited symptoms in early December 2019. On January 3rd, after raising concerns about the spread, Dr. Wenliang and 7 other doctors were detained and questioned by Chinese officials. He was forced to sign a statement retracting his warnings and confessing he had spread illegal rumors. That's the reality. And he ended up dying, but he was beaten. They were targeted for engaging in free speech, for trying to bring to light what was happening. And that's the reality of what I tend to refer to as the Chi-Coms. And I'm not going to be ashamed of saying I oppose the Chi-Coms. I oppose the Chinese Communist Party. And when we say things like that, and we're talking about that, we shouldn't be worried about having a committee of members of Congress policing our rhetoric because some evildoers go engage in some evil activity as occurred in Atlanta, Georgia. Because when we start policing free speech, we're doing the very thing that we're condemning when we condemn what the Chinese Communist Party does to their country. And that's exactly where this wants to go. This is the road this wants to head down. And nothing could be more dangerous than going down that road. Because who decides what is hate? Who decides what is the kind of speech that deserves policing? A panel? A panel of this body? A panel in the executive branch? A panel of the Department of Justice? And then what does that mean? Who's deciding? When we get into making crimes out of thought, crimes out of speech, as opposed to crimes out of the actions of evildoers. Find those who perpetrated what happened in Atlanta. Find those who engage in hate of all forms and punish the absolute hell out of them. But don't go around policing thought. And I'd add one other thing. I hope today's hearings will examine this discrimination against Asian Americans in educational settings, a matter that the Trump administration prioritized, took seriously, and acted upon. In October, for example, the Department of Justice sued Yale for race and national origin discrimination after determining that Yale was non-compliant with Title VI of the '64 Civil Rights Act, which prohibits federal financial assistance to any program engaged in racially discriminatory practices. Following a 2-year investigation, the Department of Justice concluded that Asian American and white students have only 1/10 to 1/4 of the likelihood of admissions as African American applicants with comparable academic credentials. The Justice Department alleged that Yale discriminated against Asian Americans by favoring certain applicants based upon their race, rather than looking for race-neutral alternatives to achieve the university's goals. Then Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division explained, all persons who apply for admission to colleges and universities should expect to know that they will be judged by their character, talents, and achievements, and not the color of their skin. To do otherwise is to permit our institutions to foster stereotypes, bitterness, and division. I couldn't agree more. However, only 2 weeks into President Biden's term, the Biden administration suddenly reversed course and dropped a lawsuit against Yale. Mr. Chairman, I'll close, but I'll just say I hope this is the direction we'll go. I hope we'll look at this and we'll look through the lens of clarity and objective truth, trying to seek justice and not trying to police speech and trying to achieve the objectives we want to achieve. And I thank the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. And before I recognize the chairman for his statement, I'd just like to reiterate that while speech is important and has meaning, the incidents I mentioned in my opening statement were being spat at, slapped in the face, lit on fire, slashed with a box cutter, and shoved violently to the ground as the video showed. That's not speech.
Mr. Chairman, I didn't suggest it was speech.
That's not speech, that's action. I'd like to recognize the chairman for his opening statement, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, We're here today to address the horrific rise in violence, harassment, and discrimination against Asian Americans that is surging across the country. As we convene this hearing, our thoughts are with the victims, but especially the Asian American victims in Georgia who were brutally murdered on Tuesday night. Although the motive is still to be investigated, the effect on the Asian American community has been profound, and it is certainly appropriate for us to address the fear gripping the Asian American community. So I want to thank the chairman for convening this hearing. Hate crimes and hate incidents against Asian Americans have been on the rise since 2017. Last year alone, nearly 3,800 incidents were reported, with about 68% of Asian Americans reporting that they have experienced racial slurs or verbal harassment since the pandemic began. Distressingly, one of the largest increases in the country of hatred and violence against Asian Americans has occurred in my own congressional district in New York City. This short clip shows just some of the verbal and physical abuse many Asian Americans have faced in recent years.
A wave of violent, unprovoked attacks against Asian Americans consuming the city of New York. A 56-year-old man in Manhattan this week pummeled for no apparent reason. A man riding the subway sliced across his face from cheek to cheek. A woman viciously shoved in Queens. A 71-year-old woman punched in her face in Chinatown. A 36-year-old man stabbed in the back, now fighting to stay alive.
Last February, a woman was hit in the face on the subway and called diseased. Last March, a Chinese-American dad from Queens and his 10-year-old son were harassed and attacked by an assailant who was screaming at him for appearing to be Chinese. Last April, an Asian-American woman in Brooklyn suffered significant burns after a chemical attack. Last July, an 89-year-old grandmother in Bensonhurst was attacked and set on fire by two men. Just last month, a New Yorker was slashed across the face with a box cutter. He needed more than 100 stitches. Also last month, in separate incidents on the same day, two elderly women were punched in the face on the subway. A few weeks ago, a man was stabbed outside of the federal courthouse. And just this Tuesday, a woman in Midtown had an unknown liquid poured on her neck as she was picking up packages. The common denominator? All of the victims were Asian American or of Asian descent. These are our neighbors, our friends, our family members, our constituents, and fellow Americans. And it is not only severe violence that Asian Americans in New York have had to fear, there's also been a barrage of verbal attacks and discrimination against the community. New Yorkers have had racially derogatory remarks written onto the outside of their restaurants, and had flyers posted around New York City neighborhoods blaming Asian Americans for the virus. Many of these attacks go unreported, and official statistics represent only a fraction of hate crimes or hate incidents. These examples are certainly not exhaustive, and harassment, abuse, and violence extend to communities across the country. We have witnessed Asian Americans bloodied and beaten in stores, learned that Asian American parents fear sending their children back to schools because of racial violence, and observed harrowing videos of verbal attacks aimed at Asian Americans in our public spaces. And perhaps even more heartbreaking, we have seen our Asian American frontline workers battle not only the pandemic, but also racism and disproportionately high death rates. It's important to recognize that this surge did not spontaneously rise only out of fears regarding the coronavirus pandemic. Some of this blame lies squarely on political leaders who have demonized China, both because of the virus and ongoing geopolitical tensions, and in turn, Asian Americans have fallen in harm's way. Words have power. What we say matters. How we treat each other matters. The expectations and standards we set in how we address this pandemic matter. The conversation we are having today is long overdue, and it is vital that Congress shine a light on this issue. Excuse me. The last congressional hearing held on violence against Asian Americans was in 1987 in this subcommittee. 34 years is too long for Congress to leave this issue untouched. Our government must thoroughly investigate and swiftly address growing tensions and violence against the Asian American community, especially in light of the pandemic, because lives and livelihoods are truly at stake. Last week, we reached the one-year anniversary of the COVID-19 pandemic in this country, a solemn and difficult moment for our nation as we reflected on all we have suffered and lost. But such hardship cannot be used as an excuse for dismissing the pain of our fellow Americans, enabling discrimination against them, or devaluing their sense of belonging and citizenship. Today, we are privileged to have our fellow members of Congress from both sides of the aisle testifying about their personal experiences. In addition, we have an expert panel that will walk us through the rise in discrimination and violence and its impact on the community, as well as historical perspectives and challenges to inform our legislative efforts moving forward. I look forward to hearing how we can better ensure protection, justice, and healing for our Asian American neighbors in this time of crisis and moving forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Nadler. We welcome our witnesses and thank them for participating in today's hearing. I will now introduce each of the witnesses, and after each introduction, we'll recognize that witness for his or her oral testimony. Please note that each of your written statements will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, I ask you to summarize your testimony in 5 minutes. To help you stay within that 5 minutes while you're testifying, there's a timing light on your table, but of course we don't have a table. Is there a process on the screen?
Okay, yeah.
So on the screen, they can see if it's green, you're good. If it's yellow, you're on the last minute. And if it's red, finish it. It means your 5 minutes are up. And that's on your WebEx view. Before proceeding with the testimony, I'd like to remind all the witnesses appearing on the panel that you have a legal obligation to provide truthful testimony and answers. Any false statements you make today could subject you to a prosecution under Section 1001 of Title 18 of the United States Code. Today we have two witness panels. Our first panel will be members. Our first witness is Representative Doris Matsui. Congressman Matsui represents the 6th Congressional District of California and has represented that area of Sacramento and environs since 2005. Congressman Matsui, you are recognized for 5 minutes. Apparently, Congressman Matsui, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Apparently, there's a technical problem with WebEx and not with my iPad.
This is News Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. Right now, we are taking a live listen as the House Judiciary Subcommittee is holding a hearing to focus on the rise of violence and discrimination against Asian Americans. The hearing will feature testimony from senators and congressmen and women. The hearing comes amid a spike in assaults on Asian Americans nationwide. Right now, some of our viewers will see a quick 2-minute commercial break.
Hear anything?
Can you hear me?
I know. They went blank and then they went silent. So I've sent messages to the
we're working on
to the committee.
I'm experiencing the same thing.
Okay.
We can hear you.
I will mute myself again then.
We can hear you. If you can hear us, wave your arms. They can't hear us.
You're watching News Now from Fox. It looks as though the House Judiciary meeting is having a bit of audio issues, so we're going to switch gears right now. Also happening, Reverend Al Sharpton is joined by President and founder of the National Action Network, speaking on the crimes against Asian Americans as well. You're watching News Now from Fox.
And I say that it is not enough to say we stand in solidarity. It is time that we say no hate here. And we do that by saying Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders count. And we need Albany to give us the bill that enables us to collect the data. Because we know that hate crimes from the New York City Police Department, they say 933% increase. But what else can we say about our neighbors, about our friends, about our colleagues? And the other thing we have to say is, I was at the rally when Noel Quintana talked about his slashing in the subway, talked about the fact that no one pulled out a camera to take a videotape, talked about the fact he was not alone in that subway car. So part of what we have to say is that you're not alone, because we as government, and when I am mayor, will fund our community-based organizations in our Asian and Pacific Islander communities so that you can support in a culturally responsive way the community, and that we can build bridges across our communities. And we won't stop there, because I just heard a story that Noel Quintana had to get help to get victim services? No. Hate has no home here, but we will tell you who does. Andrew Yang, you have a home here. And every last person in this city who comes from the community, any community, documented or undocumented, Asian, Pacific Islander, Latino, Black, Jewish, because we've also had a rise in anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Everyone is a New Yorker who resides in this city, and hate has no home here.
Candidate for Mayor, Borough President of Brooklyn, Eric Adams.
Thank you, Rev, and thank you, Maya, for just a powerful connection to what we are experiencing. And I remember in July of last year visiting an 89-year-old Asian woman who she was just walking down the block, and someone just set her dress on fire, didn't speak with her, and just carried it out. And I remember over 20 years ago, a young Chinese delivery boy who was delivering food on a call of service. He was assaulted, and I joined the family to talk about this. There's something real to many of us when we think about Atlanta and we think about the South, where my family is from. Many of the trees in Atlanta held the men that went abroad and fought to ensure the freedom of the country. And it's difficult to fight for the soil that holds the tree that hung your children, but we did. And so when we think about Atlanta, we think about those dark days of Dr. King and Abernathy. We think about the marches. We think about the white hoods. We think about all of the pain that comes with it. And when you hear about 8 innocent people were just destroyed by this incident, you can't help but to reflect on how far we have not traveled. And there's a hidden story when you talk about the Chinese community that many people don't know. During COVID-19, when we were not able to get and receive PPEs and other equipment to save New Yorkers, when NYCHA residents did not have face masks because there were people who said in this city, why would you give face masks to those people? When our transit employees in hospitals were without basic equipment. I met with Chinese leaders while they were having their stores closed and while the president was calling COVID-19 the Chinese disease, while they were being demonized. They showed the real American spirit. They rallied their relationships and they delivered to this city over 200,000 PPEs. And they partnered with me and knocked on doors in NYCHA developments. They walked the streets and they visited frontline workers. They went to hospitals. In the midst of their attacks, in the midst of what was happening to them, they rallied around New Yorkers. And not only New Yorkers that came from their communities, but for the most part, New Yorkers that did not come from their communities. They showed the real spirit of what it is to be an American. On behalf of the 200,000 people, I want to say thank you to them. And I want to say that our hearts and our condolences go out to the families who experienced such a horrific incident. This is not who we are, and it's going to take more than words. That's why we put in place the Breaking Bread Build and Bond initiative, 100 dinners across the city, 10 people at each dinner coming from different ethnic groups and backgrounds, so they can talk to each other. The reality is, the challenge that comes with just filing a police report, navigating the language differences, watching law enforcement try to downplay hate crimes because we don't want to impact our stats, often sending people away. That must change. We must bring this issue to the front. This increase in hate crime is a real signal in our city and in our country. And if we do not face it head on, it is going to continue to fester and grow like a cancer that will move through the body of our city and destroy every vital organ that we know, and that is each other. And so I thank Nan and Reverend Sharpton for bringing us together, and all of my colleagues for taking a pause on this campaign trail to state we are united around this issue. We're united that we can't have a city where hate lives among so many people that understand the importance of tolerance. Again, thank you very much.
Mayoral candidate Sean Donovan.
Reverend Sharpton, National Action Network, Wayne Ho, all of the leaders who do this work every day, thank you for bringing us together. Again and again, you bring us together. And as Eric just said, today we lay aside the work of campaigning to lift our voices together, to join together to forcefully condemn the heartbreaking acts of violence that we've witnessed against the Asian American community. People whose only mistake was being an easy scapegoat for an incompetent president, and others who are looking to pass blame to someone who looked different, who looked foreign, who looked other. All this comes at a time as well where these same brothers and sisters are facing the highest rates of COVID deaths in our city, some of the longest periods of joblessness, and some of the greatest financial strains on their small businesses. And now an elderly Asian in our city has to be afraid to go outside for a walk. Young Asian Americans need to ask themselves whether they should accompany their parents to the store and wonder who should accompany them. People who contribute to the gorgeous mosaic of our city need to worry about speaking their native tongue in public even more than they already did. So all of us do lift our voices. We join together today to say no. We cannot allow these acts of violence to continue day in and day out, traumatizing communities, destroying families, taking lives. We need to be swift in our condemnation of those who discriminate against the AAPI community and those who thoughtlessly publish and lend credence to the discrimination. Yesterday, I was invited to speak to the Wall Street Journal editorial board. And I used that opportunity to call them out for normalizing a president who called COVID-19 the China virus, Kung Flu. We need to stop explaining away the hate behind these crimes that we're living with because of what we've seen in the White House and across the country these last 4 years, and call them what they really are, acts of terror. We need to listen to the communities most affected and work together to find effective solutions. And we need to back up our values with real investments in keeping New Yorkers safe and secure from all threats everywhere in our city. Only then can we make this city the place it should be for our Asian brothers and sisters and every single New Yorker. Thank you, Reverend. Thank you all for bringing us together today. Thank you.
Candidate for Mayor Raymond McGuire.
Thank you, Reverend Sharpton and Dr. Richards. My word says that a people divided, a nation divided, a city divided cannot stand. Today we are divided. We're divided along racial lines. We're divided along religious lines. We're divided along sexual lines. We're divided along economic lines. We need to come together. It should not take the kind of racism that we are today testifying about to bring us together. We all, as mayoral candidates, stand in solidarity against the hatred. 58 years ago, when he wrote that letter from a Birmingham jail, he told us that injustice anywhere is a threat on justice everywhere. Anti-black, we know it, we have lived it. Anti-Semitic, we know it, we have lived it. And now, what we have witnessed for far too long, about which there has not been an outcry, is anti-Asian. How long? How long will we stand by? We must act in solidarity. I'm reminded of the words of that great lyricist at the height of the civil rights movement. The world won't get no better if we just let it be. The world won't get no better. We got to change it. Just you and me. We stand in solidarity. Anti-racism, anti-Asian, given long-standing relationships that we have had and the long-standing relationships that we will have. As he also said in that Birmingham jail, anyone who lives inside these great United States should never be considered an outsider within its boundaries. Our Asian American brethren and sister, as we stand here, National Action Network, where so many civil rights battles have been fought, this too will be the battleground and the battle cry for our Asian American brethren and sisters. How long? Not long. Let it start and let it stop today. Thank you.
Let us hear from the public advocate of the city of New York, Jamali Williams. Candidate, well, I'll leave that alone.
Still a candidate for public advocate. Thank you, Rev and Nan and the leaders who are here for bringing us all together on this sad occasion. But I just want to be clear that this is it. This is the inevitable conclusion when white supremacy and racism is treated as a simple policy difference. When we hear the words we heard for the past 4 years and people attributed it to just differences in policy. When, as was mentioned, the President of the United States of America freely, unabashedly, almost encouraged to use words like the Chinese disease, the Chinese whatever he said, and Kung Flu, and is treated as something other than what it is. 8 people are dead. They are not coming back. While we are here, I'm hoping that the media will shine a light on those 8 folks more than they shine on the person who shot them. Because their families and their friends, the horror has just begun. And there'll be a point when this is not discussed the same way, and that pain will still be there.
This is News Now from Fox. If you're just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine. We were just showing you all a live feed from the National Action Network briefing featuring Reverend Al Sharpton. They were addressing the rise of crimes and hate towards Asian Americans, a story that we are following closely on News Now from Fox. We are also closely following the Derek Chauvin trial. Right now, we know that jury selection is continuing. 9 jurors have been seated so far. Also, big news that we expect to hear today. The defense team is asking for Judge Cahill to delay the trial or move it out of Hennepin County. So we expect Judge Cahill to also make that announcement today. However, right now, jury selection is resuming, so some of you will see a very quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we'll have a live feed from the Derek Chauvin trial.
Correct.
So it's kind of the general sentiment that everybody matters.
Yes.
Okay. You have a relative who was a sheriff in the past?
Yes.
Some time ago?
Yes.
Is that person still alive and with us?
Yes.
Okay. So if you were a juror on this case, would you call your relative and say, hey, this is what they're telling me about how police officers are trained or what you're supposed to do. Can you confirm? Would you call that person for advice?
No.
Similarly, you have some friends who are in the medical profession in varying degrees. Would you call them for medical advice if you were a juror?
No.
I was interested in you were asked a series of questions and about the criminal justice system generally, and I was interested in one of your responses. You were asked, do you believe our criminal justice system works? Why or why not? And you wrote, I am not certain I understand this question properly, but I believe we have a system that, when it works correctly, is a fair and just system. I do understand that there could be instances when defendants do not receive adequate representation or sentencing guidelines may not be considered just. No system is perfect. I do think, in the main, that our justice system works. So the notion that when it doesn't work is because of an inadequacy of representation for individuals accused of crimes, is that where you think is a problem in the system?
I think that's one problem in the system.
Right. A reason to fully fund, say, the public defender's office, right? Maybe. And then also just in terms of the disparity in sentencing, is that what you mean by the sentencing guidelines may not be considered just?
Yes.
Ultimately, you understand that I'm a lawyer, I represent my client, these are lawyers, they represent their client, and we're all trying to do the best we can do, right?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a question, the last question you were asked is, do you want to serve as a juror on this case? And you checked the box, not sure, right? And you wrote, this trial, like the events that led to it, will be well publicized and followed by many people. The unrest, burning, and looting following Mr. Floyd's death was troubling. It would be naive to think that similar things couldn't happen depending on the outcome of the trial. I am not sure if it is warranted, but I could have concerns about my privacy and safety. So that's
Yes.
that same notion that we started up our conversation with, right?
Yes.
Knowing what you know now, a couple months later, do you feel that you would be a fair and impartial juror in this case?
Yes.
Could you set aside your concerns about privacy and safety and listen to the evidence and judge this case based on the evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You're watching News Now from Fox as jury selection continues in the Derek Chauvin trial. Right now, 9 jurors have been seated for the trial with opening statements scheduled to begin on March 29th. 5 more jurors are needed, including 2 alternatives for the murder and manslaughter trial that's being live streamed right here on News Now from Fox. And it looks as though attorneys are resuming. Let's listen in.
We'll pass for cause, Your Honor.
Mr. Slusher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror number 87, good morning. I know you've been at it for a while and have been patient, and we thank you for that. I do want to follow up on a couple of your responses. And in one instance, I believe you responded on the survey that you believe somewhat agree with the proposition that discrimination is not as bad as the media says that it is. Do you recall that response?
I don't, but
does that sound consistent with your belief that you somewhat agree that the media maybe overblows discrimination or exaggerates it?
yes.
Okay. So the 2 parts of that. First, what do you believe the media says about discrimination?
Well, by saying that I feel like they exaggerate it, I feel like the media exaggerates a lot of things. So I don't know that it would be necessarily more than other things that they exaggerate, but I feel like they may push it to a degree that stirs up controversy.
Okay.
Is that what you're looking for as an answer?
I'm just looking for your answer.
Well, I know. I meant did it answer your question?
It did. It did. But of course, now I'll have to follow up. But in that, why do you think the media does that?
I think they're not as unbiased as they always claim that they are. I guess that would be my answer.
Okay. And are there particular stories or instances that you can think of that you thought, the media is really kind of overplaying or overselling discrimination, or is it more of a generalized feeling you get from watching the news or reading the paper?
More of a generalized feeling.
Okay. Now, I'd like to compare that generalized feeling with some of your own real life experience in how you would make that determination. So have you had conversations with close friends or family members who have experienced discrimination in their life?
Have I?
Or family members who have experienced discrimination in their life?
Have I had them?
Yes.
Just in what areas? Any area?
Any area.
I'm sure I have, but I can't think of any off the top of my head.
How about taking it from the more general to the specific racial discrimination? Have you had conversations with friends of yours who've talked to you about racial discrimination that they may have experienced?
Yes.
And how have those conversations, I guess, compared with what you've seen on TV or read in the paper regarding the media's depiction of discrimination?
Well, you know, when you're speaking with one person, you're getting more of a personal story behind it. And so when you have those kinds of facts, it's a little easier to understand the discrimination than just a blanket discrimination story or something like that you might see.
So it sounds like you would be more inclined to believe something, a more personal story, than you would just kind of a generalized story that you would see in the media.
Yes.
Can you share with us, without revealing, who this person would be, just what conversations have you had with friends who've experienced discrimination? What kind of discrimination have they shared with you?
Being looked at suspiciously, being categorized in certain ways. Being treated as somehow less than other people.
It's hard to hear those experiences, isn't it?
It is.
You indicated in your survey that the criminal justice system, in response to the question whether the criminal justice system is biased against racial and ethnic minorities, you indicated that you somewhat disagree with that proposition. And I'd like you to share with us a little bit, why you somewhat disagree with that proposition.
Well, I think when I answered that question, I was looking at it as how the system should work, and that we have a legal system that should work fairly for everyone. So I don't believe the system has been written in to be discriminatory.
As opposed to maybe in practice how it can work out for some people. So think of your friend who shared with you the view that from your friend's perception, they were put in a certain category or viewed suspiciously that maybe someone else in the same situation would not have been. Mm-hmm. Do you think that can bleed into the criminal justice system? After all, we are all human beings here.
Sure, yes.
So would you then agree that the criminal justice system can be biased against racial and ethnic minorities?
I believe it could be in instances, sure. I don't know that I would agree that it is as a blanket statement, but yes.
You indicated that you and a bit of a rarity have not seen the video that we were talking about earlier, but you did recall seeing an image from the video. Is that right?
I'm assuming it's from the video. It was just a still picture, and I think I saw it on a news website.
Do you recall what that still picture showed?
It showed police officer. I don't think I saw Mr. Floyd. I believe there was maybe a car on the edge of the picture. And that's all I can remember seeing.
Okay. You indicated that you had an uncle who worked for about 2 decades in a fairly large department. We won't identify which one it was. Is that right? As a deputy sheriff?
Yes, yes.
Are you close with your uncle?
Not super close.
Did you ever speak with your uncle about his line of work?
I'm sure I did over the years, yeah.
Has he ever shared stories with you about, just work-related stories?
Uh-huh, yes.
Can you recall any particular instances? Usually when an officer will share a story with somebody, it won't be about the time nothing happened, right?
Right. He served papers. So he'd shared a couple stories with me where people being, I believe he was bit in the jail by somebody in jail. But that's really all I can remember him talking about.
Sounds like a pretty difficult job, and one's line of work, you don't expect to get bitten by people.
Sure.
Right? And you also indicated that you do have a strong trust in police officers. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did state in response to counsel's question that you believe that you could evaluate the testimony of a police officer in the same light as a non-police officer.
Yes.
But I need to ask you, if you were, say, walking down the street and you were looking for a particular place, say the IDS Center, you didn't know where it was, and there were 2 people, and one was a police officer and one was a bystander. And the police officer told you that the IDS Center was to the left, and the bystander told you that the IDS Center was actually to the right. Which direction did you follow?
You're watching News Now from Fox. Right now, we are bringing you all continuing coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial as jury selection resumes and will continue until 12 jurors are seated with 2 alternatives, and opening statements are scheduled for March 29th. We do, however, want to switch gears and bring you all another live feed. The House Judiciary Committee is meeting on a rise of violence and hate crimes against Asian Americans. Some of our viewers will see a very quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we return, we will bring you the latest from the House Judiciary Subcommittee.
It is one of the reasons why my colleagues, Representative Kim, and I joined Ranking Member Jordan and Subcommittee Ranking Member Johnson to request the President of Yale University to testify at today's hearing. Last year, the Department of Justice filed a case alleging that Yale University was discriminating against Asian American and white applicants. But the Biden administration dropped the suit last month. This is totally wrong and sets a dangerous precedent. In 1996, I supported and campaigned for California's Proposition 209, which banned racial preferences in public hiring, education, and contracting. It was modeled after the Civil Rights Act. Before Prop 209 was passed, the 4-year graduation rate for underrepresented racial minorities in the University of California system was 31.3%. By 2014, that has increased to 51.1%. The 6-year graduation rate is even better, increasing from 66.5% in 1998 to 75.1% in 2013. Last year in California, Democrats introduced Proposition 16 to bring back racial preferences in hiring, contracting, and our education system. Californians overwhelmingly rejected it. As a new member of Congress and immigrant to this country, we should be encouraging all students and young people to succeed, especially in our education system. Discrimination is against the fundamental value of American culture, and that includes discrimination against the AAPI community in the halls of our schools and universities. This is wrong. This type of behavior is only hurting future generations. We should be working together to stop this discrimination and hate in its tracks, and to encourage the next generation to achieve their own American dream. I thank the committee for the opportunity to testify and share this with you today. I yield back.
Thank you, Congresswoman Steele. Thank you very much. Final witness on this first panel is the Honorable Representative Grace Ming. Congressman Ming represents the 6th Congressional District of the Empire State, New York, includes Flushing, Bayside, Fresh Meadows, and other portions of northeastern Queens. She's been in Congress since 2013. Congressman Ming, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Nadler, Chairman Cohen, Ranking Member Thompson, and distinguished members of this committee for organizing today's hearing. The topic is discrimination and violence against Asian Americans. Some of us seem to be going a little off topic. I'm not sure why. For over a year, Asian Americans have been fighting an additional virus of hate and bigotry. Anti-Asian rhetoric like China virus, Kung flu, misinformation, racism have left Asian Americans traumatized and fearful for their lives. Mr. Roy mentioned the WHO, and it's the same World Health Organization that actually said not to use countries of origin when we're referring to diseases. Since last year, there have been over 3,800 reported incidents of anti-Asian hate, but we know that the majority of incidents go reported. And in fact, nearly 70% of reported anti-Asian hate incidents have happened to Asian American women. In fact, just this week, we saw the terrible news about the 6 Asian women who were shot and killed in the Atlanta area. Our community is bleeding. We are in pain, and for the last year, we've been screaming out for help. Asian American discrimination, however, is not new in this country. From the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act to the World War II incarceration of Japanese Americans, and from the 1975 police brutality in Manhattan's Chinatown to the 1982 murder of Vincent Chin, discrimination against Asian Americans is a shameful part of our history. Unfortunately, so much of this history is not taught in our schools. Excluding Asian Americans from our history books renders us invisible and deems us the perpetual foreigner. In fact, history has excluded the history of Asian Americans, Black Americans, Latino and Native Americans, and that has led to the systemic inequities at many institutions, including our academic institutions. In the 116th Congress, I introduced my resolution to condemn anti-Asian sentiment related to COVID, and I was grateful my resolution passed the House with bipartisan support, except for 164 of our Republican colleagues who voted against it, even though some had the audacity to tweet condolences after Atlanta's tragedy. I'm glad to hear about my colleague, Representative Steele's resolution, and I hope that she has better luck getting her party to support the resolution. During this last year, it became painfully apparent that we need a comprehensive effort from our local communities to the federal level. That's why I support bills like the No Hate Act, and that's why Senator Hirono and I introduced the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, which would assign a point person at the Department of Justice to quickly review hate crimes and to make it easier for people to report these incidents. My bill also builds on President Biden's presidential memorandum by directing relevant federal agencies to work with community-based organizations to find ways to talk about the virus in a way that is not racist. I urge my colleagues on this committee for swift consideration of these bills. We cannot turn a blind eye to people living in fear. I want to go back to something that Mr. Roy said earlier. Your president and your party and your colleagues can talk about issues with any other country that you want, but you don't have to do it by putting a bullseye on the back of Asian Americans across this country, on our grandparents, on our kids. This hearing was to address the hurt and pain of our community and to find solutions, and we will not let you take our voice away from us. Thank you. I yield back.
Congressman Ming, thank you very much. And you're correct about the genesis of this hearing. Now we will go to our second panel. The second member panel should turn their cameras on. There we go. I think we're coming along there. First member panel can turn their cameras off. Great light show. I guess we're ready. We're going to be ready. We're now on our second panel, and our first witness is Mr. John Yang. Mr. Yang is President and Executive Director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, the AAJC, which seeks to advance the civil and human rights of Asian Americans and to build and promote a fair and equitable society for all through policy, advocacy, education, and litigation. He received a JD from George Washington University School of Law and his BA from Washington University in St. Louis. Mr. Yang, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman Cohen. Thank you to the Ranking Member Johnson, and the other members of the committee. Really appreciate the opportunity to testify before all of you today. And I really appreciate the powerful words from Representative Mang and the other KPEC members as to why we are here today. When I agreed to testify at this hearing, no one could have imagined that this would come 2 days after the horrific shooting in Atlanta, Georgia. And so I also want to take a moment to recognize and honor the victims and their families and the suffering that they are going through at this moment. And to remember that we must center ourselves in the Atlanta community and all of the local communities that have been affected during this past year with respect to the anti-Asian violence. Look, for a year now, Asian Americans have been fighting 2 viruses, the COVID-19 pandemic affecting all of us, as well as this virus of racism. Asian Americans, like all Americans, have suffered the economic and health consequences of COVID-19. But at the same time, Asian Americans have been at the front lines as essential workers in grocery stores, in delivery trucks, in custodial services, as well as in health professions. Unfortunately, Asian Americans have also been fighting the second virus, this virus of racism. We have long struggled for visibility and equity, and now our communities are faced with this additional physical and mental harm that is arising out of the COVID-19 pandemic. As Ms. Kulkarni will testify, web-based self-reporting tools have recorded a tremendous increase in the number of anti-Asian hate that we have seen this past year. A Pew report from last year confirmed what that data shows, that a majority of Asian Americans say it is more common for people to blame Asians for COVID-19 and have expressed insensitive and completely inappropriate views about Asian Americans than before COVID-19. An Ipsos survey shows the same thing, where over 30% of the American population say that they have witnessed harassment or blame of the Asian community for COVID-19, and 60% of the Asian American population showed that this was similar behavior that they were seeing. So these fears are real. And the other thing is the impact on the Asian American communities is clear with respect to their businesses. As noted in a report by McKinsey & Company, misguided fears of the virus effectively shuttered businesses in many Asian American cultural districts a full month before lockdowns began nationwide. Our organization and others started talking about this issue in late January when we saw this happening. And districts during that time when we saw this happening, and to say that it was still safe to go there before the lockdowns. In New York, as demonstrated by a study by our community partner, Asian American Federation, there has been record job losses for the Asian American community. In New York, there was a 6,000% increase in unemployment benefit applications from February through June of 2020. And Asian Americans suffered the largest increase in unemployment, going from 3% in February of 2020 to over 25%. Now look, Asian American racism is rooted in two very dangerous stereotypes, that of the perpetual foreigner and that of the model minority. The perpetual foreigner suggests that we can be here and we can be born here and we can live here as long as we want, but we are still seen as foreigners. We are still seen as the other, not to be trusted and to be feared. On the flip side of that stereotype is the so-called model minority, to suggest that Asian Americans are held up as a good people of color when it is convenient, to plant seeds of division within allied communities of color. And here I will call out people that try to use affirmative action as a wedge to drive between Asian Americans and other communities of color. That model minority myth hides the complexities of our community and the economic disparities that exist among Asian Americans. Even as the COVID-19 pandemic recedes, we must remember that anti-Asian racism is likely to continue. We do have legitimate concerns and geopolitical differences with the Chinese government and the Chinese Communist Party, but that is likely to remain for the foreseeable future. But if we are not careful, those differences will have consequences on our Asian American community, and we can expect a backlash against our community. We've seen that happen with the Japanese American community in World War II. We've seen that happen with the Arab, Middle Eastern, Muslim, and South Asian American community after 9/11, and we saw that happen with the murder of Vincent Chin in 1982. We have to do better than that. We have to have the proper nuance to call out xenophobia, racism, whenever it occurs against our community. And we must call this out to stop this cycle of violence. It is only then that we will stop seeing Asian Americans as this perpetual foreigner to be feared and come up to a better place in addressing this racism. Thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Our next witness is Manju Shah Kulkarni. She's Executive Director of the Asian Pacific Policy and Planning Council, a coalition of over 40 community-based organizations that serve and represent the 1.5 million Asian American and Pacific Islanders in Los Angeles County. She's also a co-founder of Stop AAPI Hate, an online self-reporting and tracking tool launched on March 19, 2020 in response to a sharp rise in anti-Asian xenophobia and bigotry resulting from the references to the COVID-19 pandemic's provenance. She received her JD from Boston University School of Law and her BA from Duke University. Ms. Kulkarni, you are now recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Kulkarni, did you hear me? You're recognized for 5 minutes. You may need to unmute. Did we lose sound again? Can anybody hear me? Amy, this isn't my fault.
You're watching News Now from Fox. Some of our viewers will now see a very quick 2-minute commercial break.
We will have a 5-minute recess and we'll be back.
And my name is Rain Augustine, and this is News Now from Fox. It looks as though the House Judiciary Committee is taking about a 5-minute break. They are having some audio issues, so we're going to switch gears right here on News Now. Of course, we are heavily following the Derek Chauvin trial, and jury selection has resumed. So we're going to tap into that right here, raw and unfiltered on News Now from Fox. So many moving parts right now on News Now from Fox. As promised, it looks as though the House Judiciary Subcommittee is back underway as they are addressing violence against Asian Americans.
My organization,
Let's listen
Asian
in.
Pacific Policy and Planning Council, in conjunction with Chinese for Affirmative Action and San Francisco State University's Asian American Studies Department, launched Stop AAPI Hate. In the past 11 months, we have received almost 3,800 self-reported incidents of bias and discrimination from all 50 states and the District of Columbia, making Stop AAPI Hate the nation's leading aggregator of Asian American hate. From our analysis, the following trends have emerged. 68% of incidents involve verbal harassment, 20% involve avoidance or shunning, 11% physical assaults, and 9% civil rights violations, including refusal of service, vandalism, workplace discrimination, and discrimination in housing. The vast majority do not involve a hate crime. Businesses, including grocery stores, pharmacies, and big box retail, are the primary site of discrimination. This is followed by public streets and public parks. The fact that so many incidents take place at businesses is especially concerning, given that retail venues sell goods necessary for daily living, essential during a pandemic. Given that 35% of incidents occur in public spaces is also worrisome. These figures give credence to the anxiety felt by AAPIs that purchasing food, refilling prescriptions, or simply going on a walk might leave them vulnerable to being attacked. Our data indicates that especially vulnerable populations, including women, youth, and seniors, have reported experiencing anti-Asian hate incidents at significant rates. As has been noted, 68% of incident reports come from women. This is perhaps to be expected given the lessons learned from the Me Too movement and a survey of Stop Street Harassment, which found that 81% of women experience street harassment in their daily lives. While Chinese Americans have often been the explicit target of perpetrators, they make up only 42% of individuals who reported to our site. 15% identify as Korean Americans, 9% as Vietnamese, and 8% as Filipino American. We have also received reports from South Asian Americans as well as Pacific Islanders and others, evidencing the fact that Asian Americans across ethnicities are experiencing hate and racism today with our Pacific Islander sisters and brothers. Sadly, the 3,800 reported to Stop AAPI Hate represent only a fraction of what has happened in this country. The widespread nature of anti-Asian hate is confirmed by a study by the Pew Research Center released last July that found that 3 in 10 Asian Americans experience racist jokes and slurs. Similarly, a poll by the Center for Public Integrity found that 60% of Asian Americans have witnessed someone blaming our community for COVID-19. Before I close, I want to acknowledge the tremendous mobilization done by Asian American groups in Georgia in response to the violence there and read a portion of their statement. During this time of broader crisis and trauma in our Asian American communities, we must be guided by a compass of community care that prioritizes assessing and addressing our community's immediate needs, including in-language support for mental health, legal, employment, and immigration services. We must stand firm in decrying misogyny, systemic violence, and white supremacy. In addition to sharing our data and the statement from Georgia advocates, I want to share the fact that we have been developing resources for community members who experience incidents of hate and providing direct assistance through local networks. We are also closely working with local, state, and federal policymakers to address the hate incidents that have occurred and seek to prevent additional incidents from taking place in the future. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to taking any questions.
Thank you very much, and you were perfect on the 5 minutes. Our next witness is Erica Lee. She's a Regents Professor of History and Asian American Studies and the Director of the Immigration History Research Center at the University of Minnesota. She's the author of 4 award-winning books, including America for Americans, A History of Xenophobia in the United States, which won the 2020 American Book Award and the 2020 Asian Pacific American Award for Literature. Professor Lee received her MA and PhD in History from the University of California, Berkeley, and her BA from Tufts University. Professor Lee, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman Cohen and members of the committee. I'm so honored to join you. I also want to thank all of the congressional staffers who have helped to make this hearing possible. As we've just heard from my fellow witnesses, anti-Asian racism and violence has risen alarmingly. As shocking as these incidents are, it is so vital to understand that they are not random acts perpetrated by deranged individuals. They are an expression of our country's long history of systemic racism targeting Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. We've heard in the past 24 hours many describe anti-Asian discrimination and racial violence as un-American. Unfortunately, it is very American. This history, this American history, is over 150 years old. Let me share just a few examples. In 1871, 17 Chinese were lynched by a mob of 500 in Los Angeles. This was the largest mass lynching in U.S. history. In 1886, a mob of 1,500 forced out all of Seattle's Chinese residents. In the early 20th century, South Asians were expelled from cities, and Filipino Americans and Japanese Americans were attacked. Most recently, in 1982, Vincent Chin, a Chinese American, was beaten to death in Detroit because his attackers thought he was Japanese and blamed him for the economic decline in the auto industry. Throughout the 1980s, attacks on Korean shopkeepers and Southeast Asian refugees were widespread. After 9/11, hate crimes targeting Muslim, Middle Eastern, and South Asian Americans increased by 1,600%. As these incidents reveal, Asian Americans have been terrorized. We've been treated as enemies. We've been discriminated against. Today, we are still viewed as foreigners rather than U.S. citizens. The government of this country has not just ignored this problem, it has been part of the problem. Throughout much of our history, Congress and other elected officials have promoted and legalized anti-Asian racism through its laws and its actions. In 1875, Congress passed the so-called Page Act, which effectively barred the entry of Chinese women because lawmakers believed that all Chinese women were prostitutes. In 1882, Congress passed the Chinese Exclusion Act, the first federal law singling out an entire group for immigration exclusion based on race. By the 1930s, all other Asian groups, Japanese, Korean, South Asians, Filipinos, were also barred from the US, and prevented from becoming naturalized citizens. Asian immigration did not fully open up again until 1965. In 1942, President Roosevelt signed an executive order that allowed for the incarceration of 120,000 Japanese Americans as prisoners without trial. And I want to thank Representative Matsui so much for sharing her own family's history so that we never forget the real consequences of racism. For many years after 9/11, not just right after the terrorist attacks, but for many years after, South Asian Americans faced systemic racism in the form of profiling by government agencies. During this past year, some of our highest elected officials deliberately and consistently used racist language tying COVID-19 to Asians. This included the phrases that we've been talking about this morning, Chinese virus, Wuhan virus, and also telling Americans to quote unquote blame China for the pandemic. These words matter, especially when they repeatedly came from the White House during the previous administration. Researchers have found that the anti-Asian rhetoric promoted by leaders directly correlated with a rise in racist incidents against Asian Americans. This history of racism is not taught in our schools. Instead, many Americans believe the deceptive model minority stereotype, portraying Asian Americans only as success stories. Proving that AAPIs do indeed experience structural racism and institutionalized discrimination remains a persistent challenge. The last time, and seemingly the only other time in our country's history that Congress has held hearings on anti-Asian racism was 34 years ago before this committee. Over 20 million in number, Asian Americans are now the fastest growing racial group in the United States. We are your constituents. But we are in crisis from the multiple and disproportionate effects of the pandemic on our diverse AAPI communities. US citizens are being told to go back to their own countries. Nurses and doctors on the front lines are subjected to racist tirades. As we've seen in Atlanta, Asian-owned businesses and workers are being attacked, and all of this violence especially targets women. Like all Americans, AAPIs are struggling with the public health crisis and the shuttered economy. That we also have to worry about being attacked or harassed in our own neighborhoods makes our pandemic experience even more difficult. Congress needs to act definitively and immediately to address the enduring problem of anti-Asian racism in the US. The acts facing AAPIs today are a systemic national tragedy. They will not simply go away after the pandemic. We call upon our leaders to condemn racism in all of its forms, invest in AAPI communities, and support individuals who have experienced race-based violence. We cannot afford to wait another 34 years for Congress to act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lee. Our next witness is Charles Lehman. Mr. Lehman is a fellow with the Manhattan Institute, working primarily on the Policing and Public Safety Initiative. He is also contributing editor of City Journal. Mr. Lehman receives his BA from Yale University. Mr. Lehman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to the committee for the invitation to speak today about the important issue of rising crime against Asian Americans. Many of our fellow citizens now fear for their safety in their own neighborhoods. I am glad this matter has not escaped Congress's attention, particularly in light of Tuesday's awful shooting outside of Atlanta. I am speaking today as a researcher focused on crime, and it is in that capacity that I want to offer 2 points. The first is that, while some of these offenses were doubtless motivated by bias, you should be cautious when interpreting the broader trend solely as a spike in hate crimes. The second, relatedly, is that these crimes should be understood as part of a larger surge in violence. As you're aware, crime is rising in several Asian American communities, particularly in the Greater Bay Area and New York City. There have been reports of assaults, daylight robberies, and general mayhem targeting Asian citizens, especially the elderly. Many have identified these offenses as hate crimes, linking them to bigoted sentiments inspired by the coronavirus pandemic. The FBI, which tracks such offenses, defines a hate crime as one motivated by an offender's, quote, bias against a race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, ethnicity, gender, or gender identity. Last spring saw a spike in hate crimes against Asian Americans as major cities experienced a 150% increase over 2019.
This was doubtless driven by rhetoric blaming Asians for the coronavirus crisis. In the latest wave, some offenses are plainly bias motivated, like the attack in Seattle, which assailant Samuel Green told Kathy Yeager, quote, "Asians need to be put in your place," as he shoved her to the ground. But not all of the recent cases are so clear-cut. The reason for Tuesday's horrific shootings in Atlanta remains unclear, but police suspect it was not racially motivated. Law enforcement in both New York and Northern California are reportedly not investigating many of the high-profile offenses as hate crimes. Other factors are likely at play. Consider Yahya Muslim, arrested for shoving 3 Asian adults, including a 91-year-old, in Oakland's Chinatown. Muslim, who is homeless, has a history of mental illness, which his defense counsel blames for the attack. Counsel for Antoine Watson, who allegedly shoved and killed 84-year-old Wicha Ratanapakdee in San Francisco, has also appealed to the teenager's mental health, rejecting charges of bias. Other cases start to look different given context. Filipino New Yorker Noel Quintana was a victim of a subway knife attack that some have called racially motivated. But several other non-Asian victims have also recently been slashed on the MTA, part of rising transit crime, which swept up Quintana. My purpose in making these points is not to deny the role bias has played in some offenses, nor to downplay the seriousness of anti-Asian bigotry. I want to condemn, in no uncertain terms, hate crimes of all sorts. They are a particularly vicious species of offense, motivated by special animus and deserving of special denunciation. No American should have to face discrimination of any kind. Rather, I wish to emphasize to the committee that if they analyze these offenses solely as hate crimes, they will miss critical context and thereby risk making underinformed decisions. In particular, we cannot discuss these offenses without highlighting the past year's violent crime wave. Criminologist Jeff Asher has estimated that 2020 saw the largest one-year spike in homicides on record, as murder increased by more than 30% in nearly 40 major cities. New data indicate the trend has persisted into early 2021. That pattern appears in cities where Asian residents are being attacked. In San Francisco, homicide was up 17%. In New York, homicides rose 40%, while shootings nearly doubled. In Oakland, 2020 saw the highest homicide rate in 8 years, and the city's on track for a worse 2021. With 157 dead, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution called 2020 the city's deadliest year in decades. That violence is a product of free-roaming criminals. Carl Chan, head of Oakland's Chinatown Chamber of Commerce, describes how...
This is News Now from Fox, raw, unfiltered, non-stop news. Right now, we are taking a live listen from the House Judiciary meeting on discrimination and violence against Asian Americans. We are seeing a number of lawmakers speak out against this. But of course, right here on News Now, we are all about bringing you what's happening now. And we do have a breaking live feed of Vice President Kamala Harris speaking. So we want to bring you all this now, raw and unfiltered, on News Now from Fox.
Workforce and the workforce in general, both around paid leave, sick leave, family leave, affordable child care. And so all of these are the issues that we have been working on together for years, but that you in particular, these leaders, have been fighting for dare I say, on behalf of generations of workers in America. And so I thank you for joining me today. It is great to see you all, and I look forward to our discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
There we are.
All right, guys, it looks as though we caught the tail end of that event. I'm going to send some of you all to a very quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Banana, which I likely learned on the plane, and goodbye, which my grandmother taught me in Beijing as she dropped me off at the bus stop every Sunday. Since then, I became the first person in my family to receive a law degree, and I won the first case I litigated before the Supreme Court in June 2018. A few hours after I got the decision in the Supreme Court case, I went to take a citizenship test in front of an immigration officer, and I laughed when he asked me how many justices there were on the Supreme Court. I have since become a proud citizen of the United States. I am here today to say that racial discrimination is wrong, but when it comes to Asian Americans in education, far too many in our government condone discrimination. This is something I've experienced firsthand as an attorney with the Pacific Legal Foundation, where my colleagues and I represent Asian American families who have felt the sting of government-sanctioned discrimination. These families seek to vindicate the principle of equality before the law, which requires government to treat people as individuals and forbids government from treating us differently on the basis of government-sanctioned stereotypes. Last week, Pacific Legal Foundation filed a case challenging Fairfax County's discriminatory changes to its admissions policy for Thomas Jefferson High School, or TJ as it is more commonly known. We represent a coalition of parents, including Dr. Chen, a Chinese immigrant who is now a chemistry professor. His eldest daughter attends TJ, but her younger sister might not get that chance. That's because the county replaced an objective test with a so-called holistic process designed to racially balance the student body at the expense of Asian American students. The changes at TJ were made against the backdrop of unfounded racial stereotypes. One school board member referred to the culture at TJ as toxic. A Virginia state delegate accused Asian Americans of being dishonest in getting their children admitted and made the baseless claim that the parents had no intention of staying in America. We're pursuing a similar case in Montgomery County, where efforts to racially balance the magnet middle schools have drastically reduced the number of Asian American students. In yet another case, I represent Asian American families in New York. My clients include Asian American immigrants who want the opportunity for their children to earn their way into public schools like Stuyvesant, Bronx Science, and Brooklyn Tech. But Mayor de Blasio stated that the majority Asian compositions of those schools was a, quote, monumental injustice, and changed the admissions policy to make it harder for low-income Asian American students to get into those schools. Pacific Legal Foundation has also filed a friend of the court brief in Students for Fair Admissions versus Harvard, a case using Harvard's explicit use of race in a way that decreases Asian American enrollment. This too has led to pernicious stereotypes, including college guidebooks telling Asian American students to refrain from saying that they aspire to pursue a career in medicine or major in math or science. Apparently, those interests are too Asian. This is America. Government should not condone discrimination, and it must not actively engage in it. The subcommittee should continue to explore ways in which official government policy has discriminated against Asian Americans and continue to work with Pacific Legal Foundation and others to end this racial discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for appearing in person, and thank you for keeping your mask up. That's appreciated by all on the committee. Our next witness is Mr. Daniel Dae Kim. Mr. Kim is an actor and producer. He's best known for his role as Jin-Soo Kwon on the TV series Lost, for which he shared a 2006 Screen Actors Guild Award for Best Ensemble. He also portrayed Chin Ho Kelly on the series Hawaii Five-0 for 7 seasons. Last month, together with actor Daniel Wu, he offered a $25,000 reward for information regarding a January 31 assault of a 91-year-old man in Oakland's Chinatown, following 2 similar incidents targeting elderly Asian residents. Mr. Kim received a Master of Fine Arts degree from New York University and his undergraduate degree from Haverford College. Mr. Kim, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Cohen and Ranking Member Roy and the members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm both honored and dismayed to be back in front of you again. Some of you may remember that I was with you just this past September discussing the importance of diversity in American media. You may recall that the reason I was moved to speak then was because the House had just recently passed H.R. 908, condemning all forms of anti-hate Asian sentiment. But I was disheartened to find that for a bill that required no money or resources, just a simple condemnation of acts of hate against people of Asian descent, 164 members of Congress, all Republican, voted against it. And now here I am again, because as every witness in this hearing has pointed out, the situation has gotten worse, much worse. Vicha Ratanapakdi, murdered. Pak Ho, murdered. Noel Quintana, face slashed with a blade from ear to ear. An 89-year-old woman set on fire. Tadataka Ono, a professional jazz pianist, beaten so badly he can no longer play piano. And now 7 Asian people shot dead in Georgia 2 days ago, 6 of whom were women. These are only a few of the 3,800 reported incidents since last March. I was speaking to a pollster during the recent elections, and I asked him why, when I see polling results broken down by race, do I so rarely see Asian Americans as a separate category? He heard my question, he looked me dead in the eye, and he said, because Asian Americans are considered statistically insignificant. Statistically insignificant. Now, all of you listening to me here by virtue of your own elections are more familiar with the intricacies of polling than I am. So undoubtedly, you already know what this means. Statistically insignificant literally means we don't matter. We as Asian Americans have come to this country because we believe in the American dream. Many of us have succeeded, and some of us are even the frontline healthcare workers upon whom we've all come to depend during this terrible pandemic. But many of us are struggling too. In fact, the wealth disparity between the richest Asian Americans and the poorest is the largest of any ethnic group in America. In New York, Asian Americans have a higher poverty rate than any other minority group, where fully 1 in 4 are living below the poverty line. And poverty rates among Asian American seniors are much higher than the national average. That's something to consider as we watch the most vulnerable in our community get taunted, pushed, slashed, and murdered. Despite this wide disparity of experiences, we continue to be tagged the model minority. We simply cannot continue to live with the myth that the most successful of us represent the totality of us. So we know the hurdles we face. The question for us here is, what can we do about them? One of the places that starts is with education. Let's teach them everything that Professor Lee so eloquently highlighted for us, including celebrating the fact that the most decorated combat unit in U.S. military history was the 442nd Combat Team, a unit in World War II made up entirely of Asian Americans. Now, these are not moments in Asian American history. This is American history. When we are erased from our history books, we are made invisible. And the result, to quote Congresswoman Meng, is that we are perpetually made to feel like foreigners in our own country. Include our stories because they matter. We must also empower our local community organizers by directing funds to areas that have been historically impoverished, not just for the benefit of the AAPI community, but for the benefit of all communities living there, most of whom are non-white. It's no wonder that there's historically been tension among racial groups when the thing they have most in common is poverty and lack of access to services. And there happen to be 2 pieces of legislation before this committee as we speak that deal with these specific issues. One is the No Hate Bill. It provides necessary grants and money to community organizations, counseling for those convicted of hate crimes, and improved data collection for hate crime reporting, among other important services. The committee also has before it right now the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act introduced by Congresswoman Meng and Senator Hirono. It's crucial that we have reliable reporting for these hate crimes and an infrastructure that makes it easy for people for whom English is not their primary language. Chairman Nadler, you have been an ally to the AAPI community in the past. I respectfully urge you not to let these bills languish in committee, but see them through so that they can be passed by the full House and then on to the Senate. Now, I'm not naive enough to think that I'm going to convince all of you to stand up for us. Trust me, I've seen your voting records. But I am speaking to those to whom humanity still matters. In closing, let me just say that there are several moments in a country's history that chart its course indelibly for the future. For Asian Americans, that moment is now. What happens right now and over the course of the coming months will send a message for generations to come as to whether we matter. Whether the country we call home chooses to erase us or include us, dismiss us or respect us, invisibilize us, or see us. Because you may consider us statistically insignificant now, but one more fact that has no alternative is that we are the fastest growing racial demographic in the country. We are 23 million strong. We are united, and we are waking up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next witness is Shirin Sinar. She's professor of law and John A. Wilson faculty scholar at Stanford Law School. Her scholarship focuses on, among other things, the role of institutions in protecting individual rights and democratic values in the national security context. Her recent work assesses the legal regime for domestic and international terrorism under U.S. law. Professor.
You're watching News Now from Fox, continuing to listen in on the House Judiciary meeting on discrimination and violence against Asian Americans. We just listened in to Daniel Dae Kim, an actor and producer, saying that violence against the Asian community is violence against all communities, urging community leaders and organizers to address the ongoing issue of systemic racism. Right now, some of our viewers will see a quick
MA and a BA as well from Harvard. She was a law clerk for the Honorable Warren J. Ferguson of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit. Professor Sinar, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you for convening this important hearing and inviting me to participate. I want to begin by acknowledging the horrific mass shootings in Atlanta. Whatever the motive, those murders have traumatized Asian American communities already reeling from a year of persistent hate violence. I'd like to make 2 points today. First, while the causes of hate crimes are complex, academic research shows that hostile rhetoric from political leaders towards immigrants or racial minorities can embolden people to commit violence against them. Research also shows that political events that change perceptions of social norms, like the acceptability of racist or xenophobic views, have triggered hate violence. And specifically with respect to former President Trump, prior studies have shown that hate crimes spiked immediately after his election, and that his negative tweets towards Muslims strongly correlated with anti-Muslim hate crimes. That brings us to the past year, when former President Trump and other political leaders relentlessly characterized the coronavirus in racist terms, as recently as this week. Stop AAPI Hate's research shows that Donald Trump's anti-Asian tweets were shared on social media over 1 million times. A substantial number of anti-Asian hate incidents used language similar to Trump's. Beyond rhetoric, the racial profiling of Chinese and Chinese American researchers, scientists, and students as security risks exposes Asian American communities to a higher risk of societal discrimination and violence. This is familiar from the experience of South Asian, Muslim, Sikh, and Arab American communities treated as suspects over the nearly 2-decade-long war on terror. While hostile rhetoric or discriminatory policy is certainly not the sole cause of recent anti-Asian violence, it has made Asian Americans vulnerable both to racially motivated and to opportunistic attacks. The second point I'd like to make is that while the response to hate crimes has often been to call for increased sentences, many Asian American community organizations are now advocating a broader set of strategies to address hate crimes. Horrific acts like the Atlanta shootings require a serious law enforcement response. But for several reasons, community groups are also looking for solutions beyond criminal law especially with respect to the more common forms of hate crimes that occur. For one thing, many incidents of hate speech targeting Asian Americans do not qualify as criminal, but they still create significant harm. In addition, many victims do not report incidents to police because of mistrust of law enforcement. And concern around over-policing and mass incarceration has led many in communities of color to consider other avenues to help victims heal, hold perpetrators accountable, and prevent violence. Numerous Asian American organizations have emphasized the importance of cross-racial solidarity in response to hate crimes, rather than pitting struggling communities against one another. Many have advocated deep investments in communities to strengthen support systems, both to prevent violence and to support violence when hate crimes occur. That support can take many forms, whether it is through funding culturally competent mental health care services, reforming victim compensation programs to better support hate crimes victims, hosting conflict de-escalation training, or establishing grant programs to protect institutions at high risk of hate crimes. There is also growing interest in exploring forms of restorative justice to address hate crimes, especially with respect to young offenders and relatively less serious offenses. Restorative justice refers to processes that bring together people affected by an offense to address the harm and agree upon mechanisms to repair it. Some evidence suggests that restorative justice programs reduce recidivism and alleviate the emotional harm of survivors better than traditional criminal processes. They are not an option in every case, and much more research is necessary. But there is growing interest within communities in creative alternatives to hold people accountable, help victims recover their sense of safety, and prevent further violence. Thank you for the opportunity to share these thoughts.
Thank you for sharing that. Our last witness is Hiroshi Motomura. He is Susan Westerberg Prager Distinguished Professor of Law, Faculty Co-Director, Center for Immigration of Law and Policy at UCLA. His teachings and scholarship focus on immigration and citizenship. His book, Americans in Waiting, The Lost Story of Immigration and Citizenship in the United States, won the Professional and Scholarly Publishing Award with the Association of American Publishers as the year's best book in law and legal studies. Professor Motomura received his JD from Cal Berkeley and his BA from Yale. Professor, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My remarks take a step back from the specifics of the incidents that other witnesses addressed. There's a natural tendency to explain away these crimes as isolated acts of a few individuals. And related is a natural tendency to avoid a deep look at why these crimes were committed. Why more crimes now? Why against victims with Asian ancestry? But these crimes follow a long historical pattern, as you've heard today. And I'd like to explain a key reason for this history. Individuals commit crimes, but they do so in a society that reflects the laws under which we live. To see hate crimes as isolated is to close our eyes to the role of law in shaping attitudes, especially about who's worthy and who's not. My focus is on the immigration laws of the United States, and especially on how these laws have laid the foundation for hate crimes against Asian Americans in the past, in the present, but I hope not in the future. I'll start by observing that throughout our nation's history, immigration laws and statutes, regulations, and executive branch orders have discriminated and excluded on the basis of race, nationality, religion, and ethnicity. There are many examples. China's exclusion, as you've heard, dates back to the 1870s and 1880s, but it was the law of the land until 1943. My own family was one of the very small number of Japanese allowed to come to America before 1965, when immigration from Asia was severely limited. And similarly, the large undocumented population from Mexico reflects an immigration system that historically has treated Mexican immigrants as disposable labor, and today offers too few legal opportunities to work and live with family in this country. Most recently, many people have been barred from the United States because they come from certain majority Muslim or African countries. Now, immigration laws at their simplest separate them, in quotes, outside the border from us, also in quotes, inside the border. And this may be why public figures have felt free to disparage and insult people from certain other countries, even when some of those same public figures might never say the same thing about U.S. citizens who trace their family roots to those very same places. But immigration laws don't just affect people outside the United States. Immigration laws can make it hard or even impossible for some U.S. citizens, but not others, to live in this country in their United States with their spouses and children and other close relatives. In other words, to make a family here, to make a life here in this United States as a family. In this way, immigration laws tell some U.S. citizens they're still foreigners if they cannot fully partake of American life. If they trace their family origins to disfavored parts of the world, or if they follow a disfavored faith, then the message is that their citizenship isn't as worthy of respect as the citizenship of other Americans. Their citizenship is devalued. In these ways, immigration laws enable discrimination that's based on race, often against U.S. citizens. Chinese exclusion, for example, was rooted in the idea that people of Chinese descent could not become fully equal citizens of this country because they're not white. When 120,000 people of Japanese ancestry, most of whom were U.S. citizens, were incarcerated in relocation camps during World War II, this too was only possible because they were seen as foreign because of their race. So especially when this permission to discriminate is embraced, endorsed, and amplified by public figures, what happens next should come as no surprise. The message is that some U.S. citizens don't belong, that they're really foreigners, and that their lives and property aren't worth as much. That message leads to hate crimes against people cast by our American immigration laws as fundamentally less American. No hate crime is an isolated act. We need to take national responsibility for the role of law and what we're seeing today. By discriminating in ways that suggest some U.S. citizens don't belong here, our immigration laws have laid the foundation for hate crimes. And as long as our laws continue to lay this foundation, our entire country will suffer because the promise of a shared citizenship that can unite us all will remain unfulfilled. Thank you.
And thank you, sir. We appreciate your attendance and your participation in our hearing. We will now enter a round of questioning, and we will be under the 5-minute rule ourselves. And I will begin by recognizing myself for a question. And I'd like to ask Ms. Lee, is there empirical or historical evidence supporting the claim that leaders promoting stereotypes or using rhetoric aimed at a particular ethnic racial group leads to increased levels of discrimination or violence against that group? Are there historical examples of this?
Thank you, Chairman, for that wonderful question. And the answer is clearly yes. There is, unfortunately, a huge amount of historical evidence. The record is very clear. We've got mayors of major cities. We have lawmakers in Congress explaining Asian people in the crudest, most racist terms. In 1876, in San Francisco, Mayor Bryant, mayor of the time of that city, gathered a mob of thousands of people in downtown San Francisco and talked about the Chinese immigration question as one that needed to be solved, or that if Chinese immigration would continue, it would lead to the downfall of American civilization and of the white race. In 1882, when Congress is lawmakers introduce the Chinese Exclusion Act, some of the lawmakers, including Senator Miller of California, described Chinese immigrants as a degraded and inferior race and a threat to national security. They stole jobs from white workers. They were also a danger to the public good of the country. And then during World War II, our military leaders were very explicit in their descriptions of Japanese people, Japanese Americans, as quote unquote an enemy race. One of the leaders of that was one of our military officials, Lieutenant General John L. DeWitt, who was in charge of making sure that Japanese Americans were forcibly removed and relocated from the West Coast.
Thank you
We
very
know
much.
that.
Thank you.
you.
We have a miserable history in this area, and I appreciate your elucidating upon it. And I'd now like to yield the remainder of my time to the Honorable Ted Lieu, Congressman from California.
Thank you, Chairman Cohen, for holding this important hearing and for allowing me to participate. Asian Americans have now experienced a surge in hate crimes, hate incidents, and discrimination since the start of the pandemic. And I want to explore some of the reasons for that. I was struck, Professor Motomura, when your testimony stated that individuals commit crimes, but they do so in a culture and a society that reflects many influences. And Professor Sonar, in your testimony, you talked about the rhetoric being employed. Can you discuss whether there's a link between the rhetoric being employed and the increase in hate crimes against Asian Americans?
When political of former President Donald Trump use racist dog whistles that are clearly interpreted as an effort to blame one community or one government, and by implication, the community of people who are thought to be associated with it, that affects the entire society. And Stop AAPI Hate's research shows as well that those tweets from the former president were retweeted over 1 million times. So once you have that norm setting at the top that normalizes stigmatizing a particular community for hate, it does lead to ripple effects across society at large.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now respond to the ranking Republican member today at the hearing. I previously served on active duty in the United States Air Force. I'm very aware of who the bad guys are and who our foreign enemies are. But this hearing is about Americans of Asian descent who are being targeted in the United States. And it's not about policing speech. I serve on active duty, so you can say whatever you want on the First Amendment. You can say racist, stupid stuff if you want. But I'm asking you to please stop using racist terms like Kung Flu or Wuhan virus or other ethnic identifiers in describing this virus. I am not a virus. And when you say things like that, it hurts the Asian American community. Whatever political points you think you are scoring by using ethnic identifiers in describing this virus, you're harming Americans who happen to be of Asian descent. So please stop doing that. I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Lieu, for your service to our country and your service to our country today. I now recognize.
You're watching News Now from Fox, continuing to listen in on the House Judiciary Committee. This is a subcommittee from the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties Committee. We heard testimony from witnesses, including community organizers and state leaders, both at the local and state level. We are now continuing to hear witness testimony on the discrimination and violence against Asian Americans. Some of our viewers right now, however, will see a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
I'm concerned that there's a culture of lawlessness that's become pervasive and impacts every community, and we need to follow the facts. For example, in 2008, a survey by the San Francisco Police Department studied 300 robberies. In 85% of the assault crimes, the victims were Asian, the perpetrators were Black Americans. Between 1980 and 2008, the Department of Justice found that 84% of white victims were killed by white offenders, and 93% of Black victims were killed by Black offenders. What does this tell us about the possibility of a deeper, more systemic issue like the deterioration of the family unit and the negative impact it's having on all communities? In addition to the violence, we're also seeing institutional discrimination against Asian Americans in universities. Overall, the Asian community has been very successful academically, but has also been discriminated against because it's a culture committed to meritocracy. As someone who's grown up in the 1980s, I understand exactly what institutional racism looks like. And using someone's race as a factor against admission to college is totally un-American. Our colleges must end that now. These issues are complicated, and I hope we can get to the bottom of the rise of the lawlessness that no American should experience, and also the institutional discrimination against Asian Americans by our colleges and universities. Our government cannot condone or take part in this type of racism. Mr. Lehman, I do have a question. As you state, citizens in all communities, Asian Americans among them, have the right to live free from random.
Mr. Owens, you asked a question of someone, I believe. Who did you direct your question to? Mr. Lehman? Sounds like. It seems we have a problem with our system. Can anybody hear me out there? Yeah, but nobody can hear it. So can we stop the time? Are we fixing it? Is he muted, maybe? But I don't think, Mr. Liu, can you hear me? Mr. Lehman, can you hear me? Well, I guess now we know why they call it WebEx.
Thanks for waiting. We've let the host know that you're here.
All right, you are watching News Now from Fox. If you're just now joining us, my name is Rain Augustine, continuing to bring you all the top stories from across the country. For about the past 30 minutes or so, we've been giving you all a live look from the House Judiciary Committee as they again address an uptick in crime and violence toward Asian Americans. We heard testimony from leaders at the community and state level. We even heard from a few activists and actors as they are all condemning the recent uptick in crimes against the Asian American community that we have been seeing. It looks as though this meeting is in a bit of a recess, however. So I do want to switch gears and bring you to another live event that we are very closely following, and that is the trial of Derek Chauvin, the Minneapolis police officer that is being tried in the death of George Floyd. We recently saw 2 jurors were dismissed and replaced after they admitted that it was very hard for them to remain impartial after finding out the news about the $27 million settlement that the George Floyd family will receive from the city of Minneapolis. But right now, as we speak, jury selection is still resuming. So I want to bring you all live to the courtroom right here on News Now from Fox.
A big case with the media, and I think it'll have a lot of repercussions on a lot of lives. So not real excited about it. So
Fair enough. Well, let me ask you, did you have concerns about your personal or physical safety? Did you have concerns about COVID? Did you?
maybe safety after the trial.
Okay.
Would be my concern.
Well, let me ask you, when you got to the government center, were you here yesterday?
I was not.
Okay, my days are kind of running together here. So when you got to the government center this morning and you kind of saw the state of things down here, what was your reaction to that?
I didn't really see much. I drove around the block a number of times trying to find the parking entrance, but I don't know, and security coming in, you know.
Right. I mean, it's not normal to see Humvees and machine guns downtown Minneapolis.
I did not see that. So.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
No.
All right. Well, does the security that they have installed, does that make you feel better about your personal safety during the trial? Ambivalent? Less safe?
I feel safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. When the judge this afternoon or this morning told you that we're doing what we can to protect your anonymity, how did that make you feel?
Reassured.
Okay. Now, ultimately, at some point, your name may be released to the public. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And ultimately, we don't know when that will be, but it will be when the court feels that it's safe to do so. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Does that make you feel better?
Kind of.
Okay. Why only kind of?
Yeah, I don't know how comfortable I am with my name being out there afterwards.
Okay. I mean, even if it's a long time down the road?
Well, maybe, but I've seen Dateline where they've interviewed jurors and stuff, and I wouldn't want any part of that.
Okay. So, you can obviously choose to talk to people or not talk to people, but
Correct.
You understand that at
Yes.
some point, I guess let's put it this way. If you were selected as a juror, right, and you're tasked with rendering a verdict in this case, would your concerns about your anonymity, would it influence your decision-making process?
I don't think so.
Would you be more inclined to vote one way or another based on what you perceive the public reaction would be to that verdict?
No.
Okay, good. Now, again, I understand you're a nurse, and we don't want you to identify where you work, or the type of nursing you do. But I'm assuming in the course of your professional career or in the course of your personal life, at some point you have been called upon to resolve conflict between two or more people, right?
Yes.
How do you generally approach the resolution of conflict?
I listen to each side and try and restate what I've heard, and come up with a solution.
Okay,
So,
fair enough. Obviously, this case may involve quite a few numbers of conflict, right?
yes.
There's obviously the big conflict between Mr. Chauvin and the state of Minnesota. That's one thing you'll have to resolve. There may be conflicts that emerge in the jury room, or there may be conflict between testimony of two witnesses. Right? So I just kind of want to talk about those.
Okay.
Ultimately, in terms of the big context or the big conflict, are you the type of, or would you be able to pay attention to the evidence as it's presented in court, decide this case based on the evidence alone, and kind of ignore everything else that you've heard from before?
I believe I could.
All right. I have to press you a little bit on
Yes.
that. Can you, or do you simply believe you can?
I can.
Okay. Now, in terms of, imagine you're in the jury room, and there's conflict that emerges between two groups of jurors, right? And you're not really sure what you think yet, right, about whatever the issue may be. It's hard to put it in the abstract, obviously, but so you have two groups that are different. How do you approach the resolution of that kind of conflict to try to build consensus?
Well, if I'm on one side versus another, of course I'll state why I believe this. And if I'm in the middle and undecided, I would want to listen to both sides.
Okay. Kind of see what pieces of information
they're pulling as important, or
Okay.
as relatable.
Do you think is it a remarkably different analysis if you're undecided and kind of neutral on the issue versus having a position or being involved in the conflict yourself? So let me put it in I know it's very broad and abstract way to ask a question. let's assume that you have not made up your mind about a particular issue in this case.
Okay.
And what you're saying is you're going to listen to these two sides, you're going to hear both sides, and then you're going to use that information to form your own opinion in one hand. Is the analysis different if you've already made up your mind, right? If you say, I know what I think about this issue, do you approach that differently?
I think so.
How so?
I probably give more weight to my opinion than somebody else's.
Okay. So are you the type of person that will simply agree with someone else just to build consensus and get this over with?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to re-examine your own opinions and listen to the other side?
Yes.
Good. Now, again, within the context of conflict in the case, you may have two witnesses that are observing the same event, and they may perceive that event to be completely different, right? How do you resolve that type of conflict in terms of, should we believe this person's perception, or should we believe that person's perception?
Well, and with my background of work, I know everybody has different perceptions of seeing the same event.
Your answers were very thorough, and we all appreciate that. There's a series of questions and references to a video that you may have seen, and I think you said 4 or 5 times, something like that. The video, there were several videos that were released publicly. There's what we refer to as a bystander video, there are body-worn cameras, and there were some surveillance videos that were released. Which videos or videos do you think you've seen?
I don't know, probably bystander.
Okay.
On the news.
All right. It appeared to be someone standing off to the side.
Behind the police car.
Okay. And did you watch that video in its entirety?
No, I did not.
Okay. When you say you saw it 4 to 5 times, are you referring to
pieces?
Was that presented in the media, or did you just see scrolling through Facebook?
Yeah, no, it would have been on television.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you that you try not to talk over each other.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because it makes it hard for the fourth one to work it out.
Thank you.
And it's a normal part of conversation when we're out on the street, but we have to be a little more formal here. So, Mr. Nelson, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. So that video that you're referencing, you saw bits and pieces of it on the news a few times.
Yes.
Right? But you never went onto the internet, downloaded the whole video, and watched it from start to finish?
No, I did not.
Okay. You were asked to recite what you recall from hearing about this case on the questionnaire. I have a few questions about that. You understand that the police were called to a store, a grocery store is how you describe it, and that the police attempted to arrest or place Mr. Floyd in the back of a police car. He resisted, citing claustrophobia, and ended up on the ground beside the police car. Right. Do you remember that, seeing that in that video, or did you just hear about that in the news? How did you learn that information?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that. Probably heard it through the news on TV.
Okay. Because you write, this is what I know from the video that was broadcast around the world. So I just want to, maybe you did see other videos, or you just heard discussion of other videos?
Probably discussion. I don't remember seeing how he got on the ground.
Okay. And then you wrote that the police continued to restrain George Floyd in this manner, meaning with his, I believe you said, officers were kneeling on his body. You said police continued to restrain George Floyd in this manner for 7 or 8 minutes until he was no longer conscious and or moving. I do not know what happened to George Floyd after he was no longer conscious or alive. Fair statement of what you recall from this?
Yes.
All right. Being a nurse, right, do you think that you would view that type of evidence differently than an average citizen?
Probably.
Someone who doesn't have medical training?
Probably.
How do you think your professional background impacts or influences how you may look at video evidence or medical evidence?
I recognize the amount of time that a person can be without air before they're unconscious.
Mm-hmm. So if there's conflict with respect to why that person may be lacking air, do you think that you would draw, and you hear two conflicting opinions about that, right? Do you think you would be, do you think your personal training may bias or impact how you listen to medical evidence? Right? If one witness comes in and says the human body can withstand not having oxygen for a half an hour, right? And another one comes in and says, no, human body needs air every 3 seconds, right? Or, some kind of something to be wrong based on your training.
Right.
You would obviously draw upon your own personal knowledge in that instance, right?
Yes.
But let's assume that it's a closer question between two people, right? Between two medical experts. Do you think you would, your personal training would impact how you, or the credibility you assess to those people, those two witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the things you're told is you have to set aside, we all have our personal experiences, right?
Yes.
And you are required to judge this case based exclusively on the evidence that's presented in court. So how do you set aside your personal training, your personal knowledge, and judge the case on the facts as presented in court in that instance?
I'd have to weigh what the expert would say,
okay,
and then how the judge directs to follow
okay,
the law.
Sure. You were asked a series of questions about your general impression of both Mr. Chauvin as well as Mr. Floyd, and you, with respect to both, you had a neutral opinion as to both.
Yes.
Do you recall that? In terms of Mr. Chauvin, you wrote, I am not sure what training the defendants had for this kind of event. I don't know who was in charge, how the whole encounter started, or what frame of mind they were in, right?
Right.
Can you just kind of, I mean, what in your opinion, sitting here now, how do those things impact your impression of Mr. Chauvin?
Well, I suppose based on the training that's given, that would tell me if he was utilizing the training given. His knowledge of the training given.
Fair enough.
So.
And in terms of Mr. Floyd, you wrote, did George Floyd resist? Did he cooperate initially? Was George Floyd armed? Right?
Right.
So what I'm gathering is that you think that there's potentially more to this story than what you may have seen on the news. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, I don't know the whole story.
Okay.
Yes.
And again, the story has to be based, or the verdict, I should say, has to be based on the evidence that's presented in court. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And ultimately, you are asked whether, no matter what you have heard, no matter what opinions you might have formed, can you put all of that aside and decide this case only on the evidence you receive in court, follow the law, and decide the case in a fair and impartial manner? And your answer was?
Yes.
You indicated that you had talked with your friends or family members about the case or potentially posted on social media. Let me ask you, did you ever post anything about this case on social media?
I have not.
But so you've had conversations with friends and coworkers and things of that nature.
Family, yeah.
And the question, or what opinions you may have expressed, you said, how could police kneel on someone until dead? Was kneeling on him appropriate? So are you asking these questions in the abstract, or do you have an opinion that this was too long to kneel on someone?
I suppose probably asking abstractly, but
well, let me ask you more concretely then. Have you formed an opinion as to the actions of Mr. Chauvin?
I have not.
So whether you're asking the question of how could it be this long, right?
Okay.
Is that indicative of an opinion that you think it was too long?
Sounds like it, yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I have to take you at face value. I don't want to put words in your mouth, right? I'm trying to see what's in
I suppose knowing that Mr. Floyd died, I would say yes, it was too long.
Okay. So have you formed an opinion as to Mr. Floyd's cause of death?
I don't know. No, I don't think I have.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to have you formed an opinion as to who is responsible for Mr. Floyd's death?
I have not.
I just want to remind you of one thing that was listed in the questionnaire is that if there's anything that you want to speak about privately, we have the ability to shut off and do that in-camera review.
Okay.
And there are a few things that you wrote in here that I think are personal. I don't know. Some people are comfortable talking about contacts with police and family members and things publicly, and others aren't. So I have a question. There's some questions about some of your past experiences. Would you prefer that we do that privately, or are you comfortable answering them on the record over the air? It's up to you.
Privately. Privately.
Yeah, I agree, Your Honor.
All right, we will, finding that these are deeply personal matters, under the rule, I'm going to order that the audio be turned off for broadcast purposes.
Okay, you're watching News Now from Fox, continuing to listen in on jury selection for the Derek Chauvin trial. Judge Peter Cahill actually just asked that the audio for broadcast purposes be turned off because as they are continuing to question jurors, they are addressing some pretty personal matters, and rightfully so. Jury selection is probably one of the most important processes when it comes to any sort of trial. So right now, again, we have 9 seated, and jury selection will continue until there are 12 jurors with 2 alternatives. Also, attorneys are addressing something that is very challenging for the teams to overcome, and that is the fact that this is such a high profile case. A lot of the line of questioning when it comes to jury selection is addressing whether or not these jurors are familiar with George Floyd, if they have heard of Derek Chauvin, if they've seen the video of George Floyd's death, because they do not want this to impact the trial in any way. They keep announcing that they would like the jurors to make a decision only based on the evidence that is provided during the trial and not based off of what they have heard or seen beforehand. So it looks as though the audio is still turned off. So some of our viewers will see a very quick 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Most likely upon return, we will bring you all live to Washington, D.C., where White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki is holding her daily press address. So we'll be right back.
Focus on, especially in the first 100 days. Homelessness was at the top of the list. One was expanding vouchers. Thirdly, he wanted us to find ways to expand and put in the market new affordable housing. So with the $40 billion that we have now, what we expect is this. We have $5 billion set aside to do nothing but address homeless issues. So we know that with those resources, over the next probably 12 to 18 months, we know for a fact that we can get as many as 130,000 people off the streets. We also know that our local partners are going to assist us in finding other rental opportunities. So we believe we can put a major dent in it. But if nothing else, what we will let them know is that there is an opportunity to find a way off the streets. We have more programs in place to assist people who are already in public housing to find a way to buy housing. We know that affordable housing is a problem all across this country. I don't know where my Republican colleagues live that don't think that there is a problem, but there is. So many of us just choose to ignore it.
Mary? Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. The federal moratorium on evictions is set to expire at the end of this month. Are there plans to extend that? And if not, what do you say to families who are worried that they may be facing eviction?
Well, what I would say first is that the HUD moratorium expires on June 30th. The CDC is in the process of trying to determine what is the appropriate way forward, and I would hope that you would ask them that question.
And just one more, if I can. The experts tell us that the December tranche of COVID relief is just now starting to come online. People that we've talked to are still seeing some big glitches, when they try to apply. Are you confident that states and localities now have the systems in place to get this as well as the next round of funding?
I'm very confident. I've talked with Secretary Yellen. The Treasury Department is up to the task. I mean, certainly it is a different Treasury Department, so I'm very confident that if they say that they can get it out in a certain period of time, they will. Our job at HUD is just to give the kind of guidance and assistance once those funds are received.
Thanks, Secretary. Excuse me. You mentioned earlier that that housing prices are increasing. Also, the supply of new inventory on the market is decreasing at the same time. What can the administration do to get more homes on the market or bring prices down? How concerned are you about that dynamic?
There are a couple of things that we know can happen out of this rescue package. One is if you look at places like a Los Angeles, where they have actually purchased hotels and motels, et cetera, to give people an immediate place to go, there are resources in the plan to do that. The other thing that we find is that part of the problem with the market is that credit is not available and accessible to people who actually do qualify. So since FHA is certainly a part of what we do, we're going to ensure that we can talk about down payment assistance. We're going to talk about maybe some restructuring. We are going to make sure that people who qualify have access to credit. We all know that there have been problems across this country for many, many years. That is why I'm so pleased that President Biden talks about equity. He talks about equality, closing the racial wealth gap, which is bigger today than it was 50 years ago. So we know that we have the tools. I think it was just a matter of making sure that we have the will to use them. We now have the will.
Madam Secretary, thank you again. Back to the homelessness report that you guys put out this morning. The way that test is done, as you know, is you test over a few days in January of the previous year. So that was pre-pandemic 2020.
580,000 people on the streets homeless, pre-pandemic, correct.
2.2% increase from the year before. Do you have any sense of how much more homelessness may have increased once that pandemic began, say, April, May into the summer?
I can't give you numbers. We know that it has increased. We just don't know those numbers.
So really not till next January will we be able to get some sense of how it might have affected.
Correct.
And Nancy and Alex, and then we'll have to let the secretary go back to work. Go ahead, Nancy.
Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Two questions. One, does the Biden administration have any plans to restore or tweak that Obama-era fair housing regulation, which the Trump administration weakened in the summer of 2020?
We are looking at it. Certainly, we know that fair housing is, in fact, the law of the land, and we want to use every tool we have. I think that the prior administration did roll back some fair housing tools that we have, so we're looking at how we can go back and make those better and get them re-implemented, if possible.
And then just second question, what are your thoughts on whether or not there's a housing bubble right now in the U.S.?
Well, I would say that that's a kind of a tricky question. There are those who would say yes. I would say at this point that until I can get the kind of data that I need from the GSEs and from FHA, that's not something that I could really give you an accurate answer on. But I know that there is a problem with the market today.
Alex, make it a good one, Alex. No pressure.
Well, I got two because I'm going to be just a little bit greedy. One from our housing reporter, which is, are there some parts of the COVID response, whether or not in ARP or generally, that are currently temporary that you would like to see permanent when the crisis eases?
Oh, I'd like to see most of it permanent, no question about it. I think that when we talk about housing needs, we can't at this point come up with enough money to take care of all the homeless people in this country. We cannot, through this package alone, repair and restore 50-year-old housing authorities across this country, which are crumbling every day. We cannot abate lead in every single building we need to with these resources. We need at least another $70 to $100 billion to do those things. So yes, I'd like to see a stream of resources available to do this, not just in this package, but ongoing.
And the second question is, you may have seen that former Congressman Richmond weighed in on the primary to succeed him in his congressional seat.
Who?
Congressman Richmond. Yeah.
Never heard of him.
Oh.
I was wondering if you want to take the opportunity to weigh in on your race and who you think should succeed you and what you're looking for.
No.
All right. How about the Senate race in your state? Is there Democrats that should run?
Oh, absolutely. I have two friends that are thinking about it. Tim Ryan, of course, is thinking about it. I understand Nan Welly is thinking about it. I mean, I think we're going to put a good person in that race, no matter who we choose. But they're both friends. I think we have a good shot at it. I know people have written off Ohio. I haven't written off Ohio. I believe we can win the Senate race.
Thank you, Secretary Fudge. Looking forward to having you back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you.
Okay. You're watching News Now from Fox. My name is Rain Augustine, and I've had the pleasure of being your host for the past few hours on this beautiful Thursday morning. We just showed you all a live feed from Washington, D.C., the daily White House press briefing. They were just now speaking on the affordable housing crisis that has been affecting our country for the past few years now. But however, I do want to switch gears and bring you all the latest NASA interview from our friends at Fox 11 Los Angeles. They recently caught up with the astronauts live from the International Space Station. And after that, unfortunately, I have to say goodbye for now, and we will toss things over to our Phoenix location. There, Christy Lawson will be taking over momentarily. So I hope you all have a fabulous day, and let's get into that NASA interview.
And I've spent an entire orbit around the planet where you start from one place and it's 45 minutes of light and then 45 minutes of dark. And I don't even know that 90 minutes has gone by because it's just so fascinating and beautiful to watch out the window.
Fascinating view that you get, and the fact that time sort of stands still. We know that NASA's already well into the Artemis project, of which both of you are a part of that program, the first woman and next man back to the surface of the moon. Talk about the significance and how excited you are to be included in that program at this point, Victor.
Well, you know, it is a true honor to be a part of the Artemis team, and I'm excited about NASA's efforts to get us back to the moon sustainably so that we can stay there and do research in lunar orbit, as well as getting ourselves on the way to Mars and testing out new exploration technologies that are going to help us get humanity to Mars. And so whatever my part is, whether it's working in mission control, talking to the astronauts that are up there, or being on one of those crews myself, NASA does in the Artemis program.
Kate, how much time do you get to reconnect with home? Connection is such an important thing for us humans. How often do you get to connect with home?
We do get one video call a week to talk to our family and our friends, and then we get a few events. So I just did something yesterday evening with Stanford Medical School, and that was a lot of fun to talk to undergraduates, medical students. Postdocs submitted their questions, and we got to answer them. So it's wonderful to talk to friends and family, but it's also really neat to get to connect with places we've been with earlier in our lives and get to. I just love talking to students. That's really one of the joys up here.
Well, then this is a perfect segue. Araxia, you've got some questions submitted to us from some local students.
Some smart local students. That's right. All right, Victor and Kate, here we go. Lightning round. Let's start with a question from Jamie Esquivel, who is in the 5th grade at Sally Ride Elementary School. He wants to know, how has learning about the Milky Way galaxy helped us here on Earth?
Great question, Jamie. You know, that's a big question. Learning about the Milky Way has pushed us to advance technology in a way that has benefited us by things like the global positioning system, GPS, that many of us take for granted. Being able to pull out your cell phone or smart device and see where you are on the planet. Solar arrays that, take the sun's energy and turn it into electrical power. Battery technology. So the things that it takes to do the exploration of our galaxy and our home planet, our neighbors in the night sky, has pushed technology that enable our society, things that we just depend on day in and day out.
Okay, you guys have amazing answers, but we got to keep them tight because I want to get through some of these questions and answers. Aaliyah Henson Price, a 7th grader at Fleming Sun Technology Magnet, wants to know, what do you think of the newly discovered heated planet?
Aaliyah, that is a great question. I think everything that's going on right now with looking at past our universe and astrobiology and thinking about other habitable worlds is fascinating. One of the things that I'm most interested in as we find these places is, could there be life there? Could there be chemical signatures? So it just means that we're living in an age where wonderful and amazing discoveries are happening.
All right, here is a 9th grader at the Girls Academic Leadership Academy asks, do you believe that further exploring space in search of another planet for humans to live on once Earth is beyond salvaging is ethical? And how has working at the International Space Station impacted your opinion?
Well, that is a really deep question. I think it is, as long as we aren't using that as an excuse to give up on our beautiful planet home, Earth. Like the previous question, there are worlds out there that we find that are in what we call the habitable zone, but we have yet to find life. So it means that Earth is special, and we have to continue to treat it as special. And that my belief that Earth is special has only grown stronger being up here and seeing it the way it truly is, without lines, borders, and words on a map.
One last question. Michaela, back with you. A final word for budding astronauts and young stargazers that are watching, kiddos that look just like the two of you, all the kids around the globe. What can they be doing now to start working towards getting to where you are?
They can certainly study science and math, and everybody says that, but my advice is to be incredibly persistent about it, to find what's joyful in science and math, and to make it not a hard and a challenging thing. It can't be hard and challenging, but find what aspect it is about science, technology, math, aerospace you love and you want to do, and that will get you through the hard stuff. It will get you problem sets and the difficult classes, and at least something that you want to wake up every single day and do.
Been such a joy for all of us. You continue to do all the things that you do representing the state of California. Time for us. Proud, Napa proud. There are kids and families watching it this hour. Victor Glover, Katie Rubens doing incredible work at the International Space Station. Our big thanks to NASA for making this happen. Say one last wave goodbye to your families. Give them some love from the International Space Station. Go ahead as we say goodbye. Oh.
Well, President Biden and President Putin certainly have different perspectives on their respective countries and how to approach engagement in the world. But where they agree is that we should continue to look for ways to work together, as was noted in part of President Putin's comments. And there are areas of mutual interest. New START, which we just extended for 5 years, is an example of that. Obviously, Russia is also a member of the P5+1 as we look ahead to what's possible there as it relates to preventing Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. So we are confident that we can continue to look for ways where there's a mutual interest, mutual national interest, but the president is not going to hold back, clearly, when he has concerns, when he has, whether it is with words or actions. Go ahead. I'll go to you, Nacho. You have a scooplet. You can go after a few other people. Go ahead.
On that same topic, obviously you say that you want to work together with Russia on areas of mutual agreement, but Russia has now decided to recall its ambassador. I mean, is there a concern that the president agreeing that Russian President Putin is a killer could escalate tension even further?
Well, our ambassador, Sullivan, remains in Moscow. We remain engaged, and he remains engaged, as does our team on the ground with the Russian people. We continue to believe that diplomacy is the first step and should always be the first step and should be our objective as we pursue all relationships, even with our adversaries. So, we are hopeful that that will continue to be the case.
I just want to get your reaction to actually some of Putin's exact words here, because he responded with a bit of a euphemism that translates roughly to "it takes one to know one," pointing to slavery in America, treatment of Native Americans, the atomic bombing of Japan. Does the president have any response to that kind of language?
Well, the president believes that one of the greatest attributes of the United States is our honest self-reflection and our constant striving for progress. And there's always more work to do, as he's stated himself. I've been doing this long enough not to try to get in the mind of President Putin, but I can assure you that President Biden still believes there's more work we can do here in our own country. Go ahead.
Just to follow up quickly, you're talking about self-reflection, does President Biden regret calling Vladimir Putin a killer?
No, the president gave a direct answer to a direct question.
So then how is that, you don't want to escalate tensions, how is that constructive to the relationship when you talk about diplomacy being primary between the U.S. and Russia? How is calling Vladimir Putin a killer constructive to that relationship?
Well, President Biden has known President Putin for a long time. They've both been on the global stage for a long time, worked through many iterations of a relationship between the United States and Russia, and he believes we can continue to do that.
Does the president believe that the leaders of Mohammed bin Salman, one of the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, does he view him as a killer?
I don't think I need to add more killer names from the podium just today. But
I won't ask you about other countries then as well.
Okay.
But let me ask you about immigration.
Yeah.
If I can quickly. The president has made it very clear in his recent interview that the border is not open, effectively that it's closed, except for these unaccompanied minors right now under humanitarian grounds for being welcomed into the U.S. But as we speak, crews from multiple outlets, including those from NBC News, are at the border. They're seeing many migrant families being accepted, young families being accepted into the country right now. So can you square those two when the message was that families and individuals were being sent home, but unaccompanied minors were being kept? Why young families are in fact being kept here in the U.S. And detained?
Well, we've talked about this a little bit in here before, we are still applying Section 42, which, and with the exception is, of course, unaccompanied minors. There are limited scenarios, limited circumstances where we are very limited, I should say, where families are coming across, going through proper protocols at the border, being tested, and then having their cases adjudicated. Part of this is that, part of the reasoning is that, of course, we've closed Matamoros, and there has been some less participation in keeping some of these families in Mexico than in the past. In many of these policies we have supported, but the vast majority of people, vast majority who come to the border are turned away. The border is not open. These are very limited scenarios.
Sorry, I just swallowed some mask here.
It's okay. We've all been there.
How limited is very limited? How many are being allowed in as it relates to families? And specifically, if the message that the president was sending this week is that the border is not open, what is the message to those families, given some are being allowed in right now?
The message continues to be, I'd be happy to provide you the numbers. I think CBP has the most up-to-date numbers, so I'd point you to them, and they provide those regularly. We'd certainly support that. I don't have them in front of me right now. I would say the message continues to be, now is not the time to come. The vast majority of families, of individuals, are sent back, are not welcomed across the border, and that's a message we will continue to convey clearly.
And just to follow up, you talked about how the president saw those photos in one of the recent briefings as it relates to these shelters, detention centers, decompression centers. I'm not sure what specific photos he saw. We asked yesterday, we'll ask again today, can you provide those? Will you provide those to the American public to see what it looks like there right now?
Well, first let me say that the White House and we all in the administration support finding a way to grant access to the media, to the HHS and OR facilities or the shelters where these children are are staying for a temporary period of time before they are placed with family members or with sponsored homes. The Office of Refugee Resettlement has not been hosting, as you've noted, media tours of unaccompanied children facilities currently due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but we remain committed to transparency, and we're considering potential options, and we hope to have an update on that soon.
So even if we didn't get a tour, can you provide us the photos that the president was provided?
There was a private briefing, an internal briefing from several weeks ago. We typically don't provide those materials publicly, but we do want you to be able to, or a pool of media, to be able to have your own visuals and get your own footage of these facilities.
Thanks, Jim.
Go ahead.
A few things. Back to Russia for a second.
Yeah.
There was the SolarWinds hack. There was the reported bounties on the heads of U.S.
Yes.
troops. The president said in this interview something on that is coming. What is the holdup? When is the response from the United States coming? Because he inferred in the interview, stay tuned.
Right. Well, we also have already put forward sanctions in response to the poisoning of Alexei Navalny. There's already been a release of a report about their engagement in the 2020 election, and we will have responses to each of these malign actions that we have expressed concern about, and the president has offered a review of. Weeks, not months, remains still the policy. There's, of course, internal policy decision-making about to assess and take a look at the review, but also to make decisions about policy engagements. Some of the responses may be seen, some may be unseen, and of course, the president reserves the right to respond in a manner and time of his choosing, as any president would. But he did make clear that the Russian government will pay a price.
On these vaccines going to Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
This comes, of course, as the United States is talking to Mexico about this border situation.
Mm-hmm.
Were there any strings attached regarding the situation on the border with this decision to give AstraZeneca doses to Mexico?
There are several diplomatic conversations, parallel conversations, many layers of conversations with every country, Mexico, Canada, Europe, Asia, around the world, and certainly being part of contributing to preventing the spread of a global pandemic is part of one of our diplomatic objectives. Another one of our diplomatic objectives is working to address the challenges at the border. So it shouldn't be a surprise that those conversations are both ongoing and happening.
If I'm hearing you, the vaccine was given, were there expectations set with the Mexicans that they help deal with the situation on the border?
There have been expectations set outside of unrelated to any vaccine doses or requests for them that they would be partners in dealing with the crisis on the border, and there have been requests unrelated that for doses of these vaccines. Every relationship has multiple layers of conversations that are happening at the same time.
Shouldn't rule out, or the United States isn't ruling out, using our vaccine stockpile in terms.
I'm actually trying to convey that with every country, there's rarely just one issue you're discussing with any country at one time, right? Certainly, that's not the case with Mexico. It's not the case with any country around the world, and so I wouldn't read into it more than our ability to lend vaccine doses of a vaccine that we have some available supply on to a neighboring country where there is a lot of traffic that goes back and forth between the countries.
Two other quick ones, one related to the Atlanta shooting. You've been asked this before, but in February of last year, then candidate Biden said that on his first day of office, he'd send a bill to Congress repealing the liability protection for gun manufacturers and closing the background check loophole. I know you've been asked about this. There's an attorney general in place now. When, if any, when might we hear more about the administration's plans regarding gun violence?
It remains a commitment, a personal commitment of the president to do more on gun safety, to put more measures in place, to use the power of the presidency to work with Congress. And certainly there is an important role, as you noted, for the Attorney General and the Justice Department to play in this regard. I unfortunately don't have any updates for you today, but it is an issue he remains committed to.
And one quick local issue. The House Oversight Committee on Monday is holding a hearing on D.C. statehood. The president is a supporter of this.
Yes.
Does he think it could, if it passes the House, does it have a chance in the Senate, given the filibuster situation right now? And what would he or the White House say to the critics who suggest that this is designed to be a Democratic Party power grab just to get a few more seats in the House and the Senate?
I think he would say that the 500,000 people who...
Tragedy that the impact is very far and very deep. And so to all of those individuals, my office extends our condolences. The Waukesha County Sheriff's role in this particular event was pretty large. The Oconomowoc Police Department requested our assistance shortly after midnight yesterday morning. We provided tactical resources to help secure the scene, Detective Bureau and evidence collection and identification personnel, canine, aviation units. We had probably in excess yesterday of 75 to 100 law enforcement officers from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department assisting the Oconomowoc Police Department. Right now, our major role is providing resources and working in cooperation with the Oconomowoc Police Department to determine motive. And I just want to talk a little bit about that. In these kinds of situations, we all want to know the answer to the question why. And it's important to the families, it's important to the Roundy's employees, it's important to the community, it's important to us to try to find answers to why something like this happens. I think it's important for us to remember that no matter what answer we find, there's no good reason. And while we may be struggling to find that why, and we are certainly looking to find whatever we can to provide closure for families and friends, it's important to realize that we're not going to have a good, acceptable answer to justify what happened yesterday. So law enforcement is in a difficult situation where we want to answer the question why, but we also want to be sensitive to all of the family and the friends in the community, recognizing that there is no justification for what happened yesterday. But we will endeavor and we will look as hard as we can to try to find answers to many questions. As a result, and as many of you know, I'm not inclined to answer questions that might jeopardize the integrity of our investigation while it's ongoing. We have a lot of people to talk to. We have a lot of employees in the business. We have family members. We have lots of folks that we've identified as potential witnesses. And we certainly don't want to release information in advance of interviews that we're going to have that may jeopardize the quality of our investigation, because we do want to get some answers as to the why. So again, our condolences to all the family and friends of all the people that were impacted by yesterday's events, and I thank you all for being here.
Next, I'd like to introduce James Hyland, Hyland, from Roundy's. Say a few words.
Thank you and good morning. Yesterday, we lost associates in a shooting incident at our Oconomowoc Distribution Center. We are deeply saddened by this tragic event. This tragedy is devastating to not only our Roundy's family, but to the community as well. Our thoughts and prayers go out to family members of the associates involved in this incident. We are providing counseling services, and our Roundy's and Kroger supply chain leaders will work to ensure our associates have the support they need now and in the weeks to come. Let me give you some background information on the distribution center. We opened the facility in 2005. We employ over 800 associates at the facility. The distribution center is a 1.2 million square foot facility, and these 800 associates are the backbone of our operations, moving a large amount of product in and out of the facility each day in order to keep Wisconsinites fed. The distribution center was closed yesterday as law enforcement continued their investigation. With the help of Kroger, we were able to utilize other assets within the Kroger enterprise to keep our 106 stores in Wisconsin and our 44 Mariano stores in Illinois in stock. The distribution center did reopen this morning. Law enforcement has identified the 3 individuals who were involved in this tragic incident. And as the sheriff said, due to the ongoing investigation, the following information is the only information I'll be able to provide. The 2 victims, the suspect, have all worked at Roundy's for 20 years or more. The victims are identified as Kevin Schneider, Schneider, of Milwaukee, 39 years of age, and Kevin Kloth, Kloth, Germantown, 51 years of age. The investigation is currently active, involving multiple agencies. No motive for this incident is known at this time. We ask that you join us in respecting the family's privacy at this time. And in closing, I'd like to thank the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department, the Oconomowoc Police Department, and all the other first responders for their prompt and thorough assistance. We continue to work closely with these various agencies throughout the remainder of the investigation. Thank you.
All right, so once again, an employee did go and shoot two of his co-workers at that distribution center. Then that suspect, who was a 41-year-old, had driven about 30 miles to Milwaukee. There was a police pursuit, and during that pursuit, the suspect vehicle did crash, and that person did die from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. As I mentioned, we do have a lot of people speaking out about anti-Asian hate crimes that have been happening across the country. Before we get to that, let's take some of you into a quick 2-minute break. And welcome back to those of you who were on that quick break. Chicago police are not the only ones. There's also been other major cities across the U.S. who have said that they're going to be sending extra patrol cars into Asian American communities. This is all to try to help with some of those hate crimes that have been increasing against Asian Americans. So earlier this morning, we did have some Chicagoans speaking out about anti-Asian hate crimes that are happening in their own city.
The anti-Asian hatred crimes that we have seen over the past year, but even before that, we have seen with great concern. Just this past year, almost 4,000 hate crimes against the Asian American community. We have continued to see with great concern the escalation, and this last shooting in Atlanta. It is an urgent call for us to denounce this act of terrorism and white supremacy that has taken the lives of innocent people. It is important that we today elevate the voices of leaders here and people in Chinatown, our community who has been in fear, who has been living with a, I'm really this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And we need to unequivocally condemn this kind of acts anywhere. Racism and white supremacy do not have a place in Chicago and nowhere in the country. Today, we just wanted to make sure that we, in a time of fear, where a lot of members have said that they have expressed fear even coming out of their homes, people who are shutting down their businesses earlier because they're afraid of coming to work. And this state of fear is unacceptable, and we cannot tolerate this here in Chicago, nowhere else. So today we want to make sure that we send a message to everyone across the city, especially to our Asian American community members who during this pandemic have been showing exemplary leadership and character. Here in the 25th Ward, our Asian American community have shown leadership and solidarity with the most vulnerable, donating masks, helping with relief funds, emergency funds, across the board. And we are not going to allow this. We are not going to allow this, and we'll be making an urgent call. We're here joined by community members, leaders, the 9th District Commander. We're here joined by the people of Chinatown, who will be talking about how community is feeling, and an urgent call for every institution to denounce racism, anti-Asian racism, everywhere, anywhere, and taking action to make sure that this never happens again. I would like to start introducing Dr. Hong Liu from MAHA. Thank you, Dr. Liu.
Thank you, Alderman, for organizing this press. Thank you for your support of our community, for protecting our community. My name is Hong Liu. I'm an executive director of the Midwest Asian Health Association. It is outrageous what happened in Georgia with 8 people killed, including 6 Asian women. We got to work together to stop the crime, to stop the violence, and stop the anti-Asian hate crime. In the past years, there is an increasing number of hate crimes and criminal activities and killing, which not only threat our safety, life, but also mental health. MAHA, Midwest Asian Health Association's mental health clinic, has seen an increased number of patients, especially the Chinese residents in the community, with mental health stress, fear, anxiety, and even suicide attempt. Because of the crimes in the community, people are so scared of coming out, go to work, go to school, go to park, go to do activities, go to exercises, all those, and the businesses are afraid of opening late, staying late because of afraid of criminal activities. And then the Chinatown businesses have been really, really damaged because of the pandemic plus the criminal activities. So we demand the government, legislators, to work together with the community to fight against the criminal activities and hate crimes, violence, and we deserve a better America which is safe for all citizens. Next Saturday on March 27th, we have a rally here, right here. We invite all medias and residents, leaders to come together, no more silence, working together, standing together to protect our communities. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, your name, please.
Oh. Hong Liu, Hongliu, Midwest Asian Health Association. Thank you. Next Saturday, March 27th at 2 o'clock, right here, we have a rally. The theme is Stop Anti-Asian Hate Crime, Protection of Community Safety. Please come.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Liu. Now I would like to introduce Mr. Paul Liu, Executive Director of Cahill. I'll see you all the time. Sorry.
Good morning. I'm Paul Liu, CEO for the Chinese American Service League. Before I make my remarks about the increasing hate crimes that's afflicting all of the API communities around the country, I want to express our sincerest sympathy, condolences to the families and the individuals who have been impacted by these heinous acts towards them and their community. No one should experience such hate. As of yesterday, we know through Stop AAPI Hate, there has been close to 4,000 cases since last March. And just yesterday, we had two more incidents of anti-Asian hate crimes around the country. This has to stop. We must not only denounce these hate crimes and these incidents, but we must take actions. We as community leaders in Chinatown and Chicago will continue to work with our leaders, our state representative, Representative Ma, Alderman Lopez, Chicago Police District, and Commander Jerome and his team, and the City of Chicago leadership to continue to assure that our citizens in Chinatown, around Chicago, Asian Americans, are safe as they continue to go about their daily lives. These incidents are not unfortunate. These incidents have been happening for so long, not just the last 4 years, but Asian Americans has always have received a lack of sense of respect and dignity as Americans in this country. We need to work together to assure that all Americans, all Asian Americans, deserve the respect they need as they are part of this country. As you know, for CASO, for the Chinese American Service League, we'll continue to expand our remote services to provide services to our community. We'll provide the senior meals program. We'll continue to do that. We'll make sure our children are served remotely in person, and we'll slowly open up as we'll follow CDC guidelines through this pandemic. Thank you. Paul Liu, Paul Luu. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Now we're going to have David Wu from the Pudok Center. Thank you, David.
My name is David Wu. The spelling is W-U. David is the normal spelling, D-A-V-I-D. I'm from the Pudok Center. The spelling is P-U-I-T-A-K Center. I also serve as the board president of the Coalition for a Better Chinese American Community and a longtime member of the Chinese Christian Union Church. So on behalf of the Asian American faith community, I want to express our sorrow and concern for the victims that died in Atlanta 2 days ago. You know, Pudok Center is a community center that serves a lot of immigrants through our English classes. And so our students feel very traumatized right now. They work in restaurants. Many of them work in nail salons. And they have stories very much like the victims that were killed earlier this week. You know, they come to America hoping for a new life. And especially during the pandemic, they've been faced with racist incidents, sometimes blaming Asians and Chinese for the virus. And so whether or not they've been a victim of crime, many of them feel just the shame of being targeted by others who want to blame things on Asian Americans. And so we call upon everyone to support Asian Americans at this time, to find ways to express your concern, and to support us and to speak out when they see anything that reminds them or is racist at all. So we thank you. We thank the police for protecting Chinatown. They've done a difficult job during this time, but people do appreciate their support during this time where they feel targeted. Thank you.
And just a heads up, some of you can head into another quick 2-minute break.
Hello, my name is Tony Hu from your China Restaurant Alliance. As you know, whatever happened to Chicago, Georgia, and the entire nation are not acceptable. We have to stop the heat. And also, as you know, and the Saturday is coming Saturday, and 2 o'clock Central Time, and Chinese Americans Association of Greater Chicago unite all the communities, more than 150 organizations. Also, we invite the government officials like Senator Douglas and also Consul General, everybody together and have a conference to discuss what happened to our nation. And we must unite together, stop the heat, and we deserve the much better communities. And thanks to Alderman to unite everybody together to host the conference today. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. Now we're going to have Commander Jerome from the 9th District who also wanted to say a few words. Commander.
Good morning. I'm Commander Jerome of the 9th District. I'd like to start off by offering my condolences to the families and the victims in the Atlanta area. It appears in that incident in which the offender's in custody that he did in fact target Asian Americans. With that in mind, we've stepped up patrols really out of an abundance of caution here in the Chicago area. We do not expect a similar incident to occur here, however. So we're going to continue to work within the Chinatown community and in Chicago in general to make sure that the residents feel safe and secure. Pretty much all I have, unless you have any quick questions.
Have you seen an uptick in crimes against Asians and just this anti-Asian sentiment?
We have not overall, either in Chinatown nor in Chicago in general.
Are you tracking? Are you using social media to track some of these instances? And if you are, what are you seeing through that?
We use social media on a regular basis for all types of crimes, and we haven't seen any kind of pattern or any kind of indication that there's an uptick in Asian American victims or even in other crimes. It depends on what other crimes there are, but we do monitor them. We monitor it for large groups, for people that are coming downtown, maybe for protests and things like that. But we have a very active SDSC room in the 9th District and a social media team throughout the city that monitors any type of crime conditions or gatherings.
Are you surprised by not seeing the uptick? Meaning, are you thinking that there is no uptick because there actually is none, or because people are simply not reporting what crimes they're experiencing?
You're speaking regarding the Asian American?
Yes.
Yeah, regarding the Asian community, there's still a challenge of people feeling comfortable reporting, but we've really addressed that. We have a great relationship with the community in Chinatown. And to simply answer your question, I don't think so, especially with violent crimes. Those are pretty much getting reported, and we've taken a lot of steps to make people feel comfortable to report them.
Thank you, Commander. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Good to see you. Can you and other speakers address Georgia law enforcement officials saying that they don't think the attack was racially motivated?
I've heard some excerpts from that somebody may have mentioned that. I can't speak for those officials, but as I already mentioned here, it appears from what I've seen that he did target Asian Americans. So with that in mind, that's why out of an abundance of caution, we've made plans and we've prepared here in case there's a similar crime, but we really don't expect it here. Don, D-O-N.
So you mean the 9th District never have any incident of hate crime from the Chinese community? You don't have even a case?
I didn't understand the question. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I mean, from your district, do you have any record of the anti-Asian hate crime?
If I understood you correctly, we really have very few incidents of hate crime. As a matter of fact, in recent memory, I can't think of a single hate crime. There's been violent crimes here, but I'm not aware of any targeted specific hate crime against Asian Americans as I stand here today.
Thank you, Commander. I think we have one more. We got one more speaker. We want to introduce Grace Chan from the Coalition for Better Chinese American Community. Thank you, Grace.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Grace Chan McKibben. I am the Executive Director for Coalition for a Better Chinese American Community, CBCAC for short. And we've been fielding quite a bit of calls from the media about anti-Asian hate crimes, especially in light of the events yesterday. As the commander has said, we work very closely with Asian Americans Advancing Justice, both the national organization and the local Chicago organization. And as you know, the Asian American hate crimes recorded by that organization is about 3,000, probably over 3,000, right around 3,000 since they started recording this last year nationally. In Illinois, I think the number of cases have been about 100. So as the commander said, we are very thankful that in Chicago and in Illinois, we have not seen the number of incidents that's recorded nationally, nor the level of severity or violence. But that means that we have to be even more vigilant in watching out for each other and listening to each other and making sure that it does not happen. The other reason why Atlanta is so shocking is because we've been tracking incidents in New York, in LA, and in San Francisco, and Atlanta is not any of these cities, right? We know Chicago is the third largest city in the nation, so we are indeed worried that things may spread to some of the other cities. So, but that does not mean that we have to live in fear. We have to live instead in strength and in power, knowing that we have our voices and we have our own stories and our own histories, and we need to work together with our brothers and sisters in other communities to make sure that we watch out for each other and we fight against any kind of hate, any kind of discrimination, any kind of marginalization of any community. Thank you very much. Race, Grace, Chan, Chan, and McKibben, MC, capital A, MC, capital K, IBBEN, 3 words, no hyphens. Thank you. Yes.
How do they feel? With everything that's going on in New York, other cities, and now in Atlanta, how are people feeling?
So there had been an increase of crime in general in Chicago, as you know. Some of the fear that has started escalating had to do with the increased number of robberies and carjackings. Over the past year, we know that there had been a huge increase in the number of vehicular thefts and carjackings in particular, and I think that has been a fear. And then since the incidents in New York and so on, there's been heightened awareness. I think folks are indeed worried. I'm not saying that there had been no incidents of slights. You know, people walk away, people look at us with some level of suspicion, like as if we are a walking virus. That the former president definitely didn't help with his rhetoric, but I think that in general, folks may be worried, but I think we are a community of strength. We watch out for each other. We live in cautious. We live in caution, but we do not live in fear. Thank you. Yes.
How alarmed are you, concerned are you that even though there has been a disdain, a threat, those types of things toward various Asian communities, how concerned are you that in this instance down in Atlanta that women in particular were targeted? What kind of an order was sent off to you?
So thank you very much for the question. So the statistics that was captured by Asian Americans Advancing Justice did report, as I said, about 3,000 incidents against Asian Americans nationwide, and the majority were against women. So there are instances against women higher than instances against men. In this particular incident, even though there had been no conclusions as to what the motives of the perpetrator were, we know that 6 out of the 8 victims were Asian American and Asian American women. And then the reports about massage parlors, using that particular word, insinuating that there might be something nefarious going on, it perpetuates the stereotype that women, Asian women in particular, are sexual objects, and that we are fetishized imaginations of people's minds, and we do not want to perpetuate that stereotype. These are working class people, business owners that worked really hard and that were trying to make a living and trying to provide a service for customers in a legitimate way. So I want to amplify that message too, that there are many, many Asian women and many, many Asian men that are in restaurants all around you, working in hotels, working in garment factories, working in financial services, working everywhere, that are working hard and serving the public just like all of you are. Thank you.
All right, and thanks to everyone who's here with us on News Now from Fox. We're going to continue to move things along. Going to go out to the floor where we do have Nancy Pelosi speaking. Let's jump into that live for you right here on News Now from Fox.
This is Dreamers and Promise. She has the Promise TPS and DED. And again, very important to our country. Yvette Clarke from the Congressional Black Caucus, who is very much a part of all of this today, has the TPS piece of this. And I was so pleased to hear this morning the CAPAC, the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, have Congresswoman Strickland of African American and Korean descent speak in terms of what this means to Asian Pacific American community, something that Chair Judy Chu reminds us of every day. So this is now gone beyond the Hispanic Caucus, the Black Caucus, the Asian Pacific Caucus, and to all of us in the Congress. This legislation is protecting Dreamers and TPS and DED recipients, honors the truth that immigrants are the constant reinvigoration of our country. When they come here with their hopes and dreams and aspirations, these parents bringing their children, their hopes and dreams and aspirations for a better future for their children, that courage, that determination, those aspirations are American traits, and they all make America more American with all of that. Indeed, they are true and legitimate heirs, these Dreamers are, of our founders. E pluribus unum, from many one. We talk about that all the time. Many in this chamber have been part of the fight to protect our patriotic Dreamers for years. As I said, when I stood here for 8 hours and 6 minutes, the longest speech and record in the House in history about the Dreamers, I was reading letters that my members were handing me, the story of the Dreamers. And then Mr. Stanton mentioned, there are teachers, there are professionals, there are CEOs, there are entrepreneurs. They contribute to our community in every way. And I was so pleased to hear him talk about that, because one of the first meetings I ever was to about Dreamers was under the leadership of one of his predecessors, well, not his, but the predecessor of some of our members from Arizona. That would be Congressman Pastor, Mr. Chairman Pastor. Mr. Grijalva and Harry Mitchell, all three, had a meeting at Arizona State University about helping these young people. That was in 2007. So this has been going on for a while. Next month, as I mentioned, marks the 20th year since the DREAM Act was introduced by Congresswoman Roybal Allard, and it was on a bipartisan basis. Sadly, at the Senate, when we passed it 10 years ago, it was on a bipartisan basis. We couldn't prevail with 60 votes in the Senate. But since then, millions of Americans have come together to organize and mobilize for Dreamers, labor leaders, the business community, faith organizations, national security officials, law enforcement, and more. We often talk about Dreamers having the support of the 3 Bs. Badges in terms of law enforcement, Bible in terms of faith-based, and the business community. And the true VIPs of the moment are the Dreamers and immigrants who have spoken out with great dignity and eloquence, refusing to be forced back into the shadows. This determination has made a difference. It is their courage that is sending this legislation to the Senate and then to the President's desk. Before I close, I want to acknowledge the work of Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren, the chair of the Immigration Subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee. Zoe Lofgren is also the chair of the House Administration Committee, so I call her Madam Chairman, Madam Chairman. She has, Madam Chair, she has taught immigration law. She has been an immigration lawyer, and she chairs the Immigration Committee. We could not be better served than by her intricate knowledge of immigration law, both on this legislation, we'll take up next or later, the farm worker mobilization legislation. So I thank Zoe Lofgren for that. Again, Dreamers, TPS, DED recipients are American in every way. They have lived and worked in our country for decades, if not their entire lives, and they are an integral thread in the fabric of our nation. For the Dreamers, it's less time, for the others more. Dreamers power our businesses, our economy, our CEOs and taxpayers, all of them do. They advance innovation and America's technological edge as entrepreneurs and researchers. They protect our national security and military might and service members and civilian experts. That's why I'm so grateful to Congresswoman, Madam Chair Roybal Allard, Madam Chair Velasquez, Chair Judy Chu, and Congresswoman Strickland for advancing this legislation to help Dreamers, TPS, and DED recipients. So many of the front lines of the pandemic are there are frontline here. Healthcare workers, first responders, transportation, sanitation, food workers, our teachers, our teachers, our teachers. There's so much of our country. These immigrant communities strengthen, enrich, and ennoble our nation, and they must be allowed to stay. There's nothing partisan about protecting Dreamers, TPS, and DE recipients. The DREAM Act has long had bipartisan support in both chambers. Support for TPS and DE recipients is also bipartisan in the country. Nearly 3/4 of the public support a path to citizenship. I always love to quote President Reagan. In his last speech as President of the United States, his last speech, this is his last message as President to the American people, he said, "Thanks to each wave of new arrivals to this land of opportunity, we're a nation forever young, forever bursting with energy and new ideas, and always on the cutting edge, always leading the world into the next frontier. This quality is vital to the future, our future as a nation. If we ever close the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would soon be lost." With that, I urge a bipartisan vote and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, could I inquire?
All right, guys, what we're going to do is send some of you on a quick 2-minute break. We'll have more coming your way when we return. And welcome back to our viewers here on News Now from Fox. Working on bringing you some breaking news here. Amtrak train hit a utility truck, which then led to a track fire. And you can see we do have a live picture here coming into our News Now from Fox desk. And we do have, it looks like that view going out just a little bit wider so you can see it here. We are getting very few details at this point. They are saying that it was a truck that is used to clean the tracks, and the person inside of the truck was not injured. Thankfully, that news is what we can bring to you here at this time. This coming from station in Oakland. So again, they are sending a rescue team out there. They have them to help get the passengers back to the station, and this is all according to firefighters. So just wanted to bring this live breaking news here to you again as we give you this look at the Amtrak train that did hit a utility truck. And once again, that utility truck is one that is used to clean the tracks. After the Amtrak train did hit that truck, it did also cause a small track fire. And then also, we do know at this time that that person inside of the utility truck was not injured. So we'll continue to try to get you more details on this breaking news here as we continue to always keep you updated on newsnowfox.com. Don't forget that's a place you can go to watch our stream anytime, no matter where you are. All right, we're going to continue to give you more stories that are happening here across this country, but I do want to go to our White House briefing. There's a number of topics that need to be discussed, and our White House press secretary, Jen Psaki, helps answer them, not only about border crisis, but obviously many more our reporters had sent her way. So let's go jump into that right here for you on News Now from Fox.
Okay. Just have a couple. What'd you say? We can. Wait till month 3. Wait till month 3. We'll be rolling it out with people's second visits. As we announced yesterday, I just wanted to give you a little bit more information on the schedule for next week. You may have seen we confirmed that the president will be traveling to Columbus, Ohio on Tuesday, the anniversary of the Affordable Care Act being signed into law. The trip will be a part of our Help Is Here tour and will highlight how the American Rescue Plan will lower healthcare costs for many American families. And this is a component of the package that we've talked about, but we're still working to ensure the American people understand how they can benefit from this particular piece. The Affordable Care Act has been an important lifeline for Ohio families for 11 years. The law cut the state's uninsured rate by half, dropping from 12% to 6%. It has also provided critical consumer protections for millions more by preventing insurance companies from discriminating based on pre-existing conditions. And the American Rescue Plan makes coverage under the ACA even more affordable for Ohio families. Over 90,000 currently uninsured Ohioans can get a better deal on health insurance because of the law and premiums for people who have coverage under the ACA. And the former Ohio governor was one of the first, if not the first, Republican governor in the country to expand Medicaid access during that period of time. And that is certainly something we continue to note around here. Another update on the schedule is in the wake, a couple of updates, I should say, part on the schedule and part on steps we're taking as it relates to the horrific events in Atlanta earlier this week. In the wake of the horrific shootings in Atlanta on Tuesday, the president ordered the U.S. flag to be flown at half staff as a mark of respect for the victims of these senseless acts of violence. The president and the vice president will also meet with representatives from the Georgia Asian American and Pacific Islander community when they travel to Georgia on Friday. They will meet with the state legislators and community advocates to hear about the impact of the incident on the community and to get their perspective on the rise in anti-Asian hate incidents. The president will also offer his support for the AAPI community in Georgia and across the country and talk about his commitment to combating xenophobia, intolerance, and hate. As many of you may know, and I think I've been asked about this in here previously, but Senator Mazie Hirono and Congresswoman Grace Meng have introduced legislation that calls for expanded DOJ review of COVID-19 related hate crimes, for guidance from DOJ to law enforcement for best practices in reporting hate crimes, and ensures that hate crimes information and reporting is more accessible to Asian American communities. The President applauds their leadership on this issue, including along with Chair Judy Chu's, and he strongly supports these crucial aims of this legislation. He issued a presidential memorandum his first week in office directing the Attorney General to support state and local agencies and AAPI communities to prevent hate crimes and expand data collection and public reporting. That is ongoing. The outreach and engagement from DOJ is already underway. There's also a role for HHS to play, which we expect can pick up more once Secretary Becerra, future Secretary Becerra, is sworn in. And as I noted yesterday, also from here, he's asked Cedric Richmond, who of course we've all heard of, and a former congressman, and Susan Rice to lead an effort to engage with the community as well. Last piece, today the House will also be voting on the American Dream and Promise Act and the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. President Biden and this administration support passage of both pieces of legislation. These bills would provide a path to citizenship for Dreamers, individuals with temporary protected status, and farm workers. Both pieces of legislation passed the House last Congress with bipartisan support and have broad support from the American public. These bills, in his view and our view, are critical milestones toward much-needed relief for the millions of individuals who call the United States home, and an acknowledgement that a path to citizenship for these essential workers is critically important to our economy and our nation's food and agricultural sectors. We also urge Congress to reform other aspects of our immigration system by passing President Biden's bill, the U.S. Citizenship Act, a bill that he proposed on his first day in office, which would establish a new system to responsibly manage and secure our border, bring long overdue visa reforms to keep families together and grow our economy, and address the root causes of migration from Central America. With that, Zeke, kick us off.
Thank you, Jen. Just following up on a scooplet from our colleague Jeff over here.
A scooplet. I don't know that Reuters calls it scooplets, but
if you can confirm that the U.S. plans to loan 4 million AstraZeneca vaccines to Mexico and Canada. What's the timeline for when that transaction would take place, and why only 4 million of the stockpile that is several times that for a vaccine that isn't authorized here?
Absolutely. So, as I've noted in here before, but worth noting again, our first priority remains vaccinating the U.S. population. The reality is the border knows no the pandemic knows no borders, and ensuring our neighbors can contain the virus is mission critical to ending the pandemic. We have 3 vaccines approved, as you well know, and of course, there's a rigorous review process by the FDA. There are other vaccines, of course, including AstraZeneca, that are going through the approval process now, and we have been taking action here to get ready to get those vaccines to the American people if they are approved. As we await FDA approval here in the U.S., many countries, as you know, have already requested, have already approved AstraZeneca and also have requested our doses from the United States. That includes Canada and Mexico, but is certainly not limited to Canada and Mexico. And balancing the need to let the approval process play out of the AstraZeneca vaccine as it's taking place in the U.S. with the importance of helping stop the spread in other countries. We are assessing how we can loan doses. That is our aim. It's not fully finalized yet, but that is our aim and what we're working toward to Canada and Mexico. This is a complex process, and our team is working with the companies to move it forward. And I want to, on your question about the number of doses, there have been a range of reports about the number of doses. I can confirm that we have 7 million releasable doses available of AstraZeneca, and as noted in Jeff's scooplet, which I'm just going to keep calling it, 2.5 million of those we are working to finalize plans to lend those to Mexico, and 1.5 million to Canada.
And what's the nature of that transaction? Would it just be for future AstraZeneca production, or would there be?
Meaning what's in the loan?
Yeah.
It could be for future AstraZeneca doses or other doses, yes.
And on a different topic, I was wondering if you saw the comments from Russian President Vladimir Putin this morning responding to the president's comments in the interview on Tuesday night, is the president worried at all that he may have inadvertently started a little war of words and trading shots back and forth, that get in the way of finding some common ground on various shared priorities?
Well, President Biden and President Putin certainly have different perspectives on their respective countries and how to approach engagement in the world. But where they agree is that we should continue to look for ways to work together, as was noted in part of President Putin's comments. And there are areas of mutual interest. New START, which we just extended for 5 years, is an example of that. Obviously, Russia is also a member of the P5+1 as we look ahead to what's possible there as it relates to preventing Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon. So we are confident that we can continue to look for ways where there's a mutual interest, mutual national interest, but the president is not going to hold back, clearly, when he has concerns, when he has, whether it is with words or actions. Go ahead. I'll go to you, Nacho. You have a scooplet. You can go after a few other people. Go ahead.
On that same topic, obviously you say that you want to work together with Russia on areas of mutual agreement, but Russia has now decided to recall its ambassador. I mean, is there a concern that the president agreeing that Russian President Putin is a killer could escalate tension even further?
Well, our ambassador, Chauvin, remains in Moscow. We remain engaged, and he remains engaged, as is our team on the ground with the Russian people. We continue to believe that diplomacy is the first step and should always be the first step and should be our objective as we pursue all relationships, even with our adversaries. So we are hopeful that that will continue to be the case.
I just want to get your reaction to actually some of Putin's exact words here, because he responded with a bit of a euphemism that translates roughly to "it takes one to know one," pointing to slavery in America, treatment of Native Americans, the atomic bombing of Japan. Does the president have any response to that kind of language?
Well, the president believes that one of the greatest attributes of the United States is our honest self-reflection and our constant striving for progress. And there's always more work to do, as he's stated himself. I've been doing this long enough not to try to get in the mind of President Putin, but I can assure you that President Biden still believes there's more work we can do here in our own country. Go ahead.
Just to follow up quickly, you're talking about self-reflection, does President Biden regret calling Vladimir Putin a killer?
No, the president gave a direct answer to a direct question.
So then you don't want to escalate tensions, how is that constructive to the relationship when you talk about diplomacy being primary between the U.S. and Russia? How is calling Vladimir Putin a killer constructive to that relationship?
Well, President Biden has known President Putin for a long time. They've both been on the global stage for a long time, worked through many iterations of a relationship between the United States and Russia, and he believes we can continue to do that.
Does the president believe that the leaders of Mohammed bin Salman, one of the crown prince of Saudi Arabia, does he view him as a killer?
I don't think I need to add more killer names from the podium just today. But
I won't ask you about other countries that as well.
Okay.
But let me ask you about immigration.
Yeah.
If I can quickly, the president has made it very clear in his recent interview that the border is not open, effectively that it's closed, except for these unaccompanied minors right now under humanitarian grounds for being welcomed into the U.S. But as we speak, crews from multiple outlets, including those from NBC News, are at the border. They're seeing many migrant families being accepted, young families being accepted into the country right now. So can you square those two when the message was that families and individuals were being sent home, but unaccompanied minors were being kept? Why young families are in fact being kept here in the U.S. And detained?
Well, we've talked about this a little bit in here before, but we are still applying Section 42, which and with the exception is, of course, unaccompanied minors. There are limited scenarios, limited circumstances where we are very limited, I should say, where families are coming across, going through proper protocols at the border, being tested, and then having their cases adjudicated. Part of this is that, part of the reasoning is that, of course, we've closed Matamoros, and there has been some less participation in keeping some of these families in Mexico than in the past. In many of these policies we have supported, but the vast majority of people, vast majority who come to the border are turned away. The border is not open. These are very limited scenarios.
Sorry, I just swallowed some mask here.
It's okay. We've all been there.
How limited is very limited? How many are being allowed in as it relates to families? And specifically, if the message that the president was sending this week is that the border is not open, what is the message to those families, given some are being allowed in right now?
The message continues to be, I'd be happy to provide you the numbers. I think CBP has the most up-to-date numbers, so I'd point you to them, and they provide those regularly. We'd certainly support that. I don't have them in front of me right now. I would say the message continues to be, now is not the time to come. The vast majority of families, of individuals, are sent back, are not welcomed across the border, and that's a message we will continue to convey clearly.
And just to follow up, you talked about how the president saw those photos in one of the recent briefings as it relates to these shelters, detention centers, decompression centers. I'm not sure what specific photos he saw. We asked yesterday, we'll ask again today, can you provide those? Will you provide those to the American public to see what it looks like there right now?
Well, first, let me say that the White House and we all in the administration support finding a way to grant access to the media, to the HHS and OR facilities or the shelters where these children are staying for a temporary period of time before they are placed with family members or with sponsored homes. The Office of Refugee Resettlement has not been hosting, as you've noted, media tours of unaccompanied children facilities currently due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but we remain committed to transparency and we're considering potential options, and we hope to have an update on that soon.
All right, just a heads up, some of you are going to head into a quick 2-minute break, and just a heads up for our viewers as well. We are expecting to soon hear from the IRS commissioner on the 2021 tax filing season. You know, we do have that deadline that's been pushed back, so once we do have that available, we'll of course go into that live for you on NewsNOW from Fox. But as I mentioned, some of you are going to head first into a quick 2-minute break.
Something on that is coming. What is the holdup? When is the response from the United States coming? Because he inferred in the interviews, stay tuned.
Right. Well, we also have already put forward sanctions in response to the poisoning of Alexei Navalny. There's already been a release of a report about their engagement in the 2020 election, and we will have responses to each of these malign actions that we have expressed concern about, and the president has offered a review of. Weeks, not months, remains still the policy. There's, of course, internal policy decision-making about to assess and take a look at the review, but also to make decisions about policy engagements. Some of the responses may be seen, some may be unseen, and of course, the president reserves the right to respond in a manner and time of his choosing, as any president would. But he did make clear that the Russian government will pay a price.
On these vaccines going to Mexico. This comes, of course, as the United States is talking to Mexico about this border situation. Were there any strings attached regarding the situation on the border with this decision to give AstraZeneca doses to Mexico?
There are several diplomatic conversations, parallel conversations, many layers of conversations with every country, Mexico, Canada, Europe, Asia, around the world, and certainly being part of contributing to preventing the spread of a global pandemic is part of one of our diplomatic objectives. Another one of our diplomatic objectives is working to address the challenges at the border. So it shouldn't be a surprise that those conversations are both ongoing and happening.
If I'm hearing you, the vaccine was given, were there expectations set with the Mexicans that they help deal with the situation on the border?
There have been expectations set outside of unrelated to any vaccine doses or requests for them that they would be partners in dealing with the crisis on the border, and there have been requests unrelated that for doses of these vaccines. Every relationship has multiple layers of conversations that are happening at the same time.
Shouldn't rule out, or the United States isn't ruling out, using our vaccine stockpile in terms.
I'm actually trying to convey that with every country, there's rarely just one issue you're discussing with any country at one time, right? Certainly that's not the case with Mexico. It's not the case with any country around the world. And so I wouldn't read into it more than our ability to lend vaccine doses of a vaccine that we have some available supply on to a neighboring country where there is a lot of traffic that goes back and forth between the countries.
Two other quick ones, one related.
All right, guys, we're going to move things along. I do see that we do have that House committee getting started here, so I want to jump into that because it is about the 2021 tax season.
Themselves when they seek recognition or when recognized for their 5 minutes. Second, when members are present in the proceeding, they must have their cameras on. So if you need to step away to attend another proceeding, please turn your camera and audio off rather than logging out of the platform. Third, we will dispense with our practice of observing the Gibbons rule and instead go in order to seniority for questioning, alternating between majority and minority, beginning with members of the Oversight Committee. Finally, without objection, Representative Evans is authorized to serve as chair in the event I need to step away from the hearing. I thank all for continued patience as we navigate these procedures to continue serving our country together in this great time of need. And with this, I will now turn to the important topic of today's hearing, the IRS 2021 filing season. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our second hearing of the Oversight Committee in the 117th Congress. Today's hearing could not be timelier. The Commissioner of IRS, Charles Rettig, is testifying today on the 2021 filing season. I welcome him here before this committee again. This is a usual subject of oversight by our panel, but there is nothing normal about this year's filing season for either taxpayers or the IRS. The pandemic created chaos for taxpayers trying to prepare their returns. It has created disorder for the IRS, which is still having a difficult time answering taxpayers' questions and simply processing their returns. When the pandemic first struck 1 year ago, the IRS wisely extended the filing deadline to July 15th. This was necessary to aid taxpayers in addressing the unprecedented disruption caused by the pandemic. It also allowed the IRS to address the additional burden it faced in dispersing the first round of stimulus checks. I am pleased that after several letters, after discussions, the Oversight Subcommittee and our House colleagues, the Commissioner has agreed that the deadline needs to be extended. The move on that deadline is Monday, May the 17th, which is correct, Commissioner? We will continue to consult with the Commissioner and will monitor IRS activities as the filing season progresses to determine if more time might be necessary. But for now, I appreciate the Commissioner's willingness to heed our calls for relief for our constituents. We also asked the Commissioner why millions of struggling families never received their first 2 rounds of direct checks from the COVID relief packages. We need to understand why to make sure that this does not happen again and that the 3rd round just enacted in the American Rescue Plan. The Commissioner must also update us on the status of the gigantic backlog. This includes 2019 returns filed last year. These returns must be processed now so taxpayers can get the money they are owed. Many of these taxpayers have been receiving erroneous notices saying they haven't timely filed. We have demanded that these notices must stop, but we keep hearing horror stories of the IRS sending confusing, incorrect notices to struggling taxpayers. And I'm also looking forward to resuming my discussion with the Commissioner about the 2-tier tax system that has developed at the IRS, one for the wealthy and another one for the average American taxpayer. The IRS audits poor people for spare change while millionaire scofflaws loot the Treasury. I'm anxious to learn in detail how efforts are proceeding on increasing audits of high income and high wealth taxpayers. Finally, I hope the Commissioner can update us on when the administration will transmit Donald Trump's tax returns to this committee, pursuant to the committee's request in the clear letter of the law 6103. Our request has languished for over 23 months. Let me return now to the ranking member, Mr. Kelly, for his opening remarks. Mr. Kelly, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Michael, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioner Reddick, thank you so much for being here today. I can't emphasize enough how much we appreciate the work that you have and the men and women of the IRS under incredibly difficult times. So, and you and I have talked about this before. I know you have about 80,000 plus people working, and they're working in the best interest of everybody in the United States. So I really appreciate that. Now, with having said that, I think you want to acknowledge that the IRS still faces several challenges this tax season, and I have concerns about how the agency plans to address them. Let me say to start out that I am most concerned about the current backlog of unprocessed tax returns from people who filed their taxes last year, and it's my understanding that there's 2.2 million individual returns and 4.4 million business returns received last year that are still waiting to start processing, and millions more remain in the processing pipeline due to the needed error resolutions and other issues. That means millions of taxpayers are still awaiting refunds for tax returns they may have filed as far back as March and April last year. Well, given that this backlog
And just a heads up while we continue to wait to hear from the IRS Commissioner, let's take a quick 2-minute break.
Filing season this year. Now, I understand that you've announced an extension of filing season by 30 days. I hope to hear more about your plan and how you use those 30 days to work through this backlog and get our tax system back on a normal schedule as soon as possible. I do worry that further delays could lead to a backlog at the end of this year and turn this into a vicious cycle that we will never get out of. Now, whenever we have an IRS-related hearing, we're always told that the IRS needs additional funding. And it's true that Congress has added to the agency's responsibility over the last year with bipartisan COVID relief bills, and now the Democrats' partisan $1.9 trillion bill that has very little to do with COVID. In fact, only 9 cents of every dollar is actually going to COVID relief. So you've got to scratch your head and wonder, how do you come up with that formula? But that's the world we live in. It is worth acknowledging where things stand with the IRS funding. The IRS budget was increased $400 million for fiscal year 2021. And in the last year, the IRS has received an additional $3.1 billion in appropriations through the COVID relief bills and the Democrats' partisan bill. Now, I know every agency would like as much funding as they can get. I understand that. But it's also clear to me that at this stage, the challenges the IRS faces right now will not be solved with just more money. There's also a few other issues I'd like to discuss. The first is customer services. One of the main goals of the Taxpayer First Act was to improve IRS's customer service. Unfortunately, I've heard from many constituents that the phone lines at the IRS are jammed up. And I would like to say, for most of us that serve in Congress right now, our offices in our home districts have become an extension of the IRS as we receive hundreds and thousands of phone calls from people trying to work through the different packages that are available to them. Now, when you talk about customer service, I offered an amendment during the markup of the last COVID package. And last year, the IRS was overwhelmed with phone calls about economic impact payment issues. And while we hope some of those issues have been cleared up, we can expect that taxpayers will still have significant customer service needs at the IRS at the end of this year. My amendment would have required the IRS to establish a dedicated customer service program to receive claims of missing or incorrect payments and to conduct casework until those claims are resolved. It may also be necessary to extend this program to 2019 refunds that taxpayers are still waiting on through no fault of their own. This would also ease the flood of calls that are coming to our offices about EIPs. I'd like to note that at the markup, Chairman Neal agreed to work with me on a much-needed bill focused on customer service. So I'd like to discuss some of your ideas to improve customer service experience for taxpayers and the IRS employees. I know that is a goal of yours since you first came on board. You have always talked about working with your staff to serve the needs of the American people. So I want to commend you for that and all members of your staff. They're great. Lastly, I have concerns about the employee retention tax credit and whether money is actually reaching the business owners it was intended to help. It is my understanding that millions of business owners, like Mario's Pizza in my district, filed the forms required for this credit and they are still waiting for their refunds. So some of these forms date back to April of 2020. These folks can't wait that long, and Congress shouldn't intend for them to wait that long. But I want to tell you The way you all have been able to work from home and do the things you're doing without all the things you'd have to do when you're in the office, I don't know how you've done it all. I really don't. And I know we have questions about it and we want to know what we can do to help our constituents, but it really is a problem, just the immensity of what we're trying to do. And I would like to point out to everybody, there's not another country in the entire world that could do what America has done during this pandemic. It is incredible. While we find fault with a lot of things, I don't know that anybody could say, I think they're doing it better here or they're doing it better there. The job that we've done has been incredible. I wish we would have done the last bill in a more bipartisan way, but for some reason, we just couldn't get there. I would have loved to see us get there, but we just weren't asked to participate. So, look, we have a lot to go over today. I personally, and the chairman and I get along everything as long as we're outside of Congress. I don't know that looking at the 45th president of the United States tax returns are really critical during a pandemic and all the other things that we have going on. Loss of life, loss of businesses, just total confusion and anger throughout the country. I think I would rather work on something that was productive and something that told the American people, we're gonna stop all this crazy stuff you hear. I tell people, turn off the news, don't watch it, don't worry about the ping pong match that's taking place or the tennis match. Why don't you look at whatever it is that represents you and understand that each of us represents almost, well, it was over 700,000 people. I don't know how those people are registered or how they vote, but I know we represent them here in the Congress, and I think we could spend our time much better on what actually addresses the problems and get the hell away from this political situation where we have to bash, we can't do anything forward. I want to see more progressive things moving forward, not progressive in the way some people think, but progressive in the way we actually help the American people. This committee, responsibility is oversight, and I've always thought of us, and when Mr. Lewis was here, we're the strongest advocates for the American people when it comes to their taxes. So I think that's the goal we should have, and that's the way we should move forward. And I'm looking forward to hearing from you today, but again, I want to thank you and all of the people that you work with every day. I know how you treat them. You are a great leader. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member Kelly. Without objection, all members' opening statements will be made as part of the record. We will next hear from our only witness, the IRS Commissioner Charles Reddick. Again, thank you for being here. Your opening statement will be made a part of the record in its entirety. I ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes or less. To help you with that time, please keep an eye on the clock and the lights in the front of you. If you do go over your time, I'll certainly mention it to you. Commissioner, you may begin. Thank you again for being here.
Chairman Pasquale, Ranking Member Kelly, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss the current filing season and our efforts to help taxpayers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Before I begin, I want to thank Congress, especially the members of the Ways and Means Committee, for working with us during drafting of the recently enacted stimulus package. Making a package administrable by the tax administrator is critical, and our involvement and our participation was welcomed by every employee at the Internal Revenue Service. We want to thank you for providing the IRS with resources to enable us to implement the tax-related provisions of the American Recovery Plan. It will take time to overcome the challenges of the past decade, and the agency will continue to struggle to replace attrition, expand our workforce, support implementation of our multi-year integrated business modernization plan as designed, and to continue enhancing meaningful service and compliance efforts. Turning to the 2021 tax filing season, I'm pleased to report a successful opening of the filing season on Friday, February 12th. Over that first weekend, we received 55 million submissions, which includes federal individual returns as well as state returns that we are called upon to process, as well as returns filed by businesses. At the peak of that weekend, we were receiving 335 submissions per second. The filing season continues to go smoothly in terms of tax return processing and the operation of our IT systems. Through March 12th, the IRS has received more than 66 million individual federal tax returns, issued more than 42 million refunds, totaling more than $126 billion. We opened the filing season slightly later than in previous years to give us time to do additional programming and testing of our systems following the December 27 enactment of tax law changes that provided for the second round of EIPs and other significant benefits. Importantly, the later start to the filing season did not add any delays to refunds on returns claiming the EITC and the additional child tax credit. By law, the IRS cannot issue these refunds before February 15. This filing season, the IRS released refunds for EITC and ACTC returns on February 16 and February 18. Those refunds were promptly available in taxpayer bank accounts if they chose direct deposit, and there were no other issues with their return. During the filing season, we realized how important it is for taxpayers who have questions to be able to reach us by phone, and we are working hard to improve our phone level of service. We faced and continue to face enormous challenges. On occasion, we did not get it right, but we should have, and we accept that responsibility, and I accept that responsibility. There was no way for anyone, the IRS, anyone in the government, anyone in the private sector, to predict the level, depth, and spread of the pandemic. When we were submitting our congressional budget justification level of service, which applied to this year, but is submitted effectively 2 years in advance, the impact of the pandemic that the pandemic would have on our call volume, our filing season, and our hiring was a complete unknown. That budget, which is our level of service, which is essentially, for most people think of, the volume of telephone calls we are able to answer, was determined before there was a pandemic, before there was an EIP1, before there was an EIP2, before there was an EIP3, and before all the other challenges that the IRS proudly accepts and assumes and proudly assumes the responsibility to handle. We are still working through the impacts of COVID-19, which created staffing shortages and closures at the same time. We have been experiencing higher than expected call demand for the reasons I previously indicated, with an increase in call handling time. Our employees are spending an additional 3 or 4 minutes per telephone call received, which is caused, we believe, by the greater call complexity due to the economic impact payments and other recent tax changes. However, I and other leaders of the Internal Revenue Service have encouraged our employees to spend that additional time. With respect to unemployment insurance benefits, we believe that we will be able to monitor and we will be able to announce that individuals will not have to file amended returns to take the exclusion for the $10,200 per person. We hope to be able to announce that in the near future. IRS employees worked since last March to perform for the people in this country. In total, between EIP1, EIP2, EIP3, and refunds to individuals during the pandemic, when we shut down, we switched to a virtual environment. We brought our people back on site. IRS and Treasury employees have delivered approximately $980 billion to individuals during the pandemic. We're very proud of that fact. We're honored to have the opportunity to serve the people of this country. If called upon to again, we will again step in and meet those challenges, and I will say that we will do so proudly. Chairman Pascrell, Ranking Member Kelly, and members of the subcommittee, this concludes my statement, and I would be happy to take questions.
All right, guys, and while we do take another pause here in the hearing, what we're going to do is change gears once again. We always like to bring you new, fresh content here on News Now from Fox. So I'm going to send some of you into a quick 2-minute break, and when we return, we're going to go get the latest on the Chauvin trial in Minneapolis. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. Your host, Christy Larson, here at the desk with you. We have a lot going on here, but I do want to jump back into Minneapolis, where we are continuing to keep you updated on the latest in the Derek Chauvin trial. Today, on Thursday, one more juror has been selected, now making that 10 seated, and we're still looking for 4 more jurors as far as the process goes. Again, that's going to be 12 seated on the jury, 2 alternate jurors that have been selected. The person who was selected earlier here today is a woman in her 50s. She's a cardiac care nurse, and so we're going to go back into that trial, listen into as the latest as they continue to question potential jurors.
Essentially, that if you were to find Mr. Chauvin guilty, you may become a target yourself.
Yes.
So the back to the original question is, if you were deliberating in this case, would you be able to set aside your concerns, analyze the evidence based on what comes in during court, and issue a verdict based on the law and the evidence?
Yes, I would.
In your personal or professional life, can you think of a circumstance where you've been called upon to resolve conflict?
Give me a minute while I think. Yes, I can think of a couple such cases.
All right. So when you're tasked with that, how do you approach that process? How do you resolve conflict between two people?
Generally, the way I would resolve conflict between people would be to try to find common ground, try to cool tempers, or to make sure that my first goal would be to try to clear up any misunderstandings, and then to establish common ground between the parties who are in conflict, to break up tension by lightening the mood.
Okay. So you understand that this case is fraught with conflict. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And it's obviously in a broad sense, it's the state of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin. You understand that?
Yes.
And that's ultimately a conflict that you're going to have to, if you sit on this jury, resolve.
Yes.
But in the more immediate sense, if you were a juror on this case, you would be in the deliberation room, and conflict between two people or conflict involving yourself may arise. Do you think that there's a difference in how you approach conflict if you're a member or a participant in the conflict versus an outside observer being asked to resolve that conflict?
Yes, there is.
And what is that difference?
External conflict, I find it's much easier to approach with perhaps a critical or dispassionate eye. As I explained, internal conflict, with an external conflict, I tend to try to remain impartial. With internal conflict, that's generally not an option to the same degree. Okay. So I have to weigh which side of the conflict I find more compelling.
Are you willing to re-examine your position based on the input of others?
Yes.
Are you willing to stand your ground if you're so convinced that you're right?
Yes.
Can you think of a situation in your life where you've been confident that you were 100% correct, only to later learn that you were wrong?
Absolutely.
And how do you approach that?
I try to approach it with good grace. In my hobbies, doing design work, I often find that my initial intuitions, the way I've described it to friends and colleagues, is I will be absolutely convinced I am right. You will tell me I am wrong, and 48 hours later, I will tell you that you were correct the whole time, and I don't see how I could have ever believed otherwise.
Okay, fair enough. Now, ultimately, again, if you were a juror in this case, the judge is going to tell you what the law is at the end. You have to decide the facts of the case and how the law applies to the facts as you decide it. You may read the law and you may disagree with the judge. You may think that can't be right, or you may think we really need to change this law. Can you apply the law to the facts of this case based upon the evidence presented in this court alone, even if you think the law is wrong or should be changed?
Yes, that's the responsibility of a juror.
So I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions on your questionnaire, sir. Again, everybody who has been here has been exposed to this case to varying degrees. And so we're not questioning that at this point, all right? But ultimately, we have to decide if you are the right juror for this particular case, all right? So you were asked a series of questions about, or there were some questions about a video that went viral and became news. And you said you've never seen this video.
That's correct.
All right. Have you seen any parts of this video on news or still photos of this video? Anything about this video that you've ever been exposed to?
I believe I've seen still photos of it.
Okay. Like on internet news websites and things of that nature?
Yes.
But you have never watched any portion of this video?
Correct.
All right. So would you agree with the general premise that words have meaning?
Yes.
Would you agree that sometimes the words we choose to use are reflective of our thoughts, opinions, or beliefs?
Yes.
All right. You were asked to describe what you had heard about this statement. And you wrote, George Floyd was a black man accused of passing a counterfeit bill to purchase cigarettes. He was accosted by the police and after an argument was pinned to the ground. Chauvin placed his knee on Floyd's neck and kept it there for over 8 minutes while Floyd protested that he could not breathe. That's the first part of what you wrote. Why did you choose the word accosted?
I don't know off the top of my head why I wrote that at that time. Thinking about that choice of words now. Don't know I can give you a definitive answer.
Okay. I mean, would you agree that the word accosted infers an evil intent?
Most likely, yes.
You wrote that despite Floyd's pleas, which stopped after he lost consciousness, approximately 5 minutes in, Chauvin continued to pin Floyd to the ground until someone pointed out to him that Floyd was dead. And you've just gleaned this from news articles and conversations with friends, correct?
Yes.
Not watched the video?
Correct.
You were asked about your impression of Mr. Chauvin, and you checked the box very negative, and when asked why, you wrote, I do not see how an officer could justify causing the death of a nonviolent alleged criminal well after he ceased to pose any credible threat. Remember writing that?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about that. First and foremost, you have formed an impression that a very negative impression of Mr. Chauvin.
Yes.
And you have formed the impression that Mr. Chauvin caused Mr. Floyd's death.
Yes.
And you formed an impression, at least as it relates to Mr. Chauvin, that Mr. Floyd was a nonviolent alleged criminal?
Yes.
Now, with respect to Mr. Floyd and your general impression of Mr. Floyd, you wrote, as I understand, Floyd was not a threat, and his alleged wrongdoings certainly did not merit the use of lethal force. That's what you wrote. So, again, you have formed an opinion or an impression that the force that was used in this case was lethal.
Yes.
When asked about your conversations with family, friends, or coworkers, or whether you've posted anything online, you checked yes. Let me ask you first, have you posted any opinions online?
Regarding this case?
Yes.
No, I have not.
But what you have expressed to your friends, you have expressed a sympathy with the protesters and their cause, and have discussed the militarization and systematic racism of policing in America.
Yes.
So again, you have, your opinions are your opinions, and I do not invalidate your opinions by my question. I'm trying not to invalidate your opinions by my questions. But obviously you have formed strong opinions about this case. Agreed?
Yes.
You have formed an opinion that Mr. Chauvin caused Mr. Floyd's death.
Yes.
You have formed an opinion that the amount of force that Mr. Chauvin used against Mr. Floyd was in and of itself lethal force.
Yes.
You have an opinion that policing in America is systematic racism, or involves or incorporates systematic racism and an over-militarization of the modern police force.
Yes.
So your views are strong, agreed?
Yes.
There's what's called the presumption of innocence. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Right? You understand that Mr. Chauvin does not have to testify.
Yes.
You understand that Mr. Chauvin is not required to present a single shred of evidence in this case.
Yes.
You understand that we don't have to ask a single question.
Yes.
And at the starting point, right? The starting point is Mr. Chauvin is presumed innocent.
Yes.
So my concern, and you believe that you can be fair and impartial in this case.
I do.
Okay. So you've got these strong opinions,
Yes.
right? You can set all of those opinions aside, right? Your beliefs about policing, the cause of death, the use of force, all of those things that you've already decided and formed opinions on, you can set them to the side and be fair and impartial.
May I clarify rather than giving a simple yes or no?
Sure, please do.
The issue at my role as a potential juror in this case is to be a potential trier of fact. My moral judgments, as I was asked before, regarding the law and the nature of policing are not relevant to the question of fact in the eyes of the law, which would be my responsibility as a juror.
Okay. So, despite all of that, right? I mean, you have you watch certain pieces of evidence in this particular case, or you learn about certain training methods of the Minneapolis Police Department, or you learn certain medical information, right? That's the evidence that comes in this case. You would just simply abandon your beliefs about the over-militarization of the police when you see training videos of them pinning people to the ground or whatever? You don't think it shapes your ability to impartially try this case?
Again, I don't believe that it would necessarily affect my core convictions, but again, my opinions of what the law is and of what the system of policing in this nation is are not relevant to the question of whether the prosecution proves beyond a reasonable doubt whether the defendant has committed the crime of which he is accused.
In the questionnaire, that you were asked to rank your opinions up to various kind of broad or blanket type statements, from strongly agree to strongly disagree. Do you recall that exercise in this questionnaire?
Vaguely, yes.
So I want to just cover a couple of your opinions on these. The statement reads, discrimination is not as bad as the media makes it out to be, and you strongly disagreed with that notion. Can you explain that?
I believe that racial discrimination, for example, is a serious problem in this country. That we see examples of this in the media, but I don't know if I would say it's necessarily worse than the media. Makes it out to be. But I believe that they're certainly not underplaying it.
Just a heads up, I'm sending some of you into another quick 2-minute break.
Whites in the criminal justice system, and you strongly agreed with that.
That's correct.
And is that based on personal knowledge, talking with friends, studies? Like, what leads you to the belief that you would strongly agree with the notion that minorities do not receive equal treatment?
That's based on reports that I've read in the media, discussions of studies of prison populations, of sentencing for drug offenses, for example, the difference in how neighborhoods with various ethnic compositions are policed, and so on.
The statement says, police in this country treat whites and blacks equally, and you strongly disagreed with that.
Yes.
So let me put it to you this way. Simply because a police officer pulls over a minority person, is that discrimination?
Not in and of itself, no.
But it's your position that it happens more to minorities simply by virtue of a discriminatory act?
Yes, or that the likely outcomes are likely to be worse.
So that if you are a minority, you have a higher likelihood of it ending tragically?
Yes.
And the question reads, or the statement reads, police in my community make me feel safe, and you somewhat disagreed with that. Why?
Well, mostly in light of everything that's been going on surrounding this case and related events. Also simply the fact that to be perfectly blunt, I'm always a little wary of anyone with guns being in my general vicinity.
Okay. The question or statement reads, I do not trust the police, and you strongly agree with that.
That's correct.
So you understand that there's going to be a lot of police officers that testify in this case.
Yes.
You understand that the majority of those people who testify will be called by the government.
Yes.
And so when you say you mistrust or do not trust the police, and that you strongly agree with that proposition, can you take the word of a police officer who testifies under oath in this case?
No, I cannot.
Would the court like to inquire further?
Mr. Slusher, would you like to inquire?
Yes, sir.
And just a reminder, you can continue to watch the latest on the Chauvin trial on NewsNOWVox.com as we continue to bring it to you as they select all 14 jurors needed.
Sir, I'd like to follow up on that line of questioning. You've indicated that you have a fairly strong mistrust of the police. True?
Yes.
But if you could imagine a situation where you have a police officer testifying to an event, not necessarily an opinion, but an event, like the light was green, versus a bystander testifying as to the same event. And let's say the bystander says the light was red. Now, solely based on the person being a police officer versus a bystander, do you think that you would tend to believe the police officer more or less simply because they're a police officer?
It would depend on what the circumstances were.
And what would some of those circumstances be?
If, for example, to invert your example, if a police officer were to say that the light had been red when another police officer had pulled someone over and a bystander said the light was green, therefore, if the second police officer who were testifying this were covering for the first police officer by saying that the light was red, I would be more inclined to trust the bystander. If it were an issue where the fact that they were a police officer was incidental, I don't believe it would color my judgment one way or the other.
And let's say it's just simply the example of the police officer versus the bystander, but the police officer was standing 5 feet away from the light. The bystander was standing back, 100 feet from the light. Would you tend to believe the police officer or the bystander?
Again, it would depend somewhat on the circumstances, but I think I'd be more inclined to believe the police officer in that circumstance.
And why is that?
Because they were closer to the event. They were at the heart of it. It's much less possible that they could have been innocently mistaken.
And so it sounds like from your answer, it would depend on the circumstances, not necessarily that the person was a police officer or not a police officer, but it would be based upon, say, their opportunity to see the event?
That would be a big part of it, yes.
There may be other factors unrelated to their being a police officer that would cause you to favor one witness over another?
Yes.
And the real question here is, if you were called and selected to be a juror in this case, would you honestly, in all honesty, be able to set aside any preconceived bias you have about any occupation, a police officer or not a police officer, and judge the case solely based on the evidence and not on your preconceived notions? Would you be able to do that, or would you struggle with it?
I would attempt to judge the case as best I was able based on the evidence. However, I believe part of the instructions I was given were that it would be my role to judge which evidence was most credible, and it would factor into my weighting of evidence in that regard.
And so if following the instructions and you knew that you had to make a credibility determination, do you believe that you would not be able to set aside some opinions that you hold about police officers and judge their testimony on the same level as any other witness? You would not be able to do that?
I do not believe I would be able to do so. That's correct.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Juror 90, I'm going to excuse you from this panel. The deputy will take some paperwork from you, but thank you for all your very candid answers here and also for filling out the questionnaire. We appreciate your service. You won't be called in on any other cases, so you are removed from jury service completely.
Understood.
Any
Thank
questions?
you, Your Honor.
All right,
No.
take that. Have a good day. This will be juror 91. First one.
And what we're going to do is they bring in another juror to be questioned is send some of you on another quick 2-minute break.
The case law and police credibility. The reverse of Logan, essentially. All right, this is the group advisory again. And then number 91. Off the record, Mr. Slisher, I was assuming that you would.
And for those of you not in a break, you can hear that they have muted his mic as he does speak off the record here in the courtroom. And just want to remind you that they will be turning their mics back on once the next juror returns to the courtroom to be questioned. Welcome back to many of our viewers who are here with us on NewsNOW from Vox. It does look like we do have the court getting ready for another update. They do have their mics muted at this time, but just a reminder here today, they have selected one extra juror, so that means there is a total of 10, and we need 14 to begin this trial, but Judge Cahill has said he believes it will start on time.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, can you all hear me? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Excellent. I'll also be asking you some questions. If the answer is yes, just raise your hand, but we'll get to that. First of all, my name is Pete Cahill, and I'm one of the judges of the district court. And you have been summoned as potential jurors in the case of State of Minnesota versus Derek Chauvin, which is a criminal case related to the death of George Floyd on May 25th, 2020. A person charged with a crime has a right to a fair trial before an impartial judge and an impartial jury. In order to make sure the jurors who are selected are impartial, the law provides that the court and the attorneys for the parties may ask questions to all the prospective jurors, which must be answered under oath. First, thank you for filling out and returning the questionnaire in the mail. We appreciate the information that kind of gives us a good head start. But your contribution to the important and serious matter at hand is best served by your continuing to provide full, complete, and honest answers to the questions that you'll be asked today. And as I said, those questions are going to be under oath. Now, the questions you're going to be asked are probably going to...
All right, just a quick heads up, we're going to switch gears. Just